Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support, understand? He said in a firm voice. Kohina's eyes widened in shock and despair. Papa. Don't call me that anymore. We have no relationship from now on. If we meet again, we might even become enemies. Kagaane said coldly. Kohina was speechless, her eyes devoid of any emotion, as if she had lost the will to live. Roy felt a pang of sympathy for her. All right, get lost, he said, waving his hand and releasing Kagaane from his magic. Kagaane glanced at Roy one last time, then turned and jumped out the window without hesitation. He disappeared into the night. Papa. Kohina murmured, staring at the empty window. Kohina, from today onwards you're my daughter, Roy said gently, pulling her into his arms and stroking her head. But Kohina didn't react. She just stared blankly ahead. Roy sighed. It seemed he would have to take good care of her and help her recover. As for Kagaane, he wouldn't let him off so easily. He had already placed a curse on him. Kagaane would eventually be devoured by a ghastry and disappear from this world. Roy then spent the rest of the night taking care of Kohina, bathing her, changing her clothes, and feeding her. Kohina was like a puppet, completely obedient and unresponsive. It seemed the brainwashing had been thorough. Roy sighed. He decided to use his magic to erase those painful memories. There was no need for her to carry such a burden. The next day a new Kohina emerged. She was affectionate and clingy, with a hint of yindir in her eyes. Papa. She chirped, throwing her arms around Roy's neck, her eyes crinkling with happiness. Kisara, Siitenshai, and Inju were surprised by the change. Kohina had been so distant and hostile yesterday, but now she was so cheerful and affectionate. They wondered how Roy had managed to achieve this. Papa, can I kill them? Kohina suddenly asked with a smile, pointing at the girls. They were stunned. Kohina, be a good girl. They're our friends. You can't kill them, Roy said patiently, treating her like a child. Kohina tilted her head and nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 254, Inju Ahara's request securing Siitenshai. Returning to the underworld with Kohina's addition to the family, the apartment seemed a bit cramped. But it was also livelier. Kohina, in addition to her yindir tendencies, also had a bit of a battle maniac side. Whenever Inju, Ko, and Tina tried to compete for Roy's attention, Kohina would become aggressive. Even after Roy scolded her several times, she would still sneak out to fight them. Fortunately, Tina was the strongest and most mature of the four little girls. She could easily subdue Kohina. But Kohina would always receive a spanking from Roy as punishment when she returned home after a fight. Several days passed, and Siitenshai, who had been planning to approach Roy, couldn't find an opportunity. Kohina was too clingy and always stayed by Roy's side. This made it impossible for Siitenshai to make a move. And seeing the increasing chaos in the region, she grew anxious. One day, Rantaro suddenly visited, bringing bad news. Kisara-san, I have something important to tell you, he said without preamble. Come in first, Kisara replied, inviting him inside. Siitenshai-sama? Rantaro was surprised to see Siitenshai. Rantaro, just tell us what you came here to say, Siitenshai said with a forced smile. Yes, Siitenshai-sama. Rantaro nodded. The increasing chaos in the region has led to a lack of security around the monoliths. There are reports of damage near the monoliths, and some even say that they might collapse soon. Siitenshai and Kisara frowned. The monoliths were the last line of defense against the gas tree. If they collapsed, the consequences would be disastrous. Countless gas tree would invade, and the region would be doomed. Siitenshai looked at Roy pleadingly. But Roy didn't seem to care. He was playing with Kohina, seemingly oblivious to Rentaro's words. Siitenshai's heart sank. But the bad news wasn't over yet. Also, the higher-ups have detected the presence of the Zodiac. Rantaro continued. What? Siitenshai gasped. The Zodiac were the most powerful gas tree in this world, the Stage Vs. There were 11 of them in total, and they had wreaked havoc during the war between humans and gas tree, almost driving humanity to extinction. They were massive creatures, comparable in size to Godzilla with impenetrable armor, molecular-level regeneration abilities, and immunity to the monolith's magnetic field. They had destroyed human settlements countless times. And now, with the monoliths on the verge of collapse, the Zodiac had appeared. Was this region truly doomed? Seitan-Shai's face paled. Even Kisara sighed in despair. Unless a miracle happened, or Roy intervened, there was no hope. There was a weapon in the region capable of defeating Stage Vgas-3, the Ladder of Heaven. But with the current chaos, no one could reach it. The path to the Ladder of Heaven was infested with gas tree. In the original story, even Rentaro had only managed to reach it after sacrificing many of his comrades and KO. Rentaro, having delivered the news, left the apartment. He had wanted to ask Roy to save the region, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. After all, he was just an outsider. He would leave this matter to Kisara. After Rentaro left, Seitan-Shai and Kisara stared at Roy, their eyes filled with worry and desperation. Roy, of course, knew what they wanted to say, but he pretended to be oblivious. Roy-Ani-chan, can you please save Mr. Matsuzaki? Inju suddenly pleaded. Roy knew who she was talking about. Matsuzaki was an old man who took care of the cursed children in the outer area. He was one of the few humans who genuinely cared for them. He had taken in many cursed children. Of course, Roy replied with a smile and a nod. Inju had also been under his care in the outer area before becoming an initiator, and she had made many friends there. So, he had to save the old man. He was grateful to Matsuzaki. Yay! Inju cheered and kissed him on the cheek. Seitan-Shai, seeing Roy readily agree to Inju's request, was overjoyed. If he could save one person, he could save many more, right? She steeled her resolve. She had to act tonight. That night, after dinner, Seitan-Shai approached Roy and whispered in his ear, "Can you come to my room tonight?" Then, she blushed and ran away before he could answer. Roy smirked. It seemed Seitan-Shai couldn't hold back any longer. He would gladly accept her offer. Although she was just a flower vase, she was still a beautiful one. Later that night, after putting the little girls to bed, Roy teleported to Seitan-Shai's room. The light was still on, and Seitan-Shai was sitting on her bed, her long white hair flowing down her back, her purple eyes filled with a hint of melancholy. She was wearing a white dress, looking like a delicate doll. Her figure was perfect, not overly voluptuous but still undeniably attractive. As a flower vase, she was certainly qualified. But she seemed a bit fragile. Roy wondered if she could handle his training. "Roy, you came," Seitan-Shai said, surprised and delighted to see him. She blushed and looked down shyly. But then, she lifted her head and met his gaze with determination. "What do you want to say?" Roy asked, amused by her expression. I want to ask you to save my people. Please. I'll do anything," Seitan-Shai pleaded. Roy chuckled. "If I remember correctly, you've already said that. So, from that moment onwards, you belong to me. Understand?" he said, gently lifting her chin with his finger and looking at her with a playful smirk. But, Seitan-Shai stammered, flustered. But Roy didn't give her a chance to explain. He knew what she wanted to say, and he wasn't interested in hearing it. The next morning, Roy enjoyed his tea while playing with Inju, Kohina, and the others. Looking at the adorable little girls, he couldn't help but miss Konko, Kana, Afis, and the others. And Akano's tea. It seemed like there was nothing left for him to do in this world. It was time to move on to his final plan. He would gather all the cursed children and take them back to the world of high school DxD. Transporting over 1 million cursed children would take some time. So, he decided to start today. He first returned to the DxD world, then went to the underworld. In the mountains behind the Lucifuge territory, he cleared a large area and used his magic to create a small city for the cursed children to live in. Greyfire, seeing the massive city Roy had created, gently whispered in his ear, "You've worked hard." She knew that he was doing this for the sake of the Lucifuge family. This had always been her hope for him, and he had exceeded her expectations. "It's nothing, sister," Roy replied with a smile, then wrapped his arms around her waist. "There are over 1 million new servants and they're all children. It'll be hard work taking care of them. Don't worry, I'll take good care of them." Greyfire assured him with a serious nod. Roy, seeing her serious expression, couldn't resist teasing her. "Sister, children are adorable. When will you give us some children for the Lucifuge family?" Greyfire's serious expression melted away, replaced by a blush. It seemed even she was no different from other girls when it came to such matters. Although he wanted to continue teasing her, he had been away for a while now. If he didn't return soon, Kohina and the other little girls would get worried. "Sister, have everything prepared. I'm going to bring our new servants back." "Okay, go ahead." Roy vanished. He reappeared in Kisara's apartment. As expected, Kohina and the others were starting to get anxious. They all rushed towards him when they saw him. Kisara also sighed in relief. Scion, however, looked at him with a hint of resentment. He had taken her most precious thing, then disappeared without a word. And he hadn't even promised to save the region yet. Chapter 255, Saving the Blind Girl. 100,000 high-class servants. Seeing Scion anxious expression, Roy chuckled inwardly. He knew what she was thinking, but now wasn't the time for that. He had to transport the first batch of cursed children back to the DxD world. Greyfire was probably waiting impatiently. Since it was still early, Roy didn't waste any time and teleported away with the girls. They appeared in a vast clearing. "Roy, why are we here?" Kisara asked, looking around curiously. She wasn't surprised by the teleportation anymore. Scion also looked around, confused. Roy smiled. "It's time to send the cursed children to their new home." He activated his teleportation magic. Thanks to the contract he had formed with the cursed children, he could pinpoint their exact locations and teleport them to him. Before Kisara and Scion could say anything, the clearing was filled with flashes of light as the cursed children materialized one after another. There were children from Japan, the US, and all over the world. Roy could summon any cursed child who had accepted his protection. But since the clearing wasn't that large, he only summoned 100,000 of them for now. The sight of 100,000 little girls gathered in one place was quite impressive. The girls were initially frightened upon being transported to an unknown location. But then they saw Roy, their god, and their fear vanished, replaced by adoration. Some even knelt before him in reverence. He was the one who had given them warmth and protection when everyone else had rejected them. To them, Roy was their only savior. "They're all cursed children like us," Inju exclaimed, looking at the crowd. "Is Royani-chan going to take them home?" Ko asked. "I want to go home with Royani-chan too." Tina chimed in, clinging to Roy's clothes. Inju and Ko also clung to him, not wanting to be left behind. Roy chuckled and patted their heads. "Don't worry, I won't leave you behind. I promised to save all the cursed children, so I have to do that first. I'll send them to their new home, then we'll all go home together, okay?" The three little girls' eyes filled with tears. "Okay. I knew Royani-chan was the best. Yes, yes. When I grow up, I'll be Royani-chan's bride." Scion, watching this scene, felt a pang of sympathy for the cursed children. She had always wanted to create a new law to protect them and find a way for them to coexist with humans. But no one had supported her. Even Kikuna Jitendo, whom she trusted, had secretly opposed her plan. Her efforts had been in vain. But Roy had found a way to solve the conflict between humans and cursed children. By taking all the cursed children away, the problem would simply disappear. Of course, only Roy could achieve such a feat. Roy looked at the quiet little girls and said with a smile, "Don't worry, everyone. I'll take you to a safe and beautiful place where no one will hate you. And there will be kind people to take care of you." The cursed children's eyes lit up with hope. Such a place sounded like paradise to them. But not all of them wanted to leave. "Kami-sama, I..." A blindfolded little girl with short white hair and tattered clothes raised her hand. Roy looked at her. "Kami-sama, can I stay? Just take Aoi-chan with you," she pleaded. Kisara frowned, recognizing the girl. She was trying to suppress something, and it wasn't looking good. Then, she realized what was happening. When cursed children use their powers, their gastri infection rate would increase. And once it reached a certain threshold, they would turn into gastri. This girl was clearly on the verge of transforming. "No. Please save Manami. She's like this because she saved me." "Aoi," the girl beside her, begged, her eyes filled with tears. Roy instantly understood what had happened. Cursed children usually lived in the dangerous outer area, where gastri roamed freely. These two girls had been living there, and while venturing into the forest to gather fruits, they had been attacked by a gastri. They were no match for the creature. Manami had managed to defeat the gastri with her willpower, but her infection rate had skyrocketed since then. And now, just as they were about to escape this hateful world, she was about to succumb to the virus. Roy looked at the brave little girl with a gentle smile. He approached Manami and patted her head. "You did well, Manami, protecting your little sister." Manami felt a warmth she had never experienced before. She was touched, but she knew she couldn't hold on much longer. "Don't worry, Manami. Trust me. It'll be all right." Roy reassured her, placing an evil piece in her hand. The piece merged with her body. A soft light enveloped Manami. In an instant, the transformation was complete. Manami's body was renewed, healing her wounds and restoring her eyesight, and a pair of small black devil wings sprouted from her back, flapping gently and giving her a mysterious and alluring aura. The gastri virus was no longer a threat to her. But the abilities it had granted her remained. And thanks to Roy's power, She was now a high-class devil. It was an incredible boost in strength. Roy nodded in satisfaction. 2. To be able to save a cursed child who was on the verge of turning into a gas tree. Scion and Kisara gasped in disbelief. It was common knowledge that once a cursed child's infection rate reached a certain level, they would inevitably transform into a gas tree. There were no exceptions. But Roy had defied that fate. The 100,000 little girls were ecstatic, their eyes filled with even greater admiration for their savior. The threat of the gas tree virus had always loomed over them. Most cursed children couldn't escape their fate of becoming monsters. But now, they no longer had to worry. "Thank you, Kami-sama." Manami exclaimed gratefully, her ruby eyes sparkling. "You're my servant now, Manami. There's no need to thank me." Roy chuckled, patting her head. "Okay." Manami nodded vigorously, vowing to serve Roy faithfully. "Don't worry, everyone. You'll all have your chance. Once you accept the power of the evil pieces, you'll become devils. Then, I'll take you to that wonderful place I mentioned earlier," Roy announced. He waved his hand, and 100,000 evil pieces of varying ranks appeared, floating before each cursed child, including Anju, Ko, and Tina. Without hesitation, the girls reached out and grabbed the evil pieces. The clearing was filled with a soft, warm light as the cursed children underwent their transformation. This phenomenon, however, attracted the attention of nearby humans. A few thugs, seeing the gathering of cursed children, fled in terror. They used to enjoy bullying cursed children, but after being beaten up by them recently, they no longer dared to approach them. But their hatred for the cursed children only grew stronger. They ran through the streets, spreading rumors about the cursed children planning to harm humans. The entire region was in an uproar. Soon, all the cursed children had become devils. 100,000 high-class devils gathered in one place. The air crackled with their immense power. These newly transformed devils couldn't control their magic yet. Roy sighed inwardly. Teaching 100,000 little girls about the ways of devils would be a headache. But he could leave that to Greyfire. He smirked and waved his hand, and the clearing was empty. He reappeared in the underworld, in the small city he had created behind the Lucifuge territory. Greyfire had already arranged for some of her subordinates to wait there, and the support staff, including Leonardo da Vinci and other heroic spirits, were busy preparing supplies. A bright light flashed. 100,000 high-class devils materialized before them. What did 100,000 high-class devils mean? High-class devils were the backbone of the major devil families in the underworld. There probably weren't this many high-class devils in the entire underworld. Chapter 256, Settling Down the 100,000 Little Lawless Destruction Before Salvation. The aura of 100,000 high-class devils was overwhelming, like a massive army. The mouse in the underworld instantly sensed it. Over there. Is that the Lucifuge territory? What is my brother-in-law up to now? Xerxes wondered. Roy's abilities were beyond his comprehension. Seraphal Leviathan, busy with her duties, also sensed the powerful aura. "Roy's back!" she exclaimed, abandoning her work and teleporting away. The other devils in the castle couldn't find her. The entire underworld was in an uproar over the sudden appearance of 100,000 high-class devils. Roy, leading the little girls, Kisara, and Scion, arrived at the newly built city in the underworld. Greyfire immediately greeted them. "Roy, are these?" She was stunned. She had heard that he was bringing back 100,000 servants, but she hadn't expected them to be high-class devils. "Haha, I'm also surprised by their potential. But this is just the first batch. There are many more to come. Please take care of them, sister," Roy said with a chuckle. "Don't worry, I will." Greyfire replied with a gentle smile, looking at the adorable girls. "Roy, you're back." Seraphal suddenly appeared, throwing her arms around Roy. Roy caught her and playfully patted her bottom. "Can't you act a bit more mature now that you're my wife?" he teased. "Yeah, but I like you, Roy." Seraphal giggled, nuzzling his chest. Greyfire, watching Seraphal's affectionate display, couldn't help but smile. They had once been rivals but now they were family. "Seraphal, you can help out too," Roy said. "Eh? Help with what?" Seraphal asked, tilting her head. "Be a teacher, of course," Roy replied with a grin. "A teacher?" "Yes." Roy had built schools throughout the city for the little girls to attend. They could learn about both the human world and the underworld. The city also had supermarkets, hair salons, restaurants, amusement parks. Everything a human city would have. And Roy had designed it with a childlike aesthetic, making it look like a magical wonderland. Seraphal, understanding his plan, nodded and agreed to teach when she had time. "All right, everyone, let's go inside," Roy announced, leading the way into the city. The city gates opened, revealing a breathtaking sight that made the little girls gasp in amazement. They marveled at the adorable buildings and decorations, eager to explore. Roy led them to the residential area, where each house was beautifully decorated and comfortable. "Alright, let's get everyone settled in. You must be tired after that long journey," Roy said to Greyfire. "Yes, I'll take care of it," Greyfire replied with a nod. She, along with the other servants and some of the heroic spirits, began assigning rooms to the little girls. Even Seraphal joined in. Roy, seeing that they were still short-staffed, returned to Kwa Academy and brought back Sona, Asdeeth, Shizuka, Saya, and the others who hadn't gone to the world of Konosuba. This sped up the process significantly. Leaving the task of settling the little girls to Greyfire, Roy returned to the world of Black Bullet with Kisara, Siitenshai, Inju, Ko, Dina, and Kohina. This was just the first batch of cursed children. He would need to transport more later. But when they returned to the clearing, they found it surrounded by humans. These were the people who had been protesting against the cursed children and the gas tree. They had come here after hearing the rumors spread by the thugs. And they were armed with guns. Their intentions were clear. Roy and the others' sudden appearance startled them. They had expected to find a large gathering of cursed children, but there was no one here. Just as they were about to leave, Roy and the others appeared. "Cursed children. It's the cursed children. We were right," the thugs shouted excitedly. They had been punished for lying earlier, so they were eager to prove themselves right. The leader of the group, seeing Anju and the other cursed children, scowled. "Hand over the cursed children," he demanded. He waved his hand, and several armed men stepped forward, not giving them a chance to refuse. They were going to take the cursed children away. Although the cursed children were now immune to harm, they were still hesitant to fight back, unless their lives were in danger. After all, they were just little girls. Roy chuckled, then pulled Siitenshai closer and said, "Look, are these the humans you want to save?" He had cast a spell on Siitenshai, so the humans didn't recognize her. Siitenshai's face fell as she saw the hatred in their eyes. She had always known that many people hated the cursed children, but she hadn't realized it was this bad. If not for Roy's protection, these people would have already attacked them. Seeing her dejected expression, Roy smirked and said, "Siitenshai, just be a good girl and leave everything to me. I'll make sure you're satisfied." He caressed her cheek until she blushed, then let her go. The armed men approached them. "Daddy, can I kill them?" Kohina asked with a sweet smile, pulling out 2 small knives from her skirt. "Of course. But don't get any blood on your clothes," Roy replied, patting her head. "Okay." Kohina chirped. She was overjoyed. Roy usually forbade her from killing, so she had been suppressing her bloodlust. Now, she could finally unleash it. Swish. Kohina vanished in a flash. She reappeared beside the armed men, then disappeared again. The men froze. Clank. Their guns fell to the ground, and they collapsed. The leader, seeing this, gasped in horror. "Run. The cursed children are attacking." But just as he finished speaking, a thin line appeared on his neck. The line widened, and blood gushed out. He had been decapitated. Kohina's attack had been too fast for the wound to even open. After becoming a devil, Kohina's strength had reached the peak of high-class devil. Even Tina would struggle to defeat her now. After all, Tina specialized in ranged combat and using technology. But at this level, technology was less effective. Kohina was too fast for guns or even Tina's sniper rifle. Siitenshai closed her eyes and buried her face in Roy's chest, unable to bear the sight of the carnage. Roy might not destroy the world, but he wouldn't show any mercy to those who harmed the cursed children. He knew how cruel these people could be. In the original story, someone had even bombed the outer area, killing many cursed children and almost killing the old man who took care of them. He might save this region for Siitenshai and Kisara's sake, but he wouldn't save these people. So, he would eliminate those who hated and harmed the cursed children first, then save the rest. Only those who didn't hate or harm the cursed children deserved to be saved. Soon, all the attackers lay dead at Kohina's feet. And thanks to her speed, there wasn't a single drop of blood on her clothes. "Daddy, I killed them all," Kohina declared proudly, seeking his praise. "Hey, well done, Kohina," Roy said with a smile, patting her head. Kohina beamed. "Roy, what are you going to do now?" Kisara asked. "Now? It's time to take out the trash, of course," Roy replied, waving his hand. The corpses vanished. Then, he unleashed his magic power, enveloping the entire planet. In an instant, all the humans who had harmed cursed children were annihilated. This reduced the human population by half. The defenses of each region weakened significantly. And the monolith protecting their region also collapsed. But that wasn't all. In the harbor, a massive figure emerged from the sea like a giant monster. Everyone felt the impending doom. But just then, Roy cast another powerful spell, instantly eradicating all the ghastry in the world. The monstrous figure vanished, as if it had been an illusion. Alright, that's taken care of. Let's go home and rest, Roy said with a yawn, then led Scion and Kisara away. The two girls, although unaware of what he had done, could tell that he had changed the world drastically. Chapter 257, Returning to the DxD world, researching teleportation gates. The next day Kisara and Scion learned about Roy's actions through the news. Every channel was reporting on the sudden disappearance of a large portion of the human population. But the news of the complete eradication of the ghastry also brought tears of joy to the remaining humans. The creatures that had threatened them for so long, forcing them to live in fear within the monoliths, were finally gone. This was a joyous occasion. Some even claimed that this was divine punishment. But regardless of the reason, a new era for humanity was about to begin. Kisara and Scion, watching the news, exchanged smiles. Roy had fulfilled their request and saved this world. Although his methods were a bit drastic, he had still done it. They were deeply grateful. They went to the bedroom and looked at Roy, who was sleeping peacefully with the little girls. Roy suddenly opened his eyes and looked at them with a puzzled expression. "What are you doing?" "Roy, thank you," Scion said sincerely, bowing her head. "Thank you," Kisara also said with a bow. "Are you too crazy? Waking me up just to thank me?" Roy grumbled, then smirked. "Well, since you're already here." He gestured towards his crotch. Kisara and Scion blushed, but they still did as he asked. Roy continued transporting the cursed children to the DxD world 100,000 at a time. The city he had created was named Dreamland due to its fantastical appearance. The little girls were enrolled in schools, and Saya, Shizuka Marikawa, Rika Minami, and the others, who were bored at home, took turns teaching them. The cursed children, having experienced the harshness of the world, were surprisingly well behaved and mature for their age. This made things much easier for Roy and the others. Aside from transporting the cursed children, Roy also spent time with Kisara, Scion, and the little girls, enjoying their company. After 10 days, most of the cursed children in the world had been transported to Dreamland. The remaining ones were either unwilling to leave due to their strong bonds with certain humans or hadn't accepted Roy's protection. Roy didn't force them. He had already collected over 1 million little girls. A few more wouldn't make much difference. Having completed his mission in this world, Roy decided to return to the world of high school DxD with Kisara, Scion, Inju, Ko, Dina, and Kohina. As soon as they arrived back in Dreamland, the little girls swarmed them. "Roy-sama is back." "It's true. Roy-sama is back." The girls were overjoyed. It seemed they were happy here. No one hated them or hurt them here. And without the threat of the ghastly virus, they had nothing to worry about. Compared to their past lives, this was paradise. Alright, little ones, it's time for class," Roy said with a smile, gently shooing them away. He was now a man with over 1 million daughters. After sending the girls to school, Roy took Kisara, Scion, and the 4 little girls to one of the schools managed by Sona. "Sona-chan, we're back," he announced. Sona, startled by the familiar nickname, thought it was her sister Seraphol. But then she saw Roy and rolled her eyes playfully. "Sona-chan, you're such a capable wife. You've managed the city so well," Roy praised, having observed the city's order and efficiency upon his return. This was not only due to the well-behaved nature of the cursed children but also Sona's excellent leadership skills. "I know, right?" Sona replied with a smug grin. "Who are these two?" she asked, noticing Kisara and Scion, whom she hadn't met before. "Hey, this is Kisara Tendo, and this is Scion," Roy introduced them. "Sona, please enroll Kohina and the others in this school," he added. Kohina suddenly clung to him tightly. "I want to stay with Daddy." Roy chuckled and patted her head. "Of course you can stay with me. But you need to go to school too, Kohina. You can make lots of friends there." Kohina thought for a moment, then nodded obediently. Inju, Ko, and Tina were more obedient and didn't object to Roy's arrangements. "Scion, Kisara, would you two like to be teachers here?" Roy asked. "Us? Teachers?" Kisara and Scion exchanged surprised glances. They were still in high school themselves. "It's fine. You'll just be teaching little girls," Roy reassured them. "Alright then." They agreed. Roy smiled, then turned to Sona. "Sona, I'll leave them to you." "Okay, Tsubaki," Sona called out. Tsubaki Shinra entered the room. "Tsubaki, please show them around and help them get settled." "Yes, Keiku." Tsubaki nodded, then looked at Kisara, Scion, and the others. "Please follow me." They nodded and left the office with Tsubaki. Once they were alone, Roy quickly took Sona's seat and pulled her onto his lap. Sona was startled. "Sona, did you miss me? Don't move." Sona protested weakly, then gave up when she realized she couldn't escape. Roy chuckled and proceeded to discipline her. Later, Roy decided to focus on researching the system's world-traveling ability. After all, he had settled the million little girls. Now, it was time to increase their strength. Contracting a million high-class devils hadn't significantly boosted his power. He had to make them stronger. His plan was to take them to the world of Konosuba to level up. That world had a comprehensive leveling system and various magic skills. With that system, they could level up by defeating monsters anywhere. It was very efficient. And as they leveled up, they might even be able to progress to the ultimate class without any problem. But there was one problem: traveling to and from the world of Konosuba was inconvenient. Without Roy, Ryaz and the others wouldn't be able to return. So, he needed to research the teleportation function. Perhaps he could create a stable portal for easy travel between worlds. He enlisted the help of Lukoa, Elma, Taru, Pandora, Athena, and Metis, who were all knowledgeable about magic. With his stellar-level power, he should be able to travel between dimensions without relying on the system. And so they spent a year researching in Lukoa's time-stop field. But when they emerged, only a week had passed in the real world. They had finally figured out how to create a stable portal. Of course, it required some rare materials, so Roy borrowed some from Odin and Indra. After gathering the necessary materials, they began construction. A month later, after using up all the materials, they finally created 5 portals. The coordinates of these portals could be set to any world Roy had visited. With these portals, the girls could easily visit their original worlds whenever they wanted. Nezuko, for example, hadn't seen her brother Tanjiro in a long time. And Shiel, Mine, Leon, Chelsea, and the others also missed Najenda. Claire, Alice, and Rinslet also had family in the world of Bladedance of Elementalers. With these portals, they could easily visit their loved ones whenever they wanted. The girls were overjoyed when they learned about the portals. "Thank you, Royani-chan," Nezuko exclaimed, giving him a kiss. She had been wanting to see Tanjiro for a while now. "Alright, everyone, go visit your families if you want," Roy said with a smile, patting Nezuko's head. With their current strength, he wasn't worried about their safety. The girls excitedly went to their respective worlds. "Alright, it's our turn to go now," Roy said, taking Anju, Ko, Dina, Kohina, and Kisara with him. They were going to the world of Konosuba. It had been several months since Ryaz and the others went there. He wondered how they were doing and if they had defeated the Demon King yet. The portal opened in the mansion he had bought in Axel. Ryaz and the others immediately sensed the spatial distortion. "Roy?" Ryaz was surprised to see him emerge from a portal. He had always appeared and disappeared instantly before. "Yo, Ryaz, Akano." Roy greeted them with a wave. "Roy, what's going on?" Ryaz asked, confused about the portal. "This is a portal I created. With this, you can freely travel between the 2 worlds," Roy explained. "That's amazing," Ryaz exclaimed, impressed. Sako, Akano, Konko, and the others were also surprised. They hadn't expected Roy to create an interdimensional portal. Chapter 258, New Adventure Begins. Strike the Blood World. "Haha, then I'll take them to register as adventurers first," Roy said after chatting with the girls for a while. Ryaz and the others were surprised to learn that he had contracted 1,000,000 high-class devil servants. They were curious about these new additions to their family. Having spent a few months in the world of Konosuba, Ryaz and the others had explored most of it and were ready to return. Roy, meanwhile, was going to take Anju and the others to register as adventurers. When he had arrived in this world, he had discovered that the Demon King had already been defeated. And his generals, except for Wiz, had also been killed. Even Vanir, who had tried to play dead and escape in front of Ryaz, had been ruthlessly eliminated. The girls had become famous adventurers after defeating the Demon King. "Luna!" Roy called out, entering the Adventurers Guild and spotting Luna, who seemed to be daydreaming. He hugged her from behind. Luna flinched, about to scream, but then she recognized the familiar touch and relaxed. "Roy-sama, you're back," she exclaimed, turning around and hugging him tightly. "Haha, Luna, you've done a good job. I'll reward you properly when we get back," Roy whispered in her ear with a mischievous grin. Luna blushed. Ryaz and the others had been in this world for a while now, and Luna had been a great help to them. And she would be responsible for guiding the 1,000,000 little girls Roy had brought back. She was essentially their guide. Roy sat down with Luna and explained her new responsibilities. Luna readily agreed. After all, she belonged to Roy now. She was happy to be of service to him. Seeing her eagerness, Roy rewarded her with a kiss. This caused a commotion among the other adventurers in the guild hall. They had never seen Luna so affectionate with anyone before. But after realizing it was Roy, the one who had defeated the Demon King General and the mobile fortress destroyer, they quickly quieted down. "Now, let's get these girls registered as adventurers," Roy said to Luna. "No problem." They went to the counter, and Luna retrieved the crystal orb used for job registration. "Just place your hand on it." "Who wants to go first?" Roy asked the little girls. "Me, Daddy." Kohina volunteered. Luna's eyes widened in surprise. Is she your daughter, Roy-sama?" "Of course not." "What are you thinking?" Roy said, flicking her forehead playfully. Luna blushed and giggled. But Roy wasn't done teasing her. He leaned closer and whispered, "It's hard for me to have children. So, why don't you try harder?" Luna's face turned crimson. Just then, the crystal orb glowed brightly, drawing their attention. The intensity of the light indicated that Kohina had great potential. As expected, Luna gasped as she read Kohina's adventurer card. Amazing. Her agility and strength are almost maxed out. And aside from her slightly low intelligence, her other stats are also above average. She qualifies for advanced jobs like high swordsman or thief. The guild hall erupted in commotion. What was going on with this town? A few months ago, a group of incredibly talented girls had arrived. And now, another group with monstrous potential had appeared. Were geniuses that common now? It was unbelievable. "Daddy, am I amazing?" Kohina asked, tugging on Roy's sleeve and looking at him with anticipation. "Of course you are. My Kohina is the best," Roy replied with a smile, patting her head. Kohina beamed. Me next. Me next." Inju and the others also clamored for their turn. Inju's stats were similar to Kohina's, but without the low intelligence. This gave her a wider range of job options. Ko's stats were also impressive. Although her strength and agility weren't as high as Kohina's or Inju's, her intelligence and magic power were far superior. She could choose to be an archbishop or a mage. Tina's stats were even more monstrous. Not only were her strength and agility maxed out, but her intelligence and magic power were also incredibly high. She could choose any job she wanted. And finally, Kisara's stats were similar to Kohina's and Inju's, with a focus on agility. The 5 little girls then chose their desired jobs. After changing their jobs, it was time for them to start their adventure. Roy decided to accompany them. Over the next month, more and more cursed children arrived to register as adventurers. Roy's plan was progressing smoothly. The only problem was that although leveling up as adventurers did increase the little girls' strength, the gains were limited. They would need to reach a very high level before the increase in power became significant. Reaching ultimate class through this method would be very difficult. Of course, the various job skills they learned significantly enhanced their combat abilities. But it wasn't enough. Roy wondered if he could combine this with the blessings of the Danmiki world. Dual leveling systems. That would be amazing. After spending 2 months adventuring with the little girls, Roy entrusted them to Ryaz and the others. Suno was managing Dreamland, and Ryaz was overseeing the little girls' growth. He didn't have to worry about them. With some free time on his hands, Roy decided to embark on another journey to a new world. This time, it was the world of Strike the Blood. Itagami Island, underground mausoleum. Roy materialized in the darkness. He glanced around and spotted an ice coffin. Inside the coffin, a young girl with beautiful golden hair and a delicate figure lay in a deep sleep. She was wearing a tattered white robe. Her name was Aurora Florestina. She was one of the 12 artificial true ancestors created, codenamed Number 12. This was 4 years before the main events of the story. Roy had come for Aurora. He looked at the sleeping girl in the coffin and snapped his fingers. The ice shattered, and the seal was broken. Aurora's eyes fluttered open. She blinked, confused, then noticed Roy's presence. "Who are you?" she asked in a haughty but childish voice. Roy smirked, hearing her tone. It seemed that the soul that had awakened wasn't the original one. Aurora was still a child, with no real-world experience. Her tone was arrogant, but her personality was innocent and naive. "I'm the one who woke you up. And I'll be your master from now on," Roy declared. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from Aurora. A mermaid with wings appeared behind her, holding a vase. Crack. 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 The underground mausoleum was quickly encased in ice. But the ice stopped before reaching Roy. In this world, vampires didn't fight with their own power. Instead, they relied on familiars, which fed on their life force, to unleash devastating attacks. The mermaid behind Aurora was her 12th familiar, Aurska Glacis. It corresponded to the zodiac sign Pisces and possessed powerful ice magic. But it was nothing compared to Roy's ice magic. "Humphrey!" Roy snorted. The ice instantly vanished as if it had never existed. Even the mermaid retreated back into Avrora's body, afraid to come out. After all, the strongest true ancestors in this world were only around Mao class or super devil level. They were no match for Roy. And Avrora was only a 12th of the fourth progenitor's power. Avrora was stunned. She tried to summon her familiar again, but it wouldn't come out. Damn it. What did you do? Avrora glared at him with a cute, pouty expression. It seems I have to do this, Roy said, releasing a bit of his aura. Avrora, feeling the pressure of his overwhelming power, involuntarily fell to her knees. She trembled, unable to resist the instinctive fear of a superior being. Although Roy was a devil and Avrora was a vampire, the hierarchy still applied. Who are you? How can you suppress me like this? Avrora asked, her voice suddenly turning cold. Roy instantly understood. It seemed the original soul within Avrora had awakened, sensing the pressure from his aura. I am your master. Do you submit? Roy asked, his tone no longer gentle. He intensified the pressure of his aura on Avrora. Never. I won't submit. The original soul retorted defiantly. Then disappear. Roy said coldly. He had lost interest in the original soul. He was only interested in the newly born Avrora. If the original soul had submitted, he might have considered creating a new body for her. But since she chose to resist, he would simply eliminate her. Chapter 259, The Fourth Primogenitor, Avrora, Witch of the Void Natsuki. A wave of death washed over the original soul, making her tremble. Wait. At the critical moment, the original soul finally faltered. She couldn't die here. She still had to avenge herself. The fourth progenitor was nothing more than a tool created by the other three primogenitors to combat the forces of Cain. Even with her immense power, she was still just a tool to be used and discarded. The original soul wouldn't forget this humiliation. Roy, seeing her hesitation, smirked. Accept the power of the evil piece, he said, offering her a chess piece. The original soul's expression flickered as she looked at the evil piece. She knew that once she accepted it, she would lose her freedom and become Roy's servant forever. But she had no choice now. However, at the last moment the original soul retreated, and Avrora regained control of her body. Roy raised an eyebrow. Did the original soul think that having Avrora take the evil piece wouldn't affect her? How naive. Avrora, back in control, looked at Roy with fear. She was just a naive and timid child. Seeing that he wasn't saying anything, she reached out and grabbed the evil piece. The evil piece merged with her body. A bright light enveloped her, and a devil transformation ritual began. The original soul tried to resist, but it was futile. The devil contract etched Roy's mark onto both their souls. After a while, the ritual was complete. Master. Avrora mumbled shyly, opening her eyes. Roy chuckled. Avrora, now a devil, had reached super devil level and retained her familiars. Even the weakness of vampires, the thirst for blood, was gone. She was now flawless, even stronger than before. The original soul within her was frustrated. She hadn't expected to be bound by the contract even after retreating. But this power would be enough for her revenge. And if she could regain control of all her familiars, she could become even stronger. Good girl. Roy patted Avrora's head gently. Meanwhile, a group of people arrived outside the underground mausoleum. It was Nagi's Akatsuki, Kojo Akatsuki, and their father, Gojo Akatsuki, along with a team of archaeologists. After much effort, they had finally managed to open the entrance to the mausoleum. It's open. Wonderful. A woman with blonde hair exclaimed. This was Liana Caruana, a noblewoman and the one who had funded this expedition. She was also supposed to be the next head of the Caruana family. The group eagerly entered the mausoleum. They arrived just in time to see Roy patting Avrora's head. Everyone was stunned. Then, Liana's eyes widened in shock as she recognized Avrora. The 12 candidates for the fourth progenitor all looked identical, so she instantly knew who this girl was. This was the 12th candidate, Avrora Florestina. After a moment of shock, Liana knelt and bowed her head. Liana Caruana of the Caruana family greets the fourth progenitor. Roy looked at the group with amusement. He recognized them all. There was the Akatsuki family, of course. And Liana Caruana was the girl who had sacrificed herself to protect Kojo and Nagisa from the Black Death Emperor front in the original story. Master, is she talking to me? Avrora asked Roy, pointing at Liana. Everyone was stunned again. They had heard correctly, hadn't they? The fourth progenitor had called someone master. And then they noticed the man standing beside her. Who was this man? Why was the fourth progenitor calling him master? They were confused. They had never heard of the fourth progenitor having a master. Of course she is, Roy replied, continuing to stroke Avrora's head. Avrora purred like a cat, enjoying his touch. Liana and the others couldn't believe their eyes. If it weren't for the familiar magic power, they would have thought this was a fake fourth progenitor. Sir, may I ask who you are? Liana asked cautiously. Hey, me? Just a passing demon lord. Roy replied with a shrug. Demon lord? They exchanged confused glances. They weren't familiar with demon lords. After all, this was a world ruled by primogenitors. Demon lord? That's hilarious. Ha ha ha. A boisterous laughter echoed through the mausoleum. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was a werewolf with a muscular build. Liana, seeing him, scoffed. Golan has her off, you have the nerve to show your face here. Golan, hearing her words, sneered. Liana Caruana, the fallen noble, defeated by a trashy vampire without even a familiar, has the nerve to beg for mercy before the fourth progenitor? Damn you. Liana growled, her face flushed with anger. Golan had exposed her failures. She had spent all her family's fortune and taken a huge risk to awaken the fourth progenitor. If her plan failed, her family would be ruined. She didn't waste any more words and summoned her two wolf familiars. She sent them towards Golan. But Golan simply laughed. I'm not interested in playing with trash like you. He grabbed the two wolves and effortlessly snapped their necks. They vanished with a whimper. Although familiars wouldn't truly die, Liana still suffered a backlash from their destruction. She cried out in pain and fell to her knees. This is impossible, she exclaimed in disbelief. Her familiars had been defeated so easily? Golan ignored her and turned his attention to Roy, a predatory grin spreading across his face. Before I kill the fourth progenitor, I'll deal with you, the so-called demon lord, he declared. He strode towards Roy. Roy, hearing his arrogant words, couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time someone had dared to speak to him like that. Suddenly, Golan's legs froze. He looked down and saw that his feet were covered in ice. He couldn't feel his legs anymore. His face paled. Liana gasped. Damn it. Fear gripped Golan's heart, and he tried to escape with his magic. But his body was already frozen solid. He could only watch helplessly as the ice spread up his legs, reaching his knees, his waist. The ice continued to spread, eventually reaching his head. His face contorted in fear as he was completely encased in ice. Roy smirked and snapped his fingers. Shatter. Golan's frozen body instantly exploded into icy dust. A chill filled the air, and Gajo, Kojo, and Liana couldn't help but shiver. Although there had been no violent struggle, the sight of someone being effortlessly erased from existence was terrifying. Was this the power of a demon lord? He was indeed stronger than the fourth progenitor. No wonder she called him master. Liana looked at Roy with a newfound respect. Just then a spatial distortion appeared, and a petite girl dressed in a black gothic Lolita dress and holding a parasol materialized before them. It was Natsuki Minamiya, the Witch of the Void. Golan has her off, it ends here. Your crimes have been exposed. Eh? She looked around, confused. She had sensed Golan's magic here, but he was nowhere to be seen. Golan is dead, Roy suddenly said. Natsuki turned to Aurora and gasped. It was the fourth progenitor. She had awakened. Roy sighed inwardly. He had been completely ignored again. He suddenly appeared before Natsuki, pinched her cheek playfully, then returned to his spot. If you weren't paying attention you would have missed it. But... Ah! Natsuki yelped in surprise. She glared at Roy. Others might not have noticed, but she had definitely seen what he did. That man had just molested her. Chapter 260, The Shrine Maiden, Nagisa Akatsuki, The Feast of Flames. Damn it! Who are you? Natsuki demanded, glaring at Roy. She hadn't been able to react to his speed. This man was clearly not ordinary. Hey, let me repeat myself. You can call me a demon lord. Roy replied with a smirk. Demon lord? Natsuki's eyes widened in shock. The people of this world might not know much about demon lords, but they were familiar with devils. Humans who formed contracts with devils could use powerful magic and were called witch. And every witch had a contract with a devil. Natsuki knew that there were kings among devils, and those kings were called demon lords. Roy, sensing her thoughts, scoffed. I'm not like those trash demon lords. Natsuki's expression hardened. This man could read her mind? Roy ignored her. He wasn't planning on making her his servant yet. After all, Natsuki was also a witch. Her spatial manipulation magic came from her contract with the devil. To make her his servant, he would have to deal with that devil first. But if he eliminated that devil, Natsuki would lose her magic, and the prison she was guarding would collapse. Now wasn't the time. Roy turned his attention to Nagisa Akatsuki. The girl were still young. He couldn't wait that long. So he decided to travel 4 years into the future, to the beginning of the main storyline. But first, there were some matters he had to attend to. Kojo, seeing Roy's gaze on his sister, instinctively shielded her with his body. Roy, who hadn't been planning on doing anything to Nagisa, suddenly had an idea. He appeared before Kojo in a flash. What are you doing? Kojo stammered, alarmed. Kojo Akatsuki was also about to intervene, but he found himself paralyzed. Your sister is quite cute. She'll be my personal shrine maiden from now on. Roy declared with a smirk, then summoned an evil piece and merged it with Nagisa. What? What did you do to my sister? Kojo demanded, glaring at Roy. Don't worry, this power will protect her. Roy reassured him, patting his shoulder before turning to leave. Wait, Demon Lord Sama. A voice called out. Roy turned and saw Liana. Liana, intimidated by his gaze, fell to her knees. But she steeled her resolve and said, Demon Lord Sama, you must be unfamiliar with this world. The Kuruana family can serve you and assist you in any way we can. Her eagerness to become his subordinate amused Roy. He had almost forgotten about her. After all, she was just a minor character who died early in the story. But having a loyal subordinate wasn't a bad idea. To serve a demon lord, you need more than just loyalty. Roy said, extending his hand towards Liana. A surge of magic power erupted, lifting Liana into the air. Then, he channeled his magic into her, forcefully increasing her power. Ah! Liana screamed in pain. This method of forcefully increasing one's power was brutal. Roy could have done it more gently, but to gain power, one had to endure pain. Natsuki, witnessing this, was shocked. This demon lord could forcefully increase someone's power? Liana's aura grew stronger and stronger, quickly reaching a level comparable to Natsuki's. Natsuki was known as the Witch of the Void, also one of the most powerful humans in this world. Although she wasn't Mao class, she was close. And now, Liana's power had been raised to her level in an instant. It was unbelievable. Finally, Liana's screams subsided. She was drenched in sweat, but her expression was filled with excitement. She could feel the immense power coursing through her body. With this power, she could have easily defeated Golan Hazarov. Thank you, Master. She exclaimed, bowing deeply. She knew she had made the right choice. The fourth progenitor hadn't done anything. It was this demon lord who held all the power. Good. I'll be arriving on Itagami Island in 4 years. I expect you to have made some progress by then. Roy said. Liana's eyes lit up. Yes, Master. I won't disappoint you. Natsuki, however, was fuming. Wasn't he basically giving Liana free rein to do whatever she wanted on Itagami Island? How shameless. But she didn't protest. If she angered him, he might destroy the entire island. Roy, ignoring her, then vanished from the mausoleum with Avrara. 4 years later. 4 years have passed, huh? Roy mused as he and Avrara appeared on a street in Itagami Island. The streets were bustling with people, their faces filled with smiles. It seemed like the island was well managed. He scanned the island with his senses, instantly grasping the current situation. Hey, Liana has exceeded my expectations. He said with a smirk. Liana had become one of the high-ranking officials on Itagami Island. The Itagami Island Management Corporation was the official governing body, and Liana was now a member of it. But the true ruler of the island was the eye that controlled the entire management system, Mogwai. As seen in the anime, the corporation didn't have much power. They relied on Natsuki to defend against external threats. But now, with Liana's strength rivaling Natsuki's, the corporation was a force to be reckoned with. Over the years, any demon who tried to invade the island had been easily defeated by Liana. This had confirmed her position on the island. She had also secretly expanded her own forces and expanded her influence. But Roy didn't care about any of that. Master, I'm hungry. Avrara suddenly whined, her stomach growling as she smelled the delicious food from a nearby restaurant. Without her bloodlust, she no longer needed to drink blood. But the smell of food still tempted her. Don't call me Master. Just call me Roy. Roy said, gently patting her head, then took her to the restaurant and treated her to a feast. Aurora ate until she was full. That was delicious. She exclaimed, patting her belly with a satisfied smile. After spending some time together, she was no longer as afraid of Roy as before. Now that you're full, let's go. Roy said, leading her out of the restaurant. They vanished. They reappeared in a beautifully decorated apartment. Who's there? Natsuki's voice called out. Someone had invaded her home. She used her spatial magic and instantly returned from school. But then, she saw 2 figures sitting on her sofa and her eyes widened in shock. It was the Demon Lord and the 4th progenitor. He had kept his promise and returned after 4 years. Demon Lord Sama. Natsuki said, bowing respectfully. Natsuki-chan, it's been 4 years. Did you miss me? Roy asked playfully. Natsuki's eye twitched. Miss you? I wish you would never show your face on Itagami Island again, she thought. But she couldn't say that out loud. Demon Lord Sama, you're welcome here. She replied politely. Oh, really? Roy chuckled. He had just been joking, but it seemed Natsuki had taken him seriously. She didn't look very welcoming. But he didn't dwell on it. He had already contacted Liana and asked her to come here. She should be arriving soon. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Who could that be? Natsuki wondered, going to answer the door. Seeing Liana, her expression turned cold. Although Liana's presence on the island had reduced her workload, she often clashed with Liana on certain matters. She glanced at Roy and instantly understood Liana's purpose. She stepped aside, allowing Liana to enter. "Greetings, Master," Liana exclaimed, approaching Roy and kneeling before him. "How are the preparations coming along?" Roy asked, getting straight to the point. "Master, I've already contacted the 3 Warlords Empire factions, and the Feast of Flames has been scheduled to be held on Itagami Island," Liana reported. "Good. But I doubt everyone will bring their 4th progenitor candidates," Roy said. Although the festival was meant to help the 4th progenitor candidates merge and become stronger to fight Kane, but not everyone would cooperate. In the original story, some people hadn't brought their candidates to the festival. Natsuki, hearing that the Feast of Flames would be held on Itagami Island, frowned. The festival was a gathering of various factions. It wouldn't be peaceful. Chapter 261, The Demon Lord goes to high school. Asagieba and Nagi's Akatsuki arrives. With the 4th progenitor's awakening and the announcement of the Feast of Flames on Itagami Island, the 3 Warlords Empire factions were in an uproar. The Duke of Ardeal, the Warlord Domain's ambassador to Itagami Island, was stunned when he heard the news. It wasn't the Feast of Flames itself that surprised him, but the fact that it was being hosted by someone calling himself a demon lord. And the 4th progenitor was his subordinate? This was intriguing. The Lion King organization also decided to investigate this demon lord. They wanted to know who he was. The various factions sent their representatives to Itagami Island to gather information. Meanwhile, Roy and Avrara were staying at Natsuki's apartment. Although Natsuki was reluctant, she couldn't refuse them. As Roy was enjoying the tea Natsuki had prepared, he suddenly asked, "Natsuki-chan, you're a teacher at Saikai Academy, right?" "Yes, that's right," Natsuki replied, a sense of foreboding washing over her. "Perfect. Enroll us in the school," Roy said with a smirk. Natsuki sighed. She knew he wouldn't be here without a reason. And the worst part was that she couldn't refuse him. "Fine," she agreed reluctantly. "Don't be sad, Natsuki-chan. I won't do anything to your students." Roy chuckled. Natsuki's eye twitched. The next day Roy and Avrora were enrolled in Saikai Academy. "By the way, I don't know your name yet," Natsuki said as she was filling out the paperwork. "Roy," Roy replied. "Roy, huh?" Natsuki committed the name to memory. "I heard you're a teacher for the first-year high school class, Natsuki-chan. Then I'll join that class too," Roy said with a playful grin. Natsuki didn't object. It was better for him to be in her class so she could keep an eye on him. The enrollment process was quickly completed. Natsuki led them to the classroom. "Everyone, we have some transfer students today," she announced. The students immediately started chattering excitedly. "Natsuki-chan, what kind of transfer students? Are they beautiful girls? Yeah, are there any hotties? I'm so curious. Transfer students. I hope there's a cute guy." Thwack. 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 Natsuki slammed her hand on the desk, trying to silence them. "I told you not to add Chan to my name. But Natsuki-chan is so cute." Yeah. Natsuki sighed. They were hopeless. "Alright, come on in," she called out towards the door. Roy and Avrora entered the classroom. The students erupted in cheers again. "He's a hottie. He's so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Idiot, isn't that girl next to him his girlfriend? She's pretty too." But one person's expression changed drastically upon seeing the newcomers. It was Koju Akatsuki. After failing to become the 4th progenitor, Koju had been living a peaceful life. And due to his preference for being a lone wolf, he didn't have many friends. He instantly recognized Roy and Avrora. He remembered Roy's words from 4 years ago, that he would return. And he had kept his promise. Koju lowered his head, trying to avoid their gaze. But Roy had already noticed him. He glanced at Koju, then shifted his attention to a girl with long golden hair. Her uniform was different from the others. It was customized to be just within the school's dress code. It was quite alluring. But she was actually a very conservative girl. Her name was Asagieba. She was a computer genius, known as the Cyber Empress. She was currently employed by a government-owned company that managed Itagami Island. She was also the chosen operator of the island center Mogwai. Even the strictest security measures in the island's core couldn't stop her if she was determined. Her skills as a hacker programmer were top-notch. And she was also good friends with Nagisa Akatsuki. Speaking of Nagisa, his personal shrine maiden, Roy wondered how she was doing. He decided to visit her after class. Demon. Roy, introduce yourselves. Natsuki said, almost calling him Demon Lord. Roy smirked and looked at the students. I'm Roy Lucifuge, a Demon Lord. My hobby is collecting servants. If any of you desire immortality, feel free to approach me. He glanced at Asagieba as he said those words, his intentions clear. The students erupted in chatter again. Seriously? A Demon Lord? Is he a vampire? He doesn't look like a vampire. Immortality. I wonder if he'll accept me. Don't even think about it. He is clearly not interested in you. The students were excited and curious about this self-proclaimed Demon Lord. On Itagami Island, the existence of vampires, werewolves, and other supernatural beings wasn't a secret. There was even a special district for them, created to protect endangered species and study their abilities. Many of the girls were interested in Roy. So he did have an ulterior motive. Kojo muttered to himself, still trying to avoid attention. Asagi, noticing Roy's gaze on her, was confused. Was he targeting her? She wasn't interested in becoming anyone's servant. She was happy being human. Natsuki sighed. It seemed he was indeed here for a specific purpose. Was it that girl? She also glanced at Asagi. Asagieba was a special person on Itagami Island. She was the priestess of Cain, the primogenitor of the demon kind. Itagami Island was an artificial island that defied the laws of nature. To Cain, who was cursed by God, this island was a giant altar. In other words, everything on this island was Asagi's ally. All coincidences and inevitabilities would protect her. As long as she was on Itagami Island, no one could kill her, not even a true ancestor. Natsuki was worried. Since Asagi was the priestess of Cain, she would eventually become the catalyst for the Holy War. Would Roy's presence here trigger the Holy War prematurely? As Natsuki was pondering, it was Avrora's turn to introduce herself. I'm Avrora, the fourth progenitor. Pleased to meet you, she said. The classroom fell silent. Then, chaos erupted. Everyone knew about the fourth progenitor, a powerful and dangerous vampire. And now, she was here in their classroom. Natsuki, seeing the commotion, slammed her hand on the desk. Quiet down, she shouted. The students, respecting Natsuki, immediately fell silent. Now that you've met the transfer students, let's begin class, Natsuki said, then turned to Roy and Avrora. Find an empty seat and sit down. Okay, Natsuki-chan. Roy replied with a smile, then took Avrora and sat down in an empty seat at the back of the classroom. Natsuki's lips twitched at his use of chan. Hello, Iba-san. Roy greeted Asagi. Asagi, surprised that he knew her name, replied politely, hello. Roy smiled, then remained silent. Asagi was confused. How did he know her name? She hadn't told him. The class was a bit boring. But watching the legal Lali Natsuki lecturing seriously was somewhat entertaining. Soon, it was lunch break. Nagisa Akatsuki, from the middle school division, came to the high school building to have lunch with her friend, Asagi. But then, she saw Roy and froze. Although she had never met him before, she instantly recognized him as her master due to the connection between them. Are you master? She asked cautiously. Yes, but just call me Royani-chan. Roy replied with a smile, patting her head gently. Royani-chan. Nagisa repeated obediently. His kind gesture eased her fear. She had known about her master for a long time, and initially, she had been quite scared. But after a while, she realized that he didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards her. In fact, he had even granted her power. The only noticeable change was that Liana often visited her and brought her gifts. Liana knew about Nagisa's status as Roy's shrine maiden and was quite jealous. But she had also been taking good care of Nagisa over the years. Chapter 262, Frog legs taste pretty good. Asagieba in danger. Nagisa, are you and he? Asagi hesitated, then finally asked the question that had been on her mind. I'm Royani-chan's servant. Nagisa replied with a blush. Servant? Roy-san, are you really not a vampire? Asagi asked, surprised. Of course, I'm not a lowly vampire. Roy scoffed. Asagi glanced at Avrora, who didn't seem to react to his words. Would you like to join us for lunch? Roy asked with a smile. Royani-chan, you didn't bring any lunch, did you? You can have mine, Nagisa said, offering him her bento box. Thank you, Nagisa. Roy replied, accepting it without hesitation. But then Nagisa won't have anything to eat. Asagi protested. It's okay, Nagisa said quickly, but her stomach growled, betraying her lie. Ah, right. Roy chuckled, pretending to have just realized. He waved his hand, and the table was suddenly filled with a variety of delicious dishes. The enticing aroma filled the classroom, making the other students drool and look at them with curiosity. "It smells so good," Asagi stammered, staring at the food in amazement. Nagisa and Aurora also couldn't help but gulp. Roy, amused by their reactions, chuckled. "Don't just stare. Eat up," he said, patting Nagisa's head gently. Aurora immediately started eating. She wasn't one for formalities. But Nagisa hesitated. Royani-chan, that she reached for her bento box, embarrassed to offer it to him now that there was so much other food. "What's wrong? Didn't you give this to me? You can eat this," Roy said with a smile, then picked up a piece of meat that looked like a frog leg and placed it on her plate. It was indeed frog meat from the world of Konosuba. It was quite delicious. He then gave another piece to Asagi, who was also drooling. "Don't be shy, Iba-san. You can have some too." "Thank you. But what kind of meat is this? It looks strange," Asagi said, taking a bite. "Wow. It's delicious," she exclaimed after tasting it. She had never tasted such flavorful meat before. Nagisa also took a bite and started eating with gusto. Aurora was already stuffing her face. The other students in the classroom, unable to resist the delicious smell, left to find their own lunch. Even Koju was tempted, but he stayed in the classroom for Nagisa's sake. After finishing their meal, the girls were stuffed. Roy waved his hand, and the empty plates and dishes vanished, surprising Nagisa. As expected of a demon lord. "I'm almost tempted to become your servant just to enjoy such delicious food every day." Asagi sighed dreamily. "You're welcome to become my servant. But this food wasn't created with magic. Although I could do that if I wanted to," Roy said with a smirk. "It wasn't created with magic? Then how did you do it?" Asagi's curiosity was piqued. After sharing a meal together, she now considered Roy a friend and felt comfortable asking him questions. Roy, looking at the curious Asagi and Nagisa, chuckled. "Let me explain. You probably noticed that the meat we just ate wasn't ordinary meat." Yes. Nagisa nodded eagerly. "That was the meat of a giant frog, a magical beast from another world." "Frog meat?" Asagi's face paled, and she covered her mouth, feeling nauseous. Most girls wouldn't eat frogs. The thought of having eaten frog meat made her stomach churn. Nagisa also felt a bit queasy. Roy chuckled. "Don't worry, it wasn't just any frog. It was a giant frog, over 3 meters tall. You can think of it as magical meat," he explained. Asagi and Nagisa felt a bit better. It's magical meat, it's magical meat," Asagi repeated to herself, trying to convince herself. Suddenly, she remembered something. "Another world? What do you mean?" she asked, confused. "Another world is another world," Roy replied with a shrug. "Royani-chan, did you come from another world?" Nagisa asked in surprise. Roy was stunned. He hadn't expected her to guess it so quickly. "Nagisa, how did you know?" he asked, gently patting her head. "So it's true?" Asagi stared at him in disbelief. The concept of another world was simply too fantastical. "Because Royani-chan said the food came from another world," Nagisa explained. Asagi's eyes widened in realization. If the food was from another world, then Roy must be from another world too. Her curiosity about Roy grew. "Do other worlds really exist?" she asked. "Of course they do. Let me tell you about them," Roy replied with a smile. Asagi, Nagisa, and even Aurora looked at him with anticipation. Roy used a bit of magic to enhance his storytelling, allowing them to experience his adventures in the world of Konosuba firsthand. They were so engrossed in his story that they didn't even notice the time passing. The bell rang, signaling the end of lunch break. "Oh no! We're late for class!" Nagisa exclaimed and rushed out of the classroom, running back to the middle school building with incredible speed. Asagi, although she had snapped out of her daze, was still thinking about Roy's story and couldn't focus on her classes. After school, Asagi was still distracted. "Aba-san, what's wrong? You seem out of it," Roy commented as they walked out of the school gate. Asagi glared at him. It was his fault for telling such a captivating story. "Ahem. Roy-san, you can call me by my name," she said. "Is there something you want to say, Asagi?" Roy asked with a playful smirk. Asagi blushed, embarrassed to admit that she wanted to hear more of his story. "Asagi probably wants to hear more of your story, Royani-chan. You haven't finished it yet, have you?" Nagisa chimed in. She also wanted to hear more. "No problem. Just say so. We can continue tomorrow. I have many stories to tell," Roy said with a smile. Asagi and Nagisa exchanged excited glances. "See you tomorrow then, Nagisa, Asagi," Roy said, waving goodbye as they parted ways at the school gate. Roy and Avrara leisurely strolled towards Natsuki's apartment. Suddenly, Roy's expression changed. He looked up and saw smoke billowing from a nearby building, accompanied by the sound of explosions. "So it's him," he muttered. It seemed the main storyline had begun. The one causing this commotion was Rudolf Ustash, an apostle from Lothrania. He was a muscular man clad in metal armor, wielding a heavy halberd. He had came to Itagami Island with his partner, Astarte, and they were currently rampaging through the city, attacking any demon they encountered. Their goal was to retrieve the stolen relic, the right arm of the saint, and destroy Itagami Island. They were currently battling a vampire. The city's alarm blared, and people fled in panic. Just then Roy noticed Asagi being cornered by a group of demons in the chaos. He immediately teleported to her side. "Who's there?" the demons shouted, surprised by the sudden appearance of two people. Asagi, who had been about to run away, gasped in surprise when she saw Roy. "Roy-san." "Yo, Aba-san, are you alright?" Roy asked with a smile. "Roy-san, run. These are demons," Asagi exclaimed, grabbing his hand and trying to pull him away. "Idiot, don't you remember? I'm a demon lord. These small fries can't make me run away." Roy chuckled. Asagi's eyes widened in realization. She had forgotten that Roy wasn't human. "Brat, hand over the girl behind you," the demons demanded, ready to attack. Roy didn't even turn around. The demons instantly vanished into thin air. "Eh? Where did they go?" Asagi was confused. "They probably left," Roy said with a shrug, not mentioning that he had killed them. Asagi was curious, but she didn't press further. Meanwhile, the battle between Rudolph and the vampire continued. But the guards arrived quickly. Liana soon appeared with reinforcements. Rudolph, seeing that they were outnumbered, decided to retreat. Roy didn't intervene. Rudolph was still useful. He and Astarte would infiltrate the Keystone Gate, where Asagi worked. Perhaps Roy could stage a heroic rescue and win Asagi's heart. However, this matter still required Liana's cooperation. Chapter 263, Making a Bet with Natsuki. Minamiya Yukina Himeragi comes to the door. "Alright, it's getting late. I'll see you tomorrow," Roy said, waving goodbye to Asagi. "See you tomorrow." Asagi waved back. She blushed, remembering how Roy had suddenly appeared and saved her. Although they had just met today, she was already quite interested in him. Roy was kind, handsome, powerful, and a good storyteller. She was curious about him. Back at Natsuki's apartment. "Yo, Natsuki-chan, I'm back." Roy greeted Natsuki casually, sitting down beside her. Natsuki sipped her tea and glanced at him without saying anything. But Roy's next action made her lose her composure. He reached out and patted her head. "Stop. Stop it. Don't." Natsuki protested, her face flushed as she tried to dodge his hand. But she couldn't escape even with her spatial manipulation magic. In front of Roy, she was like a helpless little girl, completely at his mercy. "Hey." Roy chuckled, seeing her defeated expression. He didn't push it any further and retracted his hand. Natsuki sighed in relief, but she was also a bit angry. "Are you mad, Natsuki-chan? I'll make you some tea," Roy offered, trying to appease her like a child. Natsuki loved tea, and Roy had many girls in his household who were also fond of tea. Akeno and Tsubaki were both excellent tea brewers. He often stored some in his subspace, just like he did with food. "Humphrey, I don't like just any tea," Natsuki huffed. She preferred the tea from Kandy, Sri Lanka, with a hint of mint. Average tea wasn't good enough for her. "How about a bet then?" Roy suggested. "A bet?" Natsuki looked at him curiously. "If you don't like the tea I make, I'll lose. If you do, I win. How about it?" Roy was confident in Akeno's tea brewing skills. Natsuki considered it. "What if I lose?" "If you lose, you'll let me kiss you," Roy replied with a playful grin. Natsuki blushed slightly. "And if I win?" "If you win, then you can kiss me," Roy said with a shrug. Natsuki puffed out her cheeks. That was a rigged bet. She would be taken advantage of either way. "Ahem. Just kidding. If you win, I'll grant you one wish," Roy said, correcting himself. "One wish?" Natsuki's heart skipped a beat. Roy was incredibly powerful. If she could get his promise, perhaps she could prevent a disaster from befalling Itagami Island. "Fine, I accept your bet," she declared. After all, she was the one who would judge the tea. And she had never tasted tea better than her own. She was confident in her victory. "Here you go." Roy didn't waste any time and conjured a cup of steaming hot tea with his magic. The rich aroma filled the air, and Natsuki couldn't help but inhale deeply. "It smells wonderful," she admitted. The aroma was as good as, if not better than, her own tea. She suddenly felt less confident. "Try it," Roy said, gesturing towards the teacup and leaning back with his arms crossed, watching her with amusement. "Roy, I want some too," Avrara chimed in, tempted by the smell. Roy conjured another cup of tea for her. "Thank you," Avrara exclaimed and immediately started gulping it down. Natsuki's eye twitched. What a waste of good tea drinking it like that. She carefully took a sip. Her eyes widened in surprise. Although it wasn't her preferred mint tea, the flavor was exquisite. She couldn't stop drinking. Soon, the cup was empty. Roy smirked. It seemed he had won. Natsuki closed her eyes, savoring the aftertaste, then opened them and met Roy's smug gaze. Her expression changed. They had made a bet, and if she lost, she had to let him kiss her. And judging by her reaction, she had indeed lost. The tea was undeniably delicious. She couldn't lie. Natsuki scowled, but she still admitted honestly, the tea was good. Hey, Natsuki-chan, so you admit defeat? Then it's time to claim my reward. Roy chuckled, leaning closer to her. Natsuki flinched and closed her eyes tightly, her heart pounding in her chest. At 26 years old, she still looked like a young girl. She had never even had a boyfriend, let alone been kissed. Roy smirked and gently pulled her into his arms, capturing her lips in a kiss. After a while, he finally released her, leaving her dazed and breathless. Natsuki, seeing his face so close to hers, yelped and instantly teleported away with her spatial magic. Hey, she's quite shy. Roy chuckled, taking a sip of his tea. But this Natsuki was just a clone created with magic. Her real body was still in the prison barrier above Itagami Island. Although forming a contract with a devil granted great power, it also came with a price. Natsuki's price for becoming the Witch of the Void was to be the guardian of the prison barrier. She was alone, eternally bound to the prison, keeping watch over the dangerous criminals imprisoned within. The prison barrier was essentially Natsuki's dream, and to keep the criminals sealed, she had to be trapped within it, forever asleep. Freeing Natsuki was actually quite simple. But Roy wasn't planning on doing that yet. The next day, Roy went to school with Avrora as usual. During lunch break, he continued telling Asagi and Nachisa stories about his adventures in other worlds. But when school ended, he noticed someone following him. It was a girl with long black hair, wearing a school uniform and carrying a large case on her back. It was Yukina Himeragi. So, the Lion King organization had sent her. Were they planning to use her to monitor him, like in the original story? Roy chuckled. The Lion King organization was indeed a matchmaking agency sending him a potential wife just a few days after his arrival. Well, he wouldn't say no. Although Yukina was impulsive and easily jealous, she was also serious, with a strong sense of justice and responsibility. Overall, she was a good girl. And since the Lion King organization was so generous, why not send over all the girls in their organization? Roy would gladly accept them all. He decided to have Liana arrange that. "I know you're there, you clumsy stalker," Roy said, turning around to face Yukina, who was hiding around the corner. Yukina was startled. She hadn't expected to be discovered so easily. "I'm not clumsy," she retorted defensively, then tensed up. The Lion King organization had warned her that the Demon Lord and the fourth progenitor were dangerous individuals. She had to be careful. Still denying it? Anyone could see through such an obvious stalking attempt. Roy said with a sigh. He walked towards her. Yukina panicked. "Stay away. I'm an attack mage from the Lion King organization. I'm here to monitor you. If you try to harm this world, I'll use my Shiniwowzer to kill you," she declared, taking off her backpack and holding it protectively in front of her. Roy burst out laughing. "What's so funny?" Yukina demanded, confused. "You don't actually believe that toy can hurt me, do you?" Roy chuckled. Even if he stood still and let her attack, that weapon wouldn't even scratch him. This was the funniest joke he had heard in a while. "Don't underestimate me," Yukina shouted angrily. "Alright, you're here to monitor me, right? Then come on, let's go home," Roy said, appearing beside her in a flash and giving her a head pat before turning to leave. Yukina was stunned, then blushed as she realized he had patted her head. She reluctantly followed him. Chapter 264, The Homunculus Liliastardi Saving Asagieba. Back at Natsuki's apartment. "Yukina, go make me some tea. And by the way, did the Lion King organization teach you how to cook?" Roy asked, lazily lounging on the sofa and casually ordering Yukina around as if she were a servant. "Why would I make you tea? And the Lion King organization is not a matchmaking agency," Yukina retorted, still fuming from earlier. "Aren't you the wife they sent me?" Roy teased with a shrug. "I'm not." Yukina's face flushed red. "I'm here to monitor you on behalf of the Lion King organization." Yeah, and eliminate me if I do anything to harm the world. Roy interrupted, rolling his eyes. Aurora, go make some tea. He then ordered Aurora, who was watching TV. Eh? How do I do that? Aurora was about to comply, but then she realized she didn't know how to make tea. Roy sighed. Just then, Natsuki, dressed in her gothic Lolita outfit, returned home. She blinked in surprise, seeing Yukina, then turned to Roy and asked, "Where did you pick up another girl?" There was a hint of jealousy in her voice, although she probably didn't realize it herself. Roy chuckled. The Lion King matchmaking agency sent her over. Apparently she's supposed to be my wife. I told you it's not a matchmaking agency. And who's going to be your? Yukina sputtered indignantly, unable to finish her sentence. Natsuki, although a bit jealous, quickly understood the Lion King organization's intentions. They were trying to use Yukina to control Roy. What a cunning plan. But this demon lord wasn't easily manipulated. They might end up shooting themselves in the foot. Natsuki didn't say anything. Natsuki-chan, go make me some tea, Roy said, seeing that she was silent. Someone who could make tea was finally back. He had to take advantage of this. Natsuki's eye twitched. She was the owner of this apartment, yet she was being ordered around. If it were anyone else, she would have taught them a lesson. But she couldn't refuse Roy. She reluctantly went to make tea. Yukina left the apartment as well. The Lion King organization had prepared a place for her to stay. It was right next door. Roy didn't bother with her. The next day, Roy and Aurora went to school as usual. But today, they had an extra companion, Yukina. She had been waiting for him at the door since early morning. Roy was impressed by her dedication. They walked to school together. Roy teased Yukina occasionally, enjoying her flustered reactions. At lunchtime, they had lunch with Asagi and Nagi's again, and Roy continued telling them stories about his adventures in other worlds. But this time, Yukina was also present. That night, as Roy had predicted, Rudolph, Mustache and Astardi infiltrated the Keystone Gate. Their goal was to retrieve the stolen relic, the right arm of the saint. Under Roy's instructions, Liana didn't stop them. In fact, she had even withdrawn the guards. Those guards would be no match for Rudolph and Astardi anyway. Mogwai, are you saying that someone has infiltrated the facility? Asagi asked, sitting in front of a control panel with multiple screens. A cat-like avatar on one of the screens nodded. Yes. How is that possible? Asagi was surprised. The Keystone Gate's security was top-notch, average demons couldn't get in. If you don't believe me, see for yourself, Ajao-sama. Mogwai replied, showing her the security footage. A man in armor wielding a battle axe and a girl with blue hair were casually strolling through the facility. They smashed through any door that blocked their path. Where are the guards? Asagi wondered. The Keystone Gate was usually heavily guarded, with personnel stationed at every key location. But today, there was no one. She checked the other security cameras but found that the guards in other areas were still at their posts. She was confused. Before she could figure out what was happening, she heard a loud crash. She turned around and saw that the door to the control room had been destroyed. A pair of white, almost translucent hands reached in. The hands pulled, and the metal door was ripped off its hinges. Asagi gasped in fear. In that moment of crisis, she thought of Roy. If he were here, he would protect her. She quickly grabbed her phone to call him. But the intruders had already entered the room. Ha ha ha, there's someone here after all. Rudolph laughed. I was wondering why there were no guards. Hey, little girl, do you know why there's no one here? Even Rudolph was confused by the lack of security. I don't know. Asagi replied nervously. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Tell me, where is the relic? Relic? I don't know. Asagi said, shaking her head. Although she worked here, she didn't have access to all the secrets of the island. Rudolph was disappointed. Fine, I'll find it myself. But to prevent you from alerting the guards, I'll have to eliminate you. He turned to Astardi. Astardi, kill her. Order received. Astardi, her face expressionless, was enveloped in a white, armor-like suit. She moved towards Asagi, her powerful footsteps cracking the floor. Please answer. Asagi muttered, her hands behind her back, dialing Roy's number on her phone. Roy, who had been monitoring the situation, knew what was happening. He smirked and answered the call. Hello? Roy, help me. Ah! Asagi screamed as Astardi lunged towards her. As a normal human, she would be crushed if that attack landed. She closed her eyes, bracing for the impact. But after a moment, she didn't feel any pain. She cautiously opened one eye, then gasped in surprise and relief as she saw a familiar figure standing protectively in front of her. Roy. She threw her arms around him, tears of joy streaming down her face. In that moment of crisis, she couldn't hold back her emotions any longer. Roy blocked Astarte's attack with one hand and glanced at Asagi, who was clinging to him and sobbing. He smiled inwardly. His plan had worked. "It's okay, Asagi. I'm here now. No one can hurt you," he said gently. Asagi felt a sense of security she had never experienced before. "Who are you?" Rudolph demanded, frowning at the newcomer. Roy ignored him and looked at Astarte. Astarte was an artificial life form, a pure vessel for a familiar. Her familiar was Riddodactylos. In battle, she wore a white armor-like suit and possessed immense strength. But since she didn't have the infinite life force of a vampire, her familiar was slowly consuming her life force. If she didn't find a solution, she would eventually die. She was a quiet and obedient girl who only followed orders. Roy was instantly smitten with her. Rudolph, seeing that Roy was ignoring him, roared in anger. "Die!" He charged towards Roy, swinging his axe. "Look out!" Asagi cried out in alarm. Roy scoffed and casually raised a single finger. Rudolph's axe struck his finger. But to Rudolph's shock, the axe didn't even scratch Roy's finger. Instead, the axe itself cracked and shattered into pieces. Rudolph's eyes widened in disbelief. His full-powered attack hadn't even harmed his opponent, and his weapon was destroyed? What a joke. Even Asagi was stunned. "This guy is ridiculously strong," she thought. Roy casually waved his hand. Rudolph was sent flying backwards, crashing into the wall and falling unconscious. "Amazing!" Asagi couldn't help but exclaim. Roy smirked, then flicked his wrist, and Astarte's armor vanished. She also fainted. "All right, that's taken care of. I'll leave the rest to you," Roy said. Just then Liana arrived with reinforcements. Roy grabbed Astarte, then wrapped his arm around Asagi's waist, and they vanished in a flash of light. Chapter 265, Acquiring New Servants. The Lion King Matchmaking Agency. 3 Saints. Huh? They're gone? Liana wondered as she arrived at the control room with her men. Roy was nowhere to be seen. Only Rudolph Mustache lay unconscious on the floor. "Arrest him," Liana ordered, and her men quickly restrained Rudolph. After confirming that there was no one else there, Liana took Rudolph away. Meanwhile, Roy had returned to Natsuki's apartment with Asagi and Astarte. Natsuki, who was enjoying her tea, frowned when she saw him with 2 girls, one of whom was her student. "You brought back 2 more girls? And one of them is my student. What are you planning, Roy?" she asked, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Roy was speechless. "Natsuki-sensei, Roy-san saved me," Asagi quickly explained. Natsuki finally learned about the attack on the Keystone Gate. She was surprised that she hadn't received any news about it. "That Liana," she thought angrily. "And what about his girl?" Natsuki asked, looking at Astarte, who was still unconscious and being carried by Roy. "She's one of the intruders. But she's just a homunculus," Roy explained with a shrug. Natsuki took a sip of her tea and remained silent. But Roy wasn't going to let her off so easily. He placed Astarte on the sofa and sat down next to Natsuki, asking with a smirk, "Natsuki-chan, why are you so nervous?" "I'm not nervous," Natsuki retorted, trying to appear calm. "Really?" Roy leaned closer. "Of course," Natsuki insisted, but her fluttering eyelashes betrayed her nervousness. "All right then." Roy suddenly moved away. Natsuki sighed in relief, but she also felt a pang of disappointment. Just then Roy quickly kissed her on the cheek. Natsuki was stunned, then blushed furiously. She was about to yell at him, but he had already taken Astarte and gone to his room. She sputtered indignantly, unable to express her anger. Asagi, who had witnessed the entire scene, followed Roy to his room and asked with a curious expression, "Roy-san, are you a Lilicon?" "A Lilicon? Of course not," Roy denied, shaking his head. He was an equal opportunity lover, after all. Asagi didn't believe him. She had never known that Roy was living with Natsuki. And judging by Natsuki's reaction earlier, it was hard to believe that there was nothing going on between them. "Why did you bring her to your room?" Asagi asked, looking at Astarte. "You followed me here too, didn't you? Aren't you afraid I might do something to you?" Roy teased with a grin. I'm not afraid of you," Asagi replied, blushing. "This girl is Astarte. As I said, she's just an artificial human. Her life force isn't enough to sustain a familiar. So, I'm going to make her my servant." Roy began the devil transformation ritual on Astarte. An evil piece merged with Astarte's petite body, and she floated into the air, enveloped in a soft light. "By the way, what exactly is a servant?" Asagi asked curiously. "A servant is like family. If you become my servant, you'll gain immortality, eternal youth, and powerful abilities. Roy explained. Isn't that like a vampire? Asagi asked skeptically. Don't compare those inferior creatures to devils. Vampires need to drink blood regularly. Devils don't have any weaknesses. The blood of devils could evolve. At Roy's current level, he had no weaknesses. Even attacks with holy attributes were ineffective against him. And the same applied to his servants. His devil bloodline had already surpassed that of the 72 pillars. Asagi was tempted. After all, who wouldn't want immortality and eternal youth? But she was too embarrassed to admit it. And becoming his servant meant becoming his family. She wasn't ready for that yet. She blushed. Soon, the ritual was complete. Astardi now had long blue hair, blue eyes, a white dress, and black devil wings. She looked adorable. As an artificial human, she no longer had any flaws after becoming a devil. Even her mind, which had been programmed to only follow orders, was now free. But it would still take some time and training for her to become a normal girl. Master. Astardi chirped, tilting her head and looking at Roy. Good girl. Come here. Roy smiled and opened his arms. Order received. Astardi flapped her wings and flew into his embrace. You're so cute, Astardi. Roy said, giving her a kiss on the cheek. Asagi watched them with a hint of envy. Roy turned to her with a smirk. So, have you made up your mind? Eh? Asagi was startled. About becoming my servant. Roy clarified. This. Asagi blushed, flustered. This was practically a confession, and she didn't know how to react. After all, becoming his servant meant becoming his family. Roy waited patiently, holding Astardi in his arms. Asagi took a deep breath and finally calmed down. She looked at Roy, then said shyly, I accept. After the incident at the Keystone Gate and being saved by Roy, she had developed strong feelings for him. And the benefits of becoming his servant, such as eternal youth, were too tempting to resist. Roy smiled, pleased with her answer. Astardi, go play for a bit. I need to perform the devil transformation ritual for your Asagi Nisan. He said, setting Astardi down. Astardi nodded and went to play by herself. Roy approached Asagi. Asagi's heart pounded as he drew closer. Her face turned redder and redder, and by the time he reached her, she had already closed her eyes shyly. Roy, who had initially just planned to perform the ritual, was amused by her reaction. He couldn't resist and kissed her. MMPH then, the devil transformation ritual began. Soon, the ritual was complete. Asagi was now his servant. She clenched her fists, feeling a surge of power. She felt like she could punch through a wall. And the summer heat no longer bothered her. Her vision also became incredibly sharp. She hadn't expected there to be so many benefits to becoming a devil. Alright, stop playing around. It's getting late. You should go home. Unless you don't want to? Roy teased with a suggestive grin. Asagi, flustered, turned to leave, but she accidentally slammed the door open with her newfound strength. Ah! She yelped in surprise. You klutz. Roy chuckled, then waved his hand, and the door was restored. Sorry. Asagi apologized, bowing her head. Asagi, I think you should stay. Roy said with a smile. Asagi blushed. Good night. She mumbled and fled the room. Roy shrugged, then turned to Astardi. Astardi, it seems like it's just the two of us tonight. Astardi tilted her head, not understanding what he meant. Meanwhile, at the Lion King organization, Roy had asked Liana to inform the Lion King organization to send over all the girls. So the three leaders of the organization, the three saints, were currently discussing the matter. The three saints were, Kami Shizuka, a high school girl wearing glasses. Shire Onikoraki, a young girl with an impressive figure and two distinct personalities. One was the will of darkness passed down through generations, and the other was her true self. Yuka Uriendu, a green-haired elf with a mischievous personality and an unknown age. Her familiar was a black cat. What do you think about that self-proclaimed demon lord? Kami, the leader of the three saints, asked. To have the fourth progenitor as his subordinate. His power must be comparable to that of the true ancestors. Shire Ono replied in her childish voice, which held a surprising maturity. Can we eliminate him? Yuka Uri asked. She wasn't fond of men. Kami shook her head. With our current strength, it's impossible. So we should agree to his demands? Yuka Uri frowned. Isn't that what we want? Send the remaining girls to him. Kami said with a sly smile. Chapter 266, PE Class Wizard of the Four Fists. Misaki Sasaki. The Lion King organization had always intended to control the Demon Lord using the bonds of relationship. Now that the Demon Lord was actively requesting their members, they were more than happy to oblige. After all, the Lion King organization had raised these girls. Perhaps they could use these girls to influence the Demon Lord's thoughts and actions. Yuka Uri and Duanshire Onikoraki, seeing that Kami Shizuka had made up her mind, didn't object. The next day, the Lion King organization sent 4 of their most skilled members to Itagami Island, Yuri Haba and Tukafuji Saka, the most skilled sword shamans. Sayaka Kairasaka and Shio Hikawa, the most skilled war dancers. Their mission was to get close to the Demon Lord and gain his trust. The 4 girls were confused by this order, but they were determined to complete it. Meanwhile, Roy was getting along well with Nagisa Akatsuki, Asagi Aba, and Yukine Himeragi. Asagi had become his servant. And after becoming his servant she seemed to have become more open and affectionate. Roy often teased her, even during class. Nagisa had also noticed that Asagi had become Roy's servant. Although she was a bit jealous, she accepted it. Astardi had also been enrolled in Saikai Academy by Natsuki. And Yukina, after spending a few days with them, had become good friends with Nagisa, who was in the same class as her in middle school. Of course, she was still wary of Roy. One day at school. It's PE class. Yay! Nagisa cheered when she saw the schedule. She loved PE class. PE class, huh? Yukina didn't share her enthusiasm. We get to have PE with the high schoolers today. That means we can be with Royani-chan. Nagisa exclaimed, her excitement growing. Why would I be happy about that? Yukina retorted, resting her chin on her hands with a bored expression. She had been teased relentlessly by Roy for the past few days. She wasn't looking forward to seeing him. Eh? Nagisa was surprised by her reaction, but she didn't dwell on it. Nagisa, Yukina, and Astardi went to the school grounds for PE class. The high school students were already gathered there. Royani-chan. Nagisa waved at Roy excitedly. Roy smiled and waved back. All right, everyone, settle down. A mature female voice called out. A woman with red hair styled in a bun, wearing a kipau and with an impressive figure, stood before them. Roy recognized her as Misaki Sasaki, a master of martial arts and one of the 4 fists. She was also the PE teacher at Saikai Academy. Roy was intrigued by her beauty and physique. First, 5 laps around the field. Let's begin, she announced. The students groaned and started running. Ugh! It's so hot. Running in this weather is torture. Asagi complained, glancing at the blazing sun. You're not human anymore, Asagi. Running shouldn't be a problem for you. Roy said with a shrug. That's true, but I still don't want to run. Roy, carry me. Asagi pleaded, tugging on his arm. If you don't mind being scolded by the teacher, I'm fine with it. Roy replied with a smirk. Asagi glanced at Misaki Sasaki, then quickly withdrew her request. She knew how powerful Misaki was. Misaki, meanwhile, had noticed the 2 of them whispering and narrowed her eyes. Asagi, feeling mischievous, started whispering suggestive comments to Roy as they ran. Roy, unable to tolerate her teasing, gently squeezed her butt. Ah! Asagi yelped, surprised by his boldness. But thankfully, they were at the back of the group, so no one noticed. However, Misaki, who was supervising them, saw everything. Stop right there! She shouted, quickly intercepting them. The other students stopped, confused. Misaki pointed at Roy and declared, I caught a pervert. You're under arrest for indecent behavior. The students were stunned. They all knew Roy, but they couldn't believe he was a pervert. After all, with his looks, he didn't need to resort to such behavior. If he wanted to, many girls in their class would gladly let him do whatever he wanted. Asagi was also surprised, then quickly defended Roy. Sensei, I think you're mistaken. Roy-san isn't a pervert. Misaki was confused. Asagi had clearly been harassed, yet she was defending him? Humphrey. Just admit it. I saw everything. Misaki insisted, turning to Roy. Roy shrugged. Sasaki-sensei, please don't insult my character. Was it really indecent behavior if it was consensual? Misaki was frustrated by his denial, but she couldn't do anything about it. The students continued running. Misaki, however, remembered Roy's name and seethed with anger. Unwilling to let it go, she called Roy to a secluded area after class. Humphrey. There's no one else here now, Roy-san. Just admit what you did, and maybe I'll go easy on you. She said, cracking her knuckles threateningly. Roy chuckled. Sasaki-sensei, what are you going to do to me? I'm so scared. He teased. Damn it. You're mocking me? Misaki growled, then threw a punch at Roy's face. But to Roy, her movements were too slow. He dodged the punch effortlessly, his hands still in his pockets. Huh? Misaki was surprised, then even more enraged. She threw another punch, faster and stronger than before. But Roy simply tilted his head and dodged it again. Misaki's expression turned serious. Dodging one punch could be attributed to luck, But dodging 2 in a row was clearly a sign of skill. She realized that Roy wasn't afraid of her because he was strong. And this only excited her. She had been itching for a good fight. Be careful now. I won't hold back anymore. She warned with a smirk, then charged towards him. Please don't hold back, sensei. I'm afraid I might fall asleep otherwise. Roy yawned dramatically. His arrogance infuriated Misaki even more. You little brat. You're even more arrogant than I am. She shouted, unleashing a flurry of punches. Roy, however, effortlessly dodged every attack, his hands still in his pockets. No matter how fierce her attacks were, they couldn't touch him. And he even continued to taunt her while dodging. Sasaki-sensei, did you skip breakfast? You're so slow. Want me to treat you to lunch? Misaki's anger grew, but she couldn't land a single hit. She was shocked. She was one of the 4 Fists, a powerful attack mage, one of the strongest humans. Yet, she was powerless against this boy. This meant that he was probably not human. She stopped attacking and asked, Who are you? Oh? Didn't Natsuki tell you about me? Roy asked, surprised. After all, his identity as a demon lord wasn't a secret. The various factions should know about him. Natsuki? Misaki frowned. She and Natsuki had known each other since their school days. They were both graduates of Saikai Academy. But due to Misaki's constant teasing of Natsuki, their relationship wasn't very good. It was understandable that Natsuki hadn't told her. It seems you don't know, Roy said with a smirk, then appeared before Misaki in a flash. Misaki was startled and instinctively kicked at him. But Roy easily caught her leg. Misaki tried to pull her leg back, but it was firmly grasped. She was forced to stand on one leg, which embarrassed her. Let me go, she demanded, throwing a punch at him. Roy caught her fist and pushed her against a tree. He then lifted her leg onto his shoulder, forcing her into a split. He had her cornered. This position, combined with Misaki's impressive figure, was quite suggestive. Chapter 267, Natsuki Minamiya feels a bit helpless. The 3 saints, let me go, Misaki demanded, her face flushed with anger and embarrassment at the humiliating position. She struggled, but to no avail. Listen carefully, Sasaki-sensei. My name is Roy. Don't forget it. You can also call me Demon Lord. Roy whispered with a chuckle, his face close to hers. They were so close that they could smell each other's unique scents. Misaki had a distinct, sweet fragrance, the scent of a young woman. Roy was pleased to know that she was still a maiden. Misaki, meanwhile, felt her head spinning from his intoxicating scent. Roy? Demon Lord? She murmured, confused by the unfamiliar names. You'll know soon enough. For now, let me give you my mark, Roy said, then kissed her. After a moment, he released the dazed Misaki and whispered in her ear, remember, from today onwards, you're mine. Got it? Come to Natsuki-chan's place tomorrow. Roy chuckled and turned to leave. It took Misaki a while to regain her senses. When she did, she was filled with a mix of shame and anger, remembering what Roy had done to her. No one had ever dared to treat her so disrespectfully. Because of her strength, she had high standards and dismissed most men. This had led to her being single for a long time. But after her initial anger, she suddenly recalled Roy's domineering presence, and her cheeks flushed. Her mind was in a turmoil. Roy, did the teacher cause you any trouble? Asagi asked worriedly when Roy returned. Of course not, Roy replied, waving his hand as he sat down beside her. They were resting under the shade of a tree near the small forest. Royani-chan, let's play Old Maid card game, Nagisa suggested, trying to lighten the mood. Sure. What happens to the loser? Roy asked, nodding in agreement. What do you mean? Yukina asked, confused. It means punishment. Nagisa explained to Yukina, who seemed to lack common sense, and then explained the rules of the game. How about the loser gets kissed by Roy-san? Asagi suggested with a grin. Eh? The girls blushed, but after glancing at Roy, they nodded in agreement. Roy couldn't help but chuckle. With the rules set, the game began. Roy was an experienced old maid player, having played it often with Ryaz and Konko. He had always maintained a perfect win record. Playing against him was practically a guaranteed loss. As expected, Roy won the first round. And Yukina, who had never played the game before and wore her emotions on her sleeve, was the loser. Oh, too bad. It's Yukina who lost, Asagi said with mock disappointment. Yukina was blushing, knowing she had to kiss Roy. It was the punishment for losing. Hurry up, Yukina, Nagisa urged, seeing her hesitation. Reluctantly, Yukina closed her eyes and leaned towards Roy. Roy didn't hesitate and kissed her. Yukina quickly pulled back, her face flushed. Alright, let's play another round, Asagi suggested, eager to win the same punishment. And so, the game of Old Maid turned into a game of Roy's Kiss. While they were playing, Misaki barged into Natsuki's office, abandoning her PE class. Bang! Misaki slammed her hands on Natsuki's desk, glaring at her. "What are you doing now?" Natsuki asked without looking up, calmly grading student papers. She was a responsible teacher. "Tell me, who is that guy?" Misaki demanded. Natsuki finally looked up. Although Misaki hadn't mentioned a name, Natsuki knew who she was talking about. "Oh? Did you get involved with him? I suggest you stay away from him," Natsuki said, taking a sip of her tea. "It's too late for that. I just want to know who he is," Misaki insisted. Natsuki sighed. She knew Misaki, a woman who never backed down. She hadn't told Misaki about Roy to avoid trouble. But it seemed like trouble had found him anyway. "He's a demon lord from another world. He is incredibly powerful. The fourth progenitor serves him," Natsuki explained briefly. Misaki was shocked by Natsuki's words. The mighty fourth progenitor served this man? A demon lord from another world. "Just how strong is he?" she murmured. "What happened between you two?" Natsuki asked, curious about their encounter. "Well," Misaki blushed, remembering the kiss. She didn't know how to explain. "Anyway, Natsuki-chan, please take care of me from now on," she said and turned to leave. Natsuki was confused. Did that mean she was moving in? She sighed. Her house was already full. How many people could she accommodate? The next day was a day off. Roy had expected to spend the day playing with the girls at home. But Liana brought him some unexpected news. "Master, the Lion King organization has sent the people you requested," she announced. "Huh? Didn't you ask the Lion King organization to send some people?" Liana reminded him. "Oh, right." Roy remembered. Did they send all the girls? He had asked them to send all the girls in their organization. He was surprised that they had actually complied. Not all of them. They only sent 4. "Do you want me to bring them here?" Liana asked. "Only 4?" Roy frowned. He knew they wouldn't follow his request completely. He wasn't expecting all the girls anyway. He wanted the girls who had appeared in the original story, who were probably among the 4 sent. But most importantly, he wanted the 3 saints. He wanted to capture and discipline the women who thought they could manipulate him. 4 is fine. Bring them here. And tell the Lion King organization to send the 3 saints as well. Then we'll call it even," Roy instructed. "Eh?" Liana was stunned. The 3 saints were the leaders of the Lion King organization. Roy was asking them to come personally. Only her master would make such an outrageous request. But she only needed to relay the message. Whether they came or not was up to them. "Yes, master. I'll take care of it immediately," she said and left to make the necessary arrangements. First, she sent someone to bring Yuri Haba, Tuka Fujisaka, Sayaka Kairasaka, and Shio Hikawa. Then, she called the Lion King organization and relayed Roy's request. The 3 saints had different reactions to the news. "Damn it! That demon lord is too greedy!" Yuka Uriendu exclaimed angrily, slamming her fist on the table. Kami and Shire Onikoraki remained calm. "Hey, say something. Are we really going to send ourselves? What about the organization's dignity?" Yuka Uriendu demanded, looking at the 2 calm figures. "It seems this demon lord has a weakness," Kami suddenly said, ignoring Yuka Uriendu's outburst. "Yes, a clear weakness, women," Shire Onikoraki added. "Then we have no choice but to make a sacrifice," Kami continued. "We can use this to control the demon lord," Shire Onikoraki said. Yuka Uriendu was confused by their cryptic conversation. But when she saw their gazes fixed on her, she felt a chill. "What are you 2 planning?" she asked warily. "After a discussion, we've decided to send you to gain the demon lord's trust and win him over for the organization," Kami said calmly. Yuka Uriendu was furious. "Why me? I don't know how to please anyone," she protested. She finally understood what they meant earlier. They were sacrificing her. "Don't worry. We'll give you instructions," Kami said. "That's right. As long as you follow our instructions, it'll be fine," Shire Onikoraki added. They were determined to send Yuka Uriendu. They thought it was a worthwhile trade. And they were confident that she would succeed. After all, Yuka Uriendu was a beautiful elf with green hair, her beauty far surpassing that of the young girls they had sent previously. The demon lord wanted the 3 saints? Then they would give him one. Chapter 268, Creating a Castle. The stunning Sayaka Kairasaka. Despite Yuka Uriendu's vehement opposition, Kami Shizuka and Shire Onikoraki's resolve remained unshaken. Left with no choice, Yuka Uriendu reluctantly agreed. Thus, the decision was finalized, and Liana was informed. Liana was initially stunned to learn that the Lion King organization had agreed to send Yukari Indu, one of the three saints. But then, it seemed perfectly reasonable. After all, her master was the demon lord. Even the fourth progenitor had become his servant. With that thought, everything made sense. However, Liana recalled that her master wanted all three of the saints, not just one. It seemed the Lion King organization was trying to find a loophole. Still, this matter was ultimately up to her master. With that in mind, Liana dialed Roy's number. Roy was in the midst of renovating their residence. After all, Natsuki's apartment was far too small. With the ever-growing number of girls in his household, they were quickly running out of space. Roy, what are you planning? Asagi, Nagisa, Yukina, and Avrara all looked at him with puzzlement. Natsuki herself was quite annoyed, unsure of what he was up to. Why had he asked her to clear out the neighbors? Just watch and see. Roy said with a playful smirk, raising a hand towards the apartment building. Just then, his phone rang. Roy paused, taking the call with his free hand, while the other remained raised towards the building. With a simple gesture, the entire building crumbled and vanished without a trace. What? Asagi, Nagisa, and the other girls stared in disbelief. Such a large building had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Even Natsuki was shocked. Although she knew he was powerful, the ability to erase an entire building without a sound was beyond comprehension. Just how strong was this man? Yet, there was more to come. Roy changed the position of his outstretched hand, and an intense light began to coalesce before them. The light slowly formed the shape of a castle. No way. Could it be? Natsuki had a wild guess about what was happening. Roy was not only creating a castle with magic, he was also handling the phone call. Liana, is something the matter? Master, I've informed the Lion King organization of your request. They've agreed, but... But what? They've only sent Yukari Indu, one of the three saints. Oh? Roy was surprised. He hadn't expected the Lion King organization to be so generous, sending Yukari Indu. He had thought they would reject his request outright. But his demand was for all three saints. Sending only one was hardly acceptable. Of course, he would accept what they sent. He wasn't about to refuse. Once Yukari Indu arrives, send her over. Yes, master. Roy hung up and turned his attention back to the almost completed castle. With a final surge of light, the castle was finished. The modern apartment building had been replaced by a small, retro-looking castle, though the interior was furnished with modern technology. Seeing the stunned looks on the girls' faces, Roy shrugged with a smile. Making a building disappear was one thing, many powerful spells could achieve that. But creating a castle from nothing was beyond belief. Such a feat seemed to be within the power of a god. Hey, Roy, are you a god? Asagi and Nagisa asked, their voices filled with awe. Roy chuckled, patting their heads. I'm no god. But if you must call me something, demon god will do. Demon god? The girls nodded, finding the explanation satisfactory. Alright, let's not dwell on that. We should go inside and take a look. I've prepared rooms for all of you. Roy said, pinching their cheeks and leading them toward the castle. Natsuki turned to survey the surroundings, sighing in resignation. Roy's casual creation of the castle had surely been witnessed by many. It wouldn't be long before the news spread, and Itagami Island would be buzzing with rumors. With a sigh, Natsuki followed the others into the castle. Wow! It's so beautiful. It's magnificent. Inside the castle, Nagisa, Asagi, and Yukina continued to marvel at the exquisite decor. Roy smiled, having carefully selected the furnishings to appeal to the girls. It seemed his efforts had paid off. Natsuki-chan, don't worry. I've prepared a special room for you. Let me show you. Roy said, taking Natsuki's hand and leading her to a room. Go on, take a look. Roy said, folding his arms and grinning. Natsuki, despite her feigned nonchalance, was curious. With anticipation, she opened the door, only to find her face falling. The entire room was decorated in pink, filled with dolls and toys, a room fit for a little girl. Though she looked like a lily, she was actually 26 years old. Natsuki had no choice but to accept. Her apartment was gone, and she had nowhere else to stay. Roy then assigned rooms to the other girls. Just as the rooms were sorted, the 4 girls from the Lion King organization arrived. As the girls entered the castle, Yukina greeted her Lion King organization comrades excitedly. Sayaka Kairasaka immediately embraced Yukina. The 4 girls, dressed in the Lion King organization uniform, red tops, short skirts, and white stockings, caught Roy's attention. Roy's eyes lit up. The Lion King marriage agency certainly had an eye for fashion. Each girl was youthful and attractive. But it was Sayaka Kairasaka who caught his attention. She was stunning, even among the others. And if he remembered correctly, Sayaka was well endowed. Of course, she also had a fear of men, which only made Roy more intrigued. After the girls greeted each other, they remembered the purpose of their visit. Are you the Demon Lord? Yuri Haba asked timidly. The Lion King organization had told them to earn the Demon Lord's trust and never refuse any of his requests. Hence, their cautious behavior. Roy smiled at the girls. You don't have to be so formal. And you don't have to call me Demon Lord. My name is Roy. Just call me Roy. Seeming to sense that the Demon Lord wasn't as intimidating as they thought, Yuri became a bit bolder. Then, Roy, what would you like us to do? Roy turned to Yukina. Yukina, why don't you show them to their rooms? Yukina hesitated, then nodded. Sure. Follow me. As Yukina led the four girls away, Asagi approached Roy, pouting. Roy, we keep getting more girls. Well. Yeah, I guess we do. Roy said, shrugging. Seriously? Am I not enough? Asagi said, sitting on his lap with a hint of jealousy. Yeah. Roy, you have us. Why do you need more? Nachiza added. Well, I'm the Demon Lord, after all. Roy said, giving a feeble excuse. To his surprise, Asagi nodded. That makes sense. I've heard the other three progenitors have many blood servants. Is that so? Nachiza asked, confused. Yup, that's how it is. Roy quickly agreed, relieved that Asagi was helping him. He then noticed her winking at him. Nice one, Asagi. He thought, sending her a mental message. You'll get a reward tonight. Asagi blushed and subtly nodded. Chapter 269, Asagi Aba and Astardi attending a gala with the girls shortly after, Yukina had finished settling Sayaka Kairasaka and the others into their new rooms, then returned to Roy. These are called evil pieces. Accept their power, and you will become stronger. Of course, you will also become my familiars. The choice is yours, ladies. Roy presented 5 evil pieces, floating them before the girls from the Lion King organization, awaiting their decision. The girls fell silent. They understood that accepting the power of the pieces meant they could never return to the Lion King organization. But remembering their mission, they steeled their resolve. I accept. Yukina was the first to grab a piece. Over the past few days, despite the constant teasing, she had become fascinated by Roy's mystery and power. She had even fallen for the roguish Demon Lord, which was why she accepted the devil piece without hesitation. In the eyes of the other girls, a soft light enveloped Yukina. Sayaka Kairasaka watched with concern. At that moment, Yuri Haba, Tuka Fujisaka, and Shio Hikawa also agreed. They had been ordered to follow the Demon Lord's instructions and earn his trust. The opportunity was before them, accepting the power of the devils was the surest way to gain his favor. As they grasped the pieces, they were enveloped in light, and the devil transformation ritual began. Sayaka Kairasaka bit her lip, still hesitant due to her intense dislike of men. Roy didn't rush her, watching with interest, curious to see her decision. Torn between the orders of the Lion King organization and her aversion to men, and seeing her best friend Yukina's choice, Sayaka finally compromised, grabbing the piece. Moments later, the devil transformation was complete. Yukina clenched her fists and flapped her newfound devil wings, feeling an immense surge of power. This power was several times greater than what she had before, a world of difference. With her Shiniwowzer, she was at the level of a mid-class devil. Now, she had risen to a high-class devil, a significant boost in power. Sayaka and the others also sensed the change within themselves, amazed by the newfound strength. Alright, you can all go rest now. With the devil transformation complete and the girls now his familiars, Roy saw no need for formalities and sent them to rest. He had a certain playful blue-haired girl to deal with later that evening. Yes, sir. Sayaka and the others became obedient, instinctively viewing Roy as their closest confidant. After they left, Roy noticed Natsuki, sitting alone and sipping tea, lost in thought. You go take a bath and come to my room afterward. He whispered to Asagi, then joined Natsuki. Asagi blushed and hurried to the bathroom. What's on your mind, Natsuki-chan? Nothing. Natsuki replied, glancing at him. Roy wasn't bothered by her attitude. Are you wondering why I haven't made a contract with you yet? I wouldn't contract with you even if you asked. Natsuki said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Of course, I'll make a contract with you, Natsuki-chan. But not with this avatar but with your true form. Natsuki frowned. How did you know? Only a few people knew she was currently in an avatar, let alone about her real body. It's simple, I can see it. Roy said with a shrug. Natsuki fell silent. With his power, it wasn't surprising that he could see through her disguise. Don't do anything rash. Natsuki warned, glaring at him. Relax. I won't. Roy said, patting her head. Natsuki remained skeptical but could do nothing about it. After her bath, Asagi was waiting for him, but to his surprise, Astarti was also there. Asagi, why is Astarti here? Roy asked, puzzled. I was a bit scared, so I brought her. Asagi said, blushing. I see. Bringing Astarti as backup, huh? Roy said, understanding Asagi's plan. Though Astarti had become a devil, shedding her artificial life, she was still a bit slow-witted. But she was much better than before. The next day, Roy was sipping tea on the living room sofa when Misaki Sasaki finally arrived. Natsuki-chan, long time no see. I can't believe your place is a castle now. It's incredible. Misaki exclaimed, amazed by the sight before her. Just recently, this place was a modern apartment building. Now, it was a castle. You really came. Natsuki sighed, realizing Misaki had walked right into the lion's den. Well, I couldn't help it. Misaki said, blushing, recalling the time Roy had cornered her. She was curious about the powerful demon lord. He's in the living room. Go on. Natsuki said, pointing towards the living room, then turned to leave. Hey. Aren't you coming with me, Natsuki-chan? Misaki asked, grabbing her. I'm not. Natsuki said, leaving, her face flushed. Her room was close to Roy's, and her senses were sharp, so she had heard everything from the night before. How strange. Misaki muttered, heading to the living room. Yo. Misaki-sensei's here. Roy said, lying on the sofa with his head on Asagi's lap. Misaki, seeing his leisurely pose, pouted. You're the one who called me. Of course. Yukina, show Misaki-sensei to her room. Roy said, popping a grape that Asagi held out. Okay. Please follow me, sensei. Yukina said. Misaki huffed but followed Yukina. Roy shrugged, deciding that Misaki needed some taming. Soon, the weekend was over, and it was Monday. Natsuki had enrolled Sayaka and the others at the academy, so they could attend together. But after school, they were attacked. In a private area, with few passers-by, two familiars, one gold and one silver, blocked their way. Please be careful. Yukina said, raising her spear, Shiniwalzer, and cautiously facing the familiars. Sayaka and the others scanned the surroundings, searching for the summoner. But they found no one. Roar. The lions lunged at them. These low-level familiars were no match for Yukina, even before her transformation. Now, with her enhanced devil powers, they were even less of a challenge. Sayaka drew her greatsword. Together, they charged. Slash. Thwack. The battle was over in an instant, and the familiars were vanquished. Familiars didn't truly die when defeated, they returned to their master, who would suffer a backlash. Who was that? Yukina asked, frowning. Look at this. Sayaka said, picking up a black envelope and handing it to Roy. Roy knew what it was. Someone was trying to pick a fight with him. The letter was from Dmitry Vadaler, a vampire. He was a duke from the territory of the Warlord's Empire and the owner of the luxurious cruise ship Oceana's Grave. He was known as the vampire closest to a progenitor, having absorbed two elder vampires. Roy, what is it? Asagi asked, concerned. It's nothing. Just some fool vampire trying to stir up trouble. Roy said with a chuckle. The girls frowned. Don't worry. Tonight, I'll take you to a party and clean up some of these death seekers. A party? But I don't have a dress. Asagi whined. Yukina and the others echoed her concern. They had never attended a party and didn't have suitable attire. No problem. We'll go shopping now. Roy said, taking them to the mall. The girls were delighted. Roy spared no expense, allowing them to choose whatever they liked. By the time they finished and returned home, it was evening. Just in time for the party. Roy took the girls to the luxurious cruise ship Oceana's Grave. Chapter 270, Dmitry Vadaler's reckless actions. The mission entrusted to the girls near the Itagami Island harbor. A massive, luxurious cruise ship was docked. A large, lively party was being held on board. Whoa. So this is the Oceana's Grave. Huh? It's huge. Nagisa exclaimed, staring at the enormous ship. I still think this dress is a bit. Yukina, Sayaka Kairasaka, and the other girls felt uncomfortable in their formal attire. A bit what? I think you all look beautiful. Roy said, putting his arm around Yukina's waist. Oh really? Yukina blushed and looked down. Of course. Roy smiled and nodded. Sayaka Kairasaka frowned, seeing him so casually touch Yukina. Although she had become Roy's servant, her protectiveness of Yukina hadn't changed. Ugh, why did I have to come? Natsuki sighed. Roy had dragged her along, even forcing her into a new Lolita princess dress. While the dress was pretty, it made her look even younger. Misaki Sasaki, however, seemed unconcerned, her red dress accentuating her stunning figure. None of the younger girls could compare. "Alright, let's go." Roy took Yukina's hand, while Asagieba took his other hand, and they boarded the ship. Typically, guests at such events brought a single partner. But Roy, of course, had brought a whole entourage of beautiful young women. As soon as they boarded, they became the center of attention. "Hey! That guy's got game. Look at all those girls." "Yeah, but aren't you only supposed to bring one partner? Let's see how he handles this. If he gets kicked out, it'll be a show. I doubt he can handle so many girls. Maybe we should help him out?" "Hey, I like the way you think." Murmurs and whispers followed them. Roy noticed a few demons giving them the eye. Before they could approach, Misaki Sasaki punched them away. "Humphrey! You trash think you can get away with that?" Misaki cracked her knuckles, glaring at the surrounding demons. "It's one of the Four Fists. That's her." Someone finally recognized Misaki. As one of Itagami Island's top attack mages, she was quite famous. And the Witch of the Void. Then, they noticed Natsuki. The murmurs intensified. The Witch of the Void was even more renowned than one of the Four Fists. The demons quieted down, no longer daring to approach. Some even recognized the fourth primogenitor and the Demon Lord, but they kept their observations to themselves. Just then, a maid emerged from the ship's interior. She approached Roy and bowed. "Honored guests, my master has been waiting for you. He requests your presence." "Let's go." Roy smirked. Led by the maid, they went to the upper deck. Suddenly, magical energy surged, and a massive snake head lunged towards them. "Look out!" Yukina and Sayaka shouted, drawing their weapons. But someone was faster. Misaki Sasaki flashed forward, her fist glowing with magical energy. Bang! The snake head exploded, vanishing without a trace. My, how impressive. I didn't expect Sasaki Misaki, one of the Four Fists, to personally protect the Demon Lord. A young man with short blonde hair and a white suit said, stepping out of the shadows. He bowed delicately. "My name is Dmitry Vatler. I apologize for the unpleasantries." Then, he turned to Avrora, his eyes burning with passion. "Fourth primogenitor, my beloved, we finally meet again." Bang! Before he could finish, Dmitry was sent flying by an unseen force. He crashed to the deck, blood gushing from his mouth. His internal organs had been pulverized by the blow. However, as a vampire, such injuries weren't fatal. "You're really asking for it, aren't you? Flaunting your affections for Avrora right in front of me? Do you think I'm invisible?" Roy glared at Dmitry as if he were an insect. Dmitry's public display of affection for Avrora was a death sentence. Dmitry, stunned by the sudden attack, was speechless. Who would attack without warning? Hearing Roy's words, he finally understood who had struck him. He glared at Roy. He hadn't even seen him move. Just how strong was this demon lord? Dmitry had initially dismissed the Demon Lord, assuming he had merely controlled the fourth primogenitor through some trickery. But reality had proven him wrong. "You must be the Demon Lord. I apologize for my earlier." Dmitry began. Before he could finish, he was sent flying again, crashing through the ship's metal wall and embedding himself deep within it. "Did I give you permission to speak? It seems you still don't understand your situation," Roy said, approaching the battered Dmitry with a smirk. Dmitry was stunned again. His bones were shattered. Although he was a vampire and wouldn't die, he still needed time to recover. "Demon Lord Sama, please forgive my insolence." Dmitry finally surrendered. His sudden change of heart surprised even Natsuki and Misaki. Natsuki wanted to intervene. After all, Dmitry was the Duke of Ardeal, ambassador from the Warlord's Empire to Itagami Island. But she decided against it. Roy wouldn't listen to her anyway. "Forgive you?" Roy tilted his head, then chuckled. "I don't think so. Say goodbye." With a wave of his hand, Dmitry was encased in ice. The ice shattered, and Dmitry vanished into thin air. His vampiric immortality was useless against Roy's power. Many demons, who had came to witness the confrontation, saw the scary display. Dmitry Vatler, the Duke of Ardeal and ambassador to Itagami Island, had been effortlessly annihilated. It was a chilling sight. The demons trembled with fear. Those who had spoken disrespectfully earlier were terrified, praying that Roy wouldn't target them. Roy's reputation as the Demon Lord spread like wildfire. All demons now knew of Dmitry's fate. Natsuki and the others weren't surprised by Dmitry's demise. After all, Roy could create a castle with a wave of his hand. Killing a vampire was child's play. "I doubt Dmitry came here just to see us," Misaki said, her brow furrowed in thought. "Of course not. He's supposedly here to eliminate the remnants of the Black Death Emperor faction, led by Gardos," Natsuki explained. "Eliminate the Black Death Emperor faction? I think he has ulterior motives." Misaki scoffed. Asagi, Yukina, and Sayaka, unfamiliar with the situation on Itagami Island, remained silent. Natsuki-chan, don't worry so much. I'll have Liana investigate the Black Death Emperor faction. We'll let Yukina and the others handle them. Roy said casually. Them? Natsuki glanced at Yukina and the other girls. She doubted they could handle such a task. Don't underestimate them. Roy chuckled. That's right, Natsuki-sensei. We're very strong. Yukina said, brandishing her Schneewalzer. Alright then. Natsuki sighed, reluctantly agreeing. If things went wrong, she would have to intervene. Their target will likely be Asagi. So, tomorrow, you must protect her. This is your first mission. Roy instructed. The Black Death Emperor faction would capture Asagi Aba and force her to unlock an ancient secret. Therefore, by protecting Asagi, they would inevitably encounter them. Understood. Yukina, Sayaka, Yuri, Tuka, and Shio nodded in agreement. This was their first mission from Roy. They had to succeed. Let's head back. Roy stretched and gestured for them to follow. A flash of light from the teleportation circle, and they were back in the castle. Wow, that was fast. Nagisa exclaimed, then turned to Roy with a shy expression. Royani-chan, can I sleep with you tonight? Huh? Asagi was surprised by Nagisa's boldness. Of course. Roy readily agreed. No fair. I want to sleep with Roy too. Me too. Asagi and Aurora also wanted to join. Then let's all sleep together. Roy said with a shrug. He didn't mind at all. Chapter 271, The Angel Girl, Kanan Kanes. The next day, Roy and the girls went to school as usual. As expected, Gardos, of the Black Death Emperor faction, wanted Asagi Aba's help to unlock the control codes for the ancient weapon, Nilakuvra. He infiltrated the school. To protect Asagi, Yukina, Sayaka, and the others confronted Gardos and his army. After becoming devils, Yukina and the other girls were among the strongest humans. Even without Roy and Avra's intervention, Gardos's forces were no match for them. Eventually, with Liana's help, the incident was resolved. Peaceful daily life resumed. Due to the upcoming Feast of Flames, many demons had came to Itagami Island, increasing the chaos. The Itagami Island Management Corporation was short-staffed. Roy also wanted Yukina and the others to gain some experience, so he sent them to assist. Under Liana's direction, the unrest on the island was effectively suppressed. One day, Yukina, Sayaka, and the other girls were dispatched to deal with a demon riot. Asagi was at the Keystone Gate for work. Only Nagisa, who wasn't a fighter, along with Roy and Aurora, remained at school. After school, Nagisa took Roy's hand and said, Royani-chan, let's go somewhere. Huh? Where to? Roy asked, confused. Just come with me. Nagisa pulled him towards the rooftop of the middle school building. On the rooftop. Nagisa, you're here. A middle school boy, playing with a white cat, greeted Nagisa. Oh, it's so cute. Nagisa's eyes lit up as she took the cat from the boy and started petting it. Roy crouched beside her. Nagisa, you didn't bring me here just to see a cat, did you? He asked, playfully poking the cat with his finger. The cat, unafraid, rubbed against his finger. Yes, isn't it adorable? Nagisa nodded happily. Speaking of which, I have 2 cats at home. Roy said, suddenly remembering Konko and Kuroka. Konko was incredibly cute, while Kuroka was more mature. Both were quite affectionate. Really? You have cats too? Nagisa asked, surprised. Of course. You meet them someday. Maybe they'll even become friends. Roy nodded. That would be wonderful. Nagisa smiled. Is this a stray cat? Roy asked, gesturing towards the cat in Nagisa's arms. Yes, Kanan-chan took it in and has been caring for it. Nagisa explained. As I thought. Roy mused. Kanan-chan must be the angelic Kanan Kanes. Just then, the rooftop door opened. A girl with shoulder-length white hair, deep blue eyes, and an angelic face walked in. Her beauty was captivating, almost ethereal. I'm Kanan Kanes. I apologize for any trouble I've caused. She said softly. Her gentle voice evoked a protective instinct, yet her pure gaze commanded respect. She seemed like a saint, untouchable and sacred. Roy was instantly reminded of Asia Argento. They were incredibly similar. Hello, I'm Roy. You can call me Uni-chan, if you'd like. Roy greeted her, stepping forward. Kanan blushed at his words. Nagisa frowned. Who would ask someone to call them Uni-chan upon first meeting? To their surprise, Uni-chan. Kanan said, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Roy was taken aback, then smiled. He patted Kanan's head. Kanan, since you're calling me Uni-chan, you deserve a little something. He snapped his fingers, and a pristine white cat pendant materialized in his hand. "Here, Kanan. This is for you." Kanan's eyes lit up as she looked at the pendant. She loved it, but it seemed too expensive. "Ani-chan, I can't accept this. It's too much," she said, shaking her head. "Don't worry, it's nothing," Roy said, placing the pendant around her neck. The delicate pendant against her flawless skin enhanced Kanan's angelic beauty. Roy heard a purring sound behind him. He turned to see Nagiza staring enviously at the pendant. Roy chuckled. "Don't worry, Nagiza. You'll get one too." He patted Nagiza's head, then created another pendant with magic. It was also a cat pendant, but with a different design. Nagiza's eyes sparkled as she took the pendant. Kanan tried to refuse, but Roy insisted on putting it on her. She couldn't bring herself to refuse. Seeing Kanan and Nagiza with their pendants, Aurora also wanted one. "Roy, I want one too." Roy's eye twitched at her suggestive tone, but he still made a pendant for her. While these pendants looked adorable, they were also magical artifacts capable of activating an absolute defense barrier if the wearer was in danger. And Roy would be instantly notified if the barrier was activated. "Shouldn't we address the cat situation?" Roy asked, seeing the girls admiring their pendants. "Right. We need to take the cat to the abandoned church on the outskirts of town. That's where Kanan-chan usually cares for them," Nagiza explained, tucking her pendant inside her clothes and picking up the cat. "Then let's go." "Okay." The four of them set off for the abandoned church. When they arrived, the cats inside seemed to sense their presence and started meowing. "Wow! So many kittens!" Aurora exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight. She seemed to love cats as well. "Here, everyone. Come and eat." Kanan opened her backpack, revealing cans of cat food. Hearing her call, the cats gathered around her, sitting patiently like well-behaved children. "Canned food isn't enough." Roy chuckled and waved his hand. High-quality cat food, jelly, milk, dried fish, and other treats materialized on the floor. "Wow! That's amazing!" Kanan gasped. "This abandoned church provides shelter, but it's a bit dirty," Roy commented, then waved his hand again. The church was instantly restored to its former glory, clean and spacious, with various play areas for the cats. It was a feline paradise. Incredible. Kanan was awestruck. This display of power was godlike. Nagiza and Aurora weren't as surprised, having witnessed similar feats from Roy before. "Ani-chan, you must be God," Kanan said, kneeling and praying like a nun. Roy's eye twitched. He helped Kanan up. "I'm not God, Kanan. But you can be my nun if you want," he teased. Kanan blushed. She would gladly be his nun. However, seeing Kanan's hesitation, Roy understood. Kanan had came to Itagami Island with her mother years ago, leaving the old Ajir kingdom. After her mother's death, she was adopted by her uncle, Kensai Kanes, and transformed into an artificial angel, a living weapon designed to fight true ancestors. The artificial angels were created through a brutal process, similar to the cursed children in Black Bullet. Candidate artificial angels were forced to fight each other, the victor absorbing the loser's spiritual core. Kanan was one of these candidates. Kensai Kanes, using his own niece as a test subject, was a monster in Roy's eyes. He was already on Roy's kill list. After playing with the cats for a while, evening arrived. Roy and Nagiza said goodbye to Kanan. Back at the castle, Roy summoned Liana. "Investigate Kensai Kanes. If necessary, eliminate him and his entire organization." "Yes, Master." Liana nodded and was about to leave. "Wait." Roy called her back. "Master, is there anything else?" "Come here." Roy beckoned her over. Liana, confused, approached him. "Kneel." Liana hesitated, then knelt before him. Roy, lying on the sofa, pulled her head down towards his lap. Liana's eyes widened in realization, and a joyful expression spread across her face as she understood what he wanted. Liana's investigation of Kensai Kanes uncovered a shocking secret. He was attempting to create artificial angels to fight true ancestors. If this information were to be revealed, it would cause an uproar. Meanwhile, that evening, as Roy was about to play games with Aurora, Asagi, and the others, Kanan's pendant activated its absolute defense barrier. Roy immediately checked on Kanan. It turned out that tonight was the scheduled battle between Kanan and another artificial angel candidate. The victor would absorb the loser's spiritual core, and the loser would likely die. Kanan, repulsed by this brutal ritual, had triggered the pendant's protective barrier. Kensai Kanes was currently trying to break through the barrier. Kanan stood frozen, unable to move. Chapter 272, Saving the Angel. Kanan La Folia Rehave. And seeing this, Roy was furious. Kensai Kanes was truly asking for trouble. He had initially planned to let Liana handle it, But now he had to take matters into his own hands. Asagi, you all relax. I need to step out for a bit, Roy said, then vanished from the room. Asagi, Aurora, and the others were left speechless. Roy reappeared at Kinsai Kanesa's research facility. His sudden appearance startled Kinsai, who was studying the absolute defense barrier. But the old man quickly regained his composure. Who are you? You shouldn't be here, Kinsai said coldly. Roy ignored him and walked towards Kanan, touching the barrier with his hand. Pop. The barrier dissipated. Kinsai was momentarily pleased, then his expression changed as the stranger picked up his niece. Roy gently held Kanan, comforting her. Kanan, Onyai-chan is here. I won't let anyone hurt you again. Hearing his voice, Kanan's eyes flickered with recognition. She looked up and saw a familiar, kind face. Onyai-chan, she murmured, hugging Roy tightly. A wave of warmth and security washed over her. Who are you? Let go of Kanan, Kinsai shouted. Hearing his voice, Kanan flinched, her fear evident. You talk too much. Slap. Roy backhanded Kinsai, sending him flying. The old man crashed to the floor, his teeth scattered around him. The lab's alarm blared. Security personnel rushed towards them. You'll pay for this. I won't let you get away with this. Kinsai snarled, his face contorted in rage as he struggled to his feet. If you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Roy's eyes turned cold as he looked at the pathetic figure. He extended a hand. Hellfire engulfed Kinsai. Ah! Kinsai's screams echoed through the lab as the flames consumed him, burning his very soul. There was no mercy for someone who would experiment on his own niece. Attack mages and demons surrounded Roy. He snorted, unleashing a wave of magic power that knocked them all unconscious. He contacted Liana and instructed her to handle the aftermath. As he was about to leave with Kanan, he noticed another girl. She had the same silver hair and blue eyes as Kanan, but she looked a bit older. Roy recognized her as Lafolia Rehavean, the first princess of the kingdom of Aldegir and Kanan's niece, one of the main heroines. In the original story, she was supposed to be on an airship when it was attacked by two demons. Her knights sacrificed themselves to protect her, and she crash-landed on a deserted island near Itagami Island. That island happened to be where the magician's workshop was located. Roy looked at Kanan, who was snuggled in his arms, and smiled. They vanished. He reappeared where Lafolia had collapsed, unconscious from his earlier magic blast. Roy, holding Kanan in one arm and carrying Lafolia in the other, returned home. Roy, you're back. Asagi, who had been waiting in the living room, greeted him. Nagisa, Aurora, and the others were also there, worried about Roy. Kanan-chan? Nagisa exclaimed, recognizing the girl in Roy's arms. Roy, why did you bring Kanan back? Yukina asked, her voice laced with concern and a hint of displeasure. Even Natsuki, hearing the commotion, emerged from her room and glared at him, demanding an explanation. It's a long story. Roy placed Lafolia on the sofa and sat down with the sleeping Kanan in his arms. He explained Kanan's situation. Upon learning about Kinsai Kanesa's cruel experiments on his own niece, the girls were furious. That bastard. How could he do that to Kanan-chan? Nagisa exclaimed, her usually cheerful demeanor replaced by anger. She was close to Kanan. He's despicable. Yukina, who sympathized with Kanan's plight, also expressed her outrage. While everyone was focused on Kanan, Natsuki asked, and who is this girl? She pointed at the unconscious Lafolia on the sofa. Oh, her? I found her on the side of the road, Roy said casually. The girls rolled their eyes. They didn't believe him. Lafolia stirred and slowly opened her eyes. Where am I? She mumbled, looking around the unfamiliar room, her eyes widening as she saw the group before her. Who are you? I'm the one who brought you here. You're on Itagami Island. You're safe now, Roy explained. Itagami Island? Lafolia's eyes lit up. She had been trying to reach Itagami Island when her airship was attacked. Her knights were missing, and she was eager to find them. She also wanted to explore the island. Of course, this is Itagami Island. Perhaps you should introduce yourself first, Natsuki said, approaching Lafolia. She felt a sense of familiarity with the girl. You're the Witch of the Void? Lafolia recognized Natsuki and bowed respectfully. I am Lafolia Rehavean, first princess of the kingdom of Aldegir. The princess of Aldegir? Asagi, Yukina, and the other girls were stunned. They hadn't expected her to be royalty. Even Natsuki was surprised, wondering how a princess had ended up in such a state. I was on my way to Itagami Island, but we were attacked. Lafolia briefly explained what had happened. The girls finally understood. Roy had not only saved Kanan but also rescued the princess of Aldegir. Thank you for saving me. Please visit the kingdom of Lucifuge if you have the time. I will show my gratitude. Lucifuge said to Roy, her voice filled with sincerity. It was nothing. You just remind me of Kanan. Roy chuckled. Now that you mention it, they do look alike. Nagiza observed, studying Lucifuge's features. Maybe they're sisters or something. Asagi speculated. Roy's eye twitched. Asagi's intuition was surprisingly accurate. While not entirely correct, Kanan was Lucifuge's aunt. It's getting late. Sayaka, prepare a room for Lucifuge. Roy instructed, picking up Kanan. Yes, sir. Sayaka nodded and led Lucifuge away. Roy carried Kanan to another room and gently placed her on the bed. Thank you. Nagiza whispered. Huh? What for? Roy was taken aback. If it weren't for you, Kanan-chan would have been forced to do something she didn't want to do. Or even worse. Nagiza looked at the sleeping Kanan, her voice soft. Well, Kanan did say she wanted to be my nun. I couldn't just ignore her. Roy said casually. Nagiza's eyes narrowed. You're such a dummy. She huffed and stormed out of the room. Roy shook his head, amused. Nagiza was still too young. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let her off so easily. The next day, Natsuki wanted to send Lucifuge back to the kingdom of Lucifuge, but Lucifuge refused. She wanted to find her missing knights first. They were likely somewhere near Itagami Island. She also wanted to explore the island. So, Lucifuge stayed. Meanwhile Liana called. Master, I have good news. Her voice was filled with excitement. She had been overjoyed ever since she had served Roy. She had gone from a minor subordinate to a trusted confidant. What is it? Roy asked, bored in class. Yuka Uriendu, one of the 3 saints, has arrived. Oh? Yuka Uriendu? Send her to my castle. Roy said, his interest piqued. Yes, master. Right away. Liana excitedly escorted Yuka Uriendu to Roy's castle. That afternoon, when Roy and the girls returned home, Yukina, Sayaka, Shio, Yuri, and Tuka were stunned to see Yuka Uriendu. Chapter 273, Yuka Uriendu delivers herself. The arrival of Yamato Kage-sensei. Yukina, Sayaka, and the other girls exclaimed, surprised to see Yuka Uriendu. Yuka Uri often instructed the girls, so it was natural for them to call her sensei. Yes. Yuka Uri nodded, then glanced at Roy, her expression a mix of nervousness and uncertainty. Although she was older than the other girls, she was still single and inexperienced in matters of the heart. Roy looked at Yuka Uri with interest. With her long green hair and pointed elf ears, she was undeniably beautiful. She was a mature and alluring woman, a ripe peach compared to the younger girls, who were more like unripe apples. You know why you're here, right? Roy said, getting straight to the point. An evil piece floated towards Yuka Uri. He wasn't going to waste time trying to woo her like a normal girl. He preferred the more direct approach. Witnessing her surrender would be quite satisfying. Sensei? Yukina gasped. She had been wondering why Yuka Uri was here, but she hadn't expected this. Yuka Uri was here for the Demon Lord, just like them. Yuka Uri ignored their surprised gazes and focused on the evil piece, her expression troubled. She hadn't expected to face such a difficult decision so soon. If she refused, the Lion King organization would suffer the consequences. It would be a devastating blow. The other girls watched silently, waiting for Yuka Uri's decision. Yuka Uri's expression shifted, and finally, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "All right, I accept." She reached out and grasped the evil piece. She could feel its power flowing into her. The next moment, she floated into the air, enveloped in a white light. After a long moment, the light faded. Yuka Uri's green hair flowed around her as she opened her eyes. A powerful aura, comparable to that of a primogenitor, briefly surged before vanishing. Becoming a devil had elevated Yuka Uri's power to Ma'o class. Her devil wings unconsciously fluttered. She was stunned by her newfound strength. The 3 saints had inherited the power of their predecessors, giving them enough strength to threaten a primogenitor. Threaten, but not defeat. But now, Yuka Uri felt that she could easily rival a primogenitor. Roy chuckled, seeing her examining herself, then snapped his fingers. Snap. Yuka Uri involuntarily flew towards him and landed in his arms. She instinctively tried to struggle, but as his servant, she couldn't disobey his commands. Roy looked at her with amusement. Her flustered expression was quite endearing. The usually composed and dignified 3 saint was now acting like a shy little girl. This sight aroused Roy's interest. Ahem. It's getting late. You all should get some rest. You have school tomorrow. Roy announced. He started walking towards his room with Yuka Uri in his arms. But Yukina and Sayaka blocked his path. No. You can't bully Sensei. Yukina spread her arms, preventing him from passing. Sayaka glared at him, her disapproval evident. Yuri, Tuka, and the other girls looked at their sensei with concern. If Yukina wants to join us, I won't refuse. Sayaka, are you coming too? Roy asked with a smirk, deliberately provoking them. The two girls blushed. Who would want to join you? Let go of sensei. Yukina shouted, her face crimson. Yukari, mortified, hid her face in Roy's chest. Hey, I don't have time to waste with you two. See ya. Roy chuckled, then teleported past them and into his room. He closed the door, ignoring their protests from outside. He looked at Yukari in his arms and smirked. The next day Roy was woken by Yukina's insistent knocking. Those girls. He sighed. He looked at Yukari, who was sleeping peacefully beside him, a satisfied smile on her face. Taking Yukari had been surprisingly easy. But he had to admit, she was quite delicious. Knock, knock, knock. Roy, come out. We're going to be late for school. Yukina's voice echoed from outside. Roy reluctantly got out of bed. He opened the door and ruffled Yukina's hair, messing it up before letting her go. Yukina and Sayaka immediately peered into the room. They saw Yukari, her bare shoulders exposed, sleeping soundly on the bed. The two girls exchanged glances and blushed. Roy chuckled, amused by their reaction. Let's go. Aren't we going to school? Roy, you're so mean. Yukina huffed, her face still red. Sayaka also looked annoyed. They hadn't even realized that since becoming Roy's servants, they had slowly forgotten their mission from the Lion King organization. After spending so much time with Roy, they had came to see him as family. Roy noticed their change in attitude, and it was exactly what he wanted. The next few days were peaceful. Roy didn't ask the Lion King organization for the other two saints. One was enough for now. Besides, if he took all three, who would lead the Lion King organization? As the Feast of Flames drew closer, the chaos on Itagami Island intensified. Thanks to Yukina and the other girls, Liana's workload was manageable. One day, as Roy was feeling bored, Asagi and Kanan brought a girl to the castle. I'm Yamato Kagi. It's a pleasure to meet you. The girl with short red hair and purple eyes said, bowing politely. Yamato Kagi was Ayato Kagi's daughter. Ayato Kagi, like Natsuki, was a witch. 10 years ago, her attempt to use the Black Bible Grimoire on Itagami Island had failed, and she had been imprisoned by Natsuki in a separate dimension. It seemed Aya's plan was in motion. She was using Yama to free her from the prison barrier. And Yama's visit was likely related to Roy. To pull the prison barrier from the separate dimension, she needed immense magical power. In the original story, she had used spatial magic to swap bodies with the fourth primogenitor, then used the primogenitor's power to open the barrier. Yo. Just call me Roy. Roy greeted her casually, lounging on the sofa. Roy. You're quite unique. Yama chuckled, then began to speak. But Roy interrupted her. You want to open the prison barrier and rescue your mother, right? He asked with a smirk. Huh? Yama was stunned. How did he know? Her carefully crafted plan had been exposed. What? Asagi, Nagisa, and Kanan were also surprised. Yama had been childhood friends with Nagisa. When she returned to Itagami Island, she had contacted Nagisa, asking to visit. Nagisa, unsuspecting, had readily agreed. She hadn't expected Yama to have such a motive. But isn't the prison barrier just a legend? Asagi asked, confused. It's real. Yukina confirmed. The Lion King organization had records of the prison barrier. Don't worry, it's just a prison barrier. In fact, I was just thinking about opening it myself. Roy chuckled. Anii-chan, are you serious? It's said that many dangerous criminals are imprisoned there. Kanan said with concern. Don't worry, even if they escape, it's not a problem. I can just kill them. Roy said, patting Kanan's head. It's more troublesome to build a prison and keep them locked up. Why not just eliminate them? He found it ridiculous to build prisons. They were just asking for trouble. Prison breaks were inevitable. Yama was stunned again. She had been planning to escape, thinking her plan was exposed. But the situation had taken another unexpected turn. So, Roy. Are you willing to help me open the prison barrier? She asked cautiously. No, I want to open the prison barrier. Not for you. Understand? Roy smirked. But why do you want to open it? Yukina asked, confused. It must be for Natsuki. Yukari explained. That's right. The Natsuki you see is just a clone. Her real body is trapped in the prison barrier, all alone. I'm going to rescue her. Asagi and the others finally understood. Chapter 274, Opening the Prison Barrier. Natsuki's true form. Ayato Kagi. Natsuki-chan is so pitiful. We have to rescue her. Nagisa exclaimed, clinging to Roy's arm. Don't worry, That's exactly what I plan to do, Roy said, patting Nagisa's head. Is Yuma's mother trapped there too? Kanan asked Yuma with concern. Yes. Rescuing my mother is my sole purpose of my existence, Yuma replied. The girls frowned. Yuma, how can you say that? Don't you have other family? Nagisa didn't understand. Yuma sighed and explained her situation. She was a witch from the Library of Criminal Organizations. And a clone of her mother, Ai Tokagi. She was created solely to help Ai escape the prison barrier. While she looked 16, she was actually only 10, having been created as a 6-year-old. The girls were stunned by her story. Nagisa hugged Yuma sympathetically. You said your only purpose was to rescue your mother. But what happens after that? What about you? Roy asked Yuma. After that? Yuma had been pondering that question herself. Once she fulfilled her purpose, her existence would be meaningless. Seeing her silence, Roy smiled. If you don't know where to go, you can become my servant. Yuma's eyes flickered, but she didn't reply. Alright, it's time to go. We don't want Natsuki-chan finding us here, Roy said, snapping his fingers. They vanished from the living room. They reappeared on a beach on Itagami Island. While the prison barrier was in a separate dimension, its location was fixed in this area, as if submerged beneath the ocean. It required immense magical power to pull it out. Just then Natsuki, who had been working, suddenly sensed something and teleported to the location of the prison barrier. Roy, what are you doing? She was relieved to see it was Roy, but then a headache began to form. Natsuki-chan, don't worry. I'll rescue you soon, Roy said, patting her head. Natsuki swatted his hand away. You can't do that. Dangerous criminals are imprisoned there. Then we'll just kill them. It's less troublesome than keeping them fed and locked up. Consider it a favor, Roy said casually, preparing to act. Natsuki rushed forward to stop him. Absolutely not. Before she could finish, Roy flicked her forehead. Natsuki vanished. Huh? Where did Natsuki-chan go? Asagi and Nagisa asked, confused. Don't worry, I told you, that was just a clone. I dispelled it. Now, we're going to wake up her true form. Roy chuckled, then began to channel his magic. A surge of power erupted. The space above the ocean distorted. A massive, square block of stone emerged from the water, a large structure built upon it. This was the prison. Wait a minute. Roy thought. The prison is in a separate dimension. There's no food there. How have the prisoners survived? Powerful demons might not need to eat, but weaker ones do. Is the prison barrier designed to starve them to death? The thought was disturbing. The girls gasped as the entire prison rose from the ocean. They hadn't expected such a massive structure to be hidden near Itagami Island. So this is the prison barrier. I've finally seen it. It's incredible. Let's go rescue Natsuki-chan. They crossed a wooden bridge that had risen from the water and entered the prison. The dilapidated prison stood before them. They entered through the crumbling main gate. In the dark hall, Natsuki lay on a chair, like a sleeping princess. It really is Natsuki-chan. She looks like she's asleep. The girls gathered around Natsuki, their curiosity piqued. Roy chuckled and crouched beside her, poking her cheek. Natsuki-chan, time to wake up. But Natsuki didn't react. She didn't want to wake up. Once she did, the prison barrier would disappear, and the prisoners would escape. What's wrong with Natsuki-chan? Why isn't she waking up? Nagisa asked. Don't worry, Nagisa. She's just sleeping in. Watch this. Roy smirked, pinching Natsuki's chin. Natsuki-chan, if you don't wake up, I'm going to steal your first kiss. I wonder if it tastes the same as your clones. The girls rolled their eyes. Don't bully Natsuki-chan. Nagisa glared at him. Yukino also stepped forward to protect Natsuki. Roy shrugged. Just as he was about to wake Natsuki forcefully, he sensed a surge of magic power behind him. Look out! Yukari shouted. A black knight materialized behind Yamatokagi and lunged towards Roy, its sword aimed at his back, intending to impale both him and Natsuki. The girls were startled and tried to intervene, but they were too slow. Roy had sensed Yuma's intentions but hadn't reacted. Now that she had made her move, he chuckled. How foolish. He caught the knight's sword between two fingers. Yuma, what are you doing? Nagisa asked, shocked by her sudden betrayal. I didn't. Yuma seemed confused, as if she didn't know why her guardian knight had attacked. It's your mother. She's controlling you. Roy explained. Ai Tokagi could control Yuma's power within the prison barrier. The Black Knight was the power Ai had given Yuma. Ha 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 ha. A girl's laughter echoed through the hall. A girl with long black hair, dressed in a black Maiko outfit, appeared in midair. Mother. Yuma exclaimed, recognizing Ai Tokagi. So you're Yuma's mother? Nagisa asked, looking back and forth between Yuma and Aya. They look exactly alike. Yukina commented, surprised by their identical appearance. If it weren't for their different outfits, they would be indistinguishable. Of course. She's a clone, created through asexual reproduction. A tool, designed solely to break the prison barrier. Aya said casually. Now that my purpose has been served, the tool is no longer needed. She pointed a finger at Yuma. Ah! Yuma screamed in pain as the Guardian Knight's power was forcibly extracted from her. The agony was unbearable. Stop! Nagiza shouted. Yukina also drew her Shiniwalzer, aiming it at Aya. Let her go. The Black Knight now stood behind Aya. This was the power of a witch. Yuma collapsed to the floor, writhing in agony. Nagiza rushed to her side. Yuma, are you okay? Yuma was semi-conscious and couldn't answer. Don't worry, she's just lost her Guardian Knight. She'll live. Roy said, glancing at Yuma. Aniai-chan, please save Yuma. Nagiza pleaded. For you, Nagiza. Anything. Roy smiled, patting her head, then summoned an evil piece, and offered it to Yuma. Chapter 275, Destroying the Prison Barrier. Claiming Natsuki. Accept the power of the devil. Be reborn as my servant, and you shall have a new life. A voice echoed in Yuma Tokagi's mind as she lay semi-conscious. Having lost her purpose, she was given a new reason to live. Without hesitation, Yuma accepted the devil's power. The evil piece merged with her body, and a powerful force enveloped her, lifting her into the air. Aya Tokagi watched with mild interest but nothing more. She had bigger plans. Natsuki, it's time to wake up. Aya's gaze was fixed on Natsuki, who lay on the chair behind Roy. A sigh echoed through the hall. Natsuki's eyes fluttered open. She had been awake, struggling to maintain the prison barrier. But Aya had still managed to escape. Aya, go back. I won't let you cause any trouble. Natsuki said calmly. Aya was no match for her, especially within the prison barrier, where Natsuki had complete control over space. Aya's expression changed. She had intended to use Yuma to injure or even kill Natsuki. But her plan had failed, and now she was trapped. While she was outside the barrier, the magic within it was still active. If she were injured or summoned, she would be imprisoned again. Thinking of this, Aya's face darkened. Natsuki-chan, I am here to take you home. And this prison barrier is an eyesore. I think I'll just destroy it. Roy said, approaching them. Natsuki's eye twitched. This guy acted on whims, with no regard for the consequences. He was such a nuisance. But she couldn't do anything about it. Aya's eyes lit up, hearing Roy's words. He's right. This prison is unnecessary. You want her? I'll give her to you. Just destroy the prison barrier. Aya offered, gesturing towards Natsuki, then at Yuma. Roy looked at her strangely. Have you gone crazy after being locked up for so long? She's already mine. Yuma had accepted the evil piece, and become his servant. He didn't need Aya's permission. You. Aya was furious. How dare he be so shameless? Even if I destroy the prison barrier, I'll still eliminate all the criminals for Natsuki-chan. So. Roy smirked, his gaze fixed on Aya. Humphrey, we'll see if you're capable of that. Aya scoffed, unfazed by his threat. Hey. In that case. Roy's lips curled into a smile as he unleashed his magic power, engulfing the entire prison barrier. Impossible. Aya was shocked by the sheer intensity of his magic. Was this man a primogenitor? How else could he possess such power? Begone. Roy lifted everyone into the air with his magic, then extended a hand towards the prison barrier. The entire structure began to crumble. Natsuki gritted her teeth. She couldn't stop him. As the prison barrier collapsed, the prisoners within were exposed. They looked around in terror, unsure of what was happening. Screams echoed through the air as everything was destroyed. The prison barrier vanished before their eyes. This. Aya stared in disbelief. He had casually destroyed the prison barrier. It was a good thing she was outside. Otherwise, she would have been annihilated along with it. Who are you? She asked, her voice trembling. I am the Demon Lord and your future master. Roy chuckled. Humphrey. Without the prison barrier you can't trap me. Aya sneered, preparing to escape. But as she tried to teleport, she realized the surrounding space was locked. She couldn't escape. Impossible. It seems you haven't learned your lesson. Fortunately, someone is here to teach you some manners. Roy glanced at Yuma, who was undergoing her devil transformation. The light surrounding her faded. The ritual was complete. Master. Yuma bowed before Roy. Yuma, just call me Roy. You're my servant now, part of the family. Roy said with a nod. Yuma's eyes welled up. She finally had a reason to exist, a place to belong. She was no longer just a disposable tool. Thank you, Roy. You're welcome. Now, how about you punish her? Roy gestured towards Aya. Yoma looked at Aya, a flicker of sadness in her eyes, but it quickly vanished. Aya had abandoned her. They were no longer mother and daughter. Yoma's only family now was Roy. Her gaze hardened as she looked at Aya, her expression devoid of emotion. Roy smirked. This was interesting. He wondered if Aya would have such an easy time begging for Yoma's forgiveness later. It would be quite entertaining. Go ahead, Yoma. Punish her. Roy said with a smile. Yes. Yoma nodded and charged towards Aya, her devil wings flapping powerfully. After becoming a devil, Yoma's power had reached the peak of a high-class devil. She was practically invincible below the ultimate class. However, the magic she used was taught by Aya. It would be a close fight. Seeing that their battle would take a while, Roy turned his attention to Natsuki. Natsuki-chan, it's your turn to form a contract with me. He said with a grin. That's impossible. I already have a contract with a devil. Natsuki said, shaking her head. She didn't think it was possible to form another contract while already bound to another devil. That's easy to fix. We just need to break your current contract, or eliminate that devil. Roy chuckled. Natsuki was speechless. That did seem like a solution, but it felt wrong somehow. But considering Roy's power, it wasn't surprising. So, Natsuki-chan, you agree? Roy smirked. That devil trapped you in the prison barrier for so many years. I think it's only fair to eliminate him. He extended his hand towards Natsuki. A surge of magic flowed into her, pinpointing the location of her devil contract. Then, he used the contract to locate the devil in hell. Found him. Roy smiled. A rift opened before them, revealing the devil on the other side. He had red skin and horns, a typical demonic appearance. So that's a devil. He's ugly. Yeah, he's hideous. Hey, don't forget, we're devils now. We're not like him. Asagi, Nagisa and the others commented on the devil's appearance. So this is the devil Natsuki-chan formed a contract with. He looks stupid. Roy chuckled, turning to Natsuki. Natsuki was stunned. He had found the devil so easily? The devil, seeing the rift, was overjoyed. As a devil from hell, his greatest desire was to visit the human world. He had formed a contract with Natsuki hoping for a chance to escape. Now that a rift had opened, he couldn't resist. He leaped towards it. Hey, he actually thinks he can escape. Roy scoffed. He flicked his finger, and a blue beam shot out, striking the devil in the chest. The devil froze solid before he could even react. His momentum carried him forward, and he crashed to the ground, his frozen body shattering into pieces. With the devil's death, Natsuki's contract was automatically broken. Roy closed the rift and turned to Natsuki with a smile. Natsuki-chan, you're free now. He offered her an evil piece. His intentions were clear. Nagisa, Yukina, and the other girls watched her, waiting for her decision. Natsuki sighed. She knew she couldn't escape him. And if he were to act recklessly, no one could stop him. Besides, she had to admit, being with Roy wasn't so bad. While he constantly teased her, she felt a warmth she had never experienced before. Without saying a word, she took the evil piece. Roy's lips curled into a smile. It seemed his efforts hadn't been in vain. Chapter 276, Aya Tokagi's request. Yoma and Aya, together while Natsuki was undergoing her devil transformation. Yoma Tokagi and Aya Tokagi's battle reached its climax. The result? A stalemate. Roy was surprised. Aya was quite capable, holding her own against a devil-transformed Yoma. Of course, Yoma's magic was taught by Aya. Knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses, and with similar power levels, it wasn't surprising that Yoma couldn't secure victory. Roy waved his hand, instantly healing Yoma's injuries. A magically crafted, god-class demon sword materialized in Yoma's hand. Yoma, go give your mother a proper lesson. Yoma looked at Roy, then at the sword, her eyes widening. Yes. Feeling the immense power of the sword, she eagerly accepted. She turned and charged towards Aya. With a godly weapon in hand, Aya was no match for Yoma. Every spell Aya cast was effortlessly dispelled by the sword. Already injured from their earlier fight, Aya was now severely wounded by Yoma's relentless assault. Roy, what are you going to do with her? Yoma returned, holding the battered Aya. Bring her along. We'll decide when we get back. Roy said, looking at the disheveled Aya with amusement. Yes. Meanwhile, Natsuki's transformation was complete. Having already possessed power comparable to an ultimate class, Natsuki's strength surged to Mao class after becoming a devil. Aya watched with a mixture of envy and resentment. They had once been close friends, but Natsuki had always been slightly stronger. Now, the gap between them was insurmountable. So, becoming one of his servants granted such power? Aya glanced at Yuma and Natsuki. Both had become significantly stronger after becoming his servants. Even her own creation could now defeat her. How could she accept this? But as long as he didn't kill her, she still had a chance. A sly smile spread across Aya's face. Natsuki-chan, how do you feel? Roy asked, looking at the newly transformed Natsuki. Natsuki examined herself. She had expected to lose power after her contract with the Hell Devil was broken, but she was stronger than ever. No wonder so many people craved the power of devils. She felt confident that she could now easily handle even the primogenitor. Seeing her silence, Roy frowned and pulled her into his arms. All right, we'll talk later. It's not good to stay here, he said, then activated a teleportation circle. They vanished. Back at the castle, Roy prepared to deal with Aya. He waved his hand, healing Aya's injuries, then said, now, you have two choices. Before he could finish, I'll become your servant. Aya interrupted. Roy was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to agree so readily. He hadn't even stated his conditions yet. But it saved him the trouble of explaining. He summoned an evil piece, and offered it to Aya. Sipping the tea Natsuki had prepared, Roy said, since you've agreed, I won't waste any more time. Accept the power of the evil piece. No, I have one condition. Aya said, not taking the evil piece. Oh? Let's hear it. Roy said, intrigued. He hadn't expected her to make demands in her current situation. Did she not understand her predicament? This world, it shouldn't be like this. Witches, devils, vampires, werewolves, elves. They shouldn't exist. This world should only have humans. I want to change this world. Aya declared, her gaze firm. Aya and Natsuki had once been close friends, but their differing ideologies had led to conflict. Aya had attempted to use the Black Bible grimoire to reshape the world, but Natsuki had stopped her and imprisoned her within the prison barrier. But Aya, in her own twisted way, also desired peace for humanity. She didn't want humans to be oppressed by demons. In this world, ruled by primogenitors, demons held dominion, and humans were treated as inferiors. This was the aspect of Aya that was most captivating, her unwavering, if misguided, dedication to achieving world peace. And Roy possessed the power to make her dream a reality. Seeing Roy's silence, Aya's face fell. Even the other girls didn't believe he would agree to such an outrageous request. But I agree, Roy said with a smirk. Huh? Aya stared at him in disbelief. You heard me. I agree to your request. Aya couldn't believe he had agreed to her naive request. And with his power, the power to elevate Natsuki to primogenitor level, her dream might actually come true. She was overjoyed. Thank you. Aya looked at Roy with gratitude. She believed he had agreed because he understood her dream. Nothing could make her happier. Roy, are you serious? Natsuki asked, her expression grave. If he did this, the world order would be shattered. Vampires, angels, witches, demons, they would all become ordinary humans. And ambitious humans would no longer tolerate being ruled by demons. The world would descend into chaos. Of course. It'll be fun. Roy chuckled. He didn't care about the potential consequences. He found the idea amusing. Besides, as a human, don't you want to be free from demon rule? Natsuki was speechless. The demons' actions on Itagami Island spoke for themselves. Even though demons were required to register upon entering the island, they still fought openly in the streets, demonstrating their arrogance and disregard for human life. The girls fell silent, understanding the plight of humans in this world. Outside Itagami Island, demons casually killed humans without consequence. It was a common occurrence. Can this really be done? Asagi, while agreeing with the idea, was still skeptical. Transforming all demons into humans, eliminating all other races from the world. It seemed impossible. Yukari, Yukina, Misaki, and Lafolia were also in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Roy laughed. Of course it can be done. Didn't I tell you? I'm a demon god. With his stellar level power, combined with the magic authority and prophecy authority from the Campione world, Roy was practically omnipotent. Reshaping the world was child's play. Seeing his confidence, the girls were awestruck. Perhaps he really could do it. I believe you. Aya smiled radiantly and took the evil piece, without hesitation. The devil transformation ritual began. Roy casually flicked his finger, sending a wave of magic through space that instantly killed the Hell Devil Aya had formed a contract with. He wasn't interested in waiting. He picked up Natsuki and headed towards his room. Hey, what are you doing? Natsuki asked, a hint of fear in her voice. What do you think? Doing what adults do. You did say you were 26, didn't you? Roy smirked. But. Natsuki's heart pounded as they neared his room. Just then, Nagisa, Yukina, and the other girls blocked the doorway. Unai-chan, you can't bully Natsuki-chan. I won't let you become a Lily-loving pervert. Roy's eye twitched. He had just been teasing Natsuki, but they clearly didn't believe him. If I can't bully Natsuki-chan, then how about you two? He put Natsuki down and looked at Nagisa and Yukina with a mischievous grin. The two girls yelped and ran. Run. The demon lord is going to bully us. We won't let you. Roy chuckled and chased after them. The living room was filled with laughter and playful screams. Natsuki smiled, watching the scene unfold. It seemed she had made the right choice. That evening Roy had been planning to visit Yukari and spend some quality time with the green-haired elf. But to his surprise, Yoma and Ayaya came to his room. Both were wearing only towels, their youthful bodies alluring despite their slight lack of maturity. They were almost identical in appearance, height, and build. The only difference was Ayaya's long, flowing hair, while Yoma's was short and practical. Ayaya seemed more mature and elegant. But in this particular activity, Yoma was more enthusiastic. At least, that was Roy's impression. Chapter 277, The Feast of Flames begins. The awakening of the fourth primogenitor. The next day Ayaya started asking Roy when he would fulfill her wish. After all, a world with only humans was her dream. Although she had been shy the previous night, she was now comfortable being intimate with Roy. Ayaya Tokagi was truly an adorable girl. Roy, sipping his tea, chuckled. Of course, it will be after the Feast of Flames. We still need to retrieve Avror's other 11 bodies. Oh, so it won't be long now. Ayaya's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Feast of Flames was only 3 days away. But a thought suddenly occurred to her. The factions that possessed the other bodies might not bring them to the feast. They might not even bring a single one. After all, the other 3 primogenitors wouldn't want the fourth primogenitor to awaken. To them, the fourth primogenitor was just a weapon, a tool. They wouldn't allow it to become a threat. Ayaya looked at Roy with determination. I doubt anyone will bring the bodies this time. Should I intervene? Now a primogenitor class herself, she could easily retrieve the bodies, even by force, if necessary. Roy chuckled. There's no need. Just relax and watch. The fourth primogenitor will awaken as planned. Ayaya nodded, reassured, and didn't press the matter further. 3 days remained until the Feast of Flames. No one had brought a primogenitor candidate body to Itagami Island. They were clearly waiting and watching. That afternoon, Liana informed Roy that an arms dealer named Balthazar Zarias wanted to purchase Avror's the 12th candidate body. In other words, he wanted to buy Avrora. Roy burst out laughing. Is that guy an idiot? Liana, tell him to hand over all his assets if he wants to live. A mere arms dealer dared to covet the power of the fourth primogenitor? However, this arms dealer was quite resourceful. Perhaps, after all demons were transformed into humans, he could become a powerful figure in the new world. Of course, that depended on whether he knew his place. Yes, Roy-sama. Liana immediately ordered her men to detain Balthazar Zarias. However, the arms dealer was surprisingly stubborn, refusing to cooperate even when faced with death. Liana had no choice but to report back to Roy. Then eliminate him, did you need to ask? Liana, hearing Roy's displeasure, quickly complied and had the arms dealer eliminated. Balthazar Zarias, driven by greed and ambition, had paid the ultimate price. Time passed. The day of the Feast of Flames finally arrived. It was an important day for Itagami Island. Representatives from various factions gathered on the island. The feast was being held at Roy's castle. Kami and Shire Ona, 2 of the Lion King organization's 3 saints, were also present. Their organization had risked much by sending Yukari and Du to Roy. They had to show their support. If the fourth primogenitor successfully reclaimed her other bodies, it would benefit the Lion King organization as well. While many had came to the feast, most were there out of curiosity or to witness the potential spectacle of failure. If the other factions refused to bring the primogenitor candidate bodies, the feast would be a disaster. A banquet was being held in the castle's main hall as a prelude to the Feast of Flames. Representatives from various factions mingled, enjoying the festivities. However, they were puzzled by the absence of the fourth primogenitor candidate body, the guest of honor. Meanwhile, Roy and the girls were relaxing in the upper levels of the castle. Roy, are you sure it's okay for us not to be down there? Asagi asked, worried. Important figures from powerful factions were present. Relax. Just wait a little longer. Roy said casually, lying with his head in Asagi's lap, his hand playfully teasing Sayaka, who was sitting beside him. Sayaka's face was crimson. Asagi sighed and gave up worrying. Natsuki and Ayaya, however, seemed unconcerned, their curiosity piqued by how Roy would handle the situation. If the other factions refused to bring the primogenitor candidate bodies, he would become a laughingstock. Finally, At noon, just as the guests were growing impatient, Roy and the girls made their appearance. The guests immediately began murmuring amongst themselves. So that's the so-called demon lord? He doesn't look like much. I heard he controls the fourth primogenitor candidate. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. He actually thinks he can convince the other factions to hand over the other bodies? How naive. This is going to be a good show. Asagi, Nagisa, and the other girls were furious, hearing the dismissive comments. While they didn't care about insults directed at themselves, they wouldn't tolerate anyone disrespecting Roy. Powerful auras, laced with anger, filled the hall. The guests were mostly nobles, not true powerhouses. Asagi and Nagisa, both high class, were second only to primogenitors in this world. Sensing their power, the demons were stunned. They hadn't expected these young girls to be so strong. Roy chuckled, ignoring the insignificant insects, and walked towards the throne at the head of the hall. Now that everyone is here, let's begin the Feast of Flames. He didn't waste time with pleasantries. The guests, while no longer speaking openly, looked at him with even greater derision. Without the other primogenitor candidate bodies, the feast couldn't proceed. Roy smirked. It seems some of you haven't taken my words seriously. Even better. He waved his hand, and 11 teleportation circles appeared in the hall. Everyone had the same thought: were those circles for the other 11 primogenitor candidates? The thought was both exciting and terrifying. The next moment, their suspicions were confirmed. As the light from the circles faded, 11 girls, identical to Aurora, appeared. These were the other fourth primogenitor candidates. Roy had used his magic to summon them forcefully. The factions that possessed the candidates suddenly realized they were gone. Panic ensued. They didn't know that annihilation awaited them. After summoning the candidates, Roy didn't hesitate. He unleashed a devastating wave of magic power, targeting the factions that had hidden the bodies. Powerful explosions, like mushroom clouds, erupted across the warlord's domain. The explosions even engulfed the territory of the warlord's empire, the first primogenitor, Kijaranbrada. Kijaranbrada's forces were decimated. Even the first primogenitor himself was caught in the blast. When the remaining members of the warlord's empire's forces came looking for Kijaranbrada, they found that the fourth primogenitor candidates were also gone. Their first primogenitor had been killed by an unknown attack. The news spread like wildfire. Within moments the entire world learned of Kijaranbrada's death. No one could believe it. Primogenitors were practically immortal. Yet, he had been annihilated by a sudden attack. Everyone wanted to know who was responsible. Similar incidents occurred in the other empires, though on a smaller scale. Those who paid attention noticed a pattern: all the destroyed factions had possessed a fourth primogenitor candidate body. And the Feast of Flames was being held today. All suspicion immediately fell upon the host of the feast. Meanwhile, after summoning the other candidates, Roy didn't waste any time. Before the stunned demons, he had Aurora absorb the other bodies. He had considered keeping the other candidates, but they lacked Aurora's independent consciousness. They were mindless tools, programmed to obey orders. So, he decided to have Aurora absorb them. "I finally waited for this moment," Aurora exclaimed, her eyes glowing with excitement. No, it wasn't Aurora. It was the original soul. Roy looked at her strangely. He hadn't expected her to emerge today. Did she really think that absorbing the other bodies would allow her to disobey him? How naive. Chapter 278, Casual Annihilation. Nagisa's mother, Memori Akatsuki Aura's powerful aura erupted, shocking the assembled demon kind. They hadn't expected the 12th candidate body to possess such strength. Aurora began absorbing the other candidates. Within moments, the process was complete. Rumble. As the last body was absorbed, a wave of magic power washed over Itagami Island, knocking all the ordinary humans unconscious. Aurora's power had reached Super Devil level. Even Roy hadn't anticipated such a dramatic increase. After a long moment, Aurora finally retracted her aura. She lifted her chin haughtily and approached Roy. Roy watched her with amusement, wondering what she was planning. Was she going to challenge him? Her next action, however, surprised him. "Thank you, Master." Aurora bowed deeply, her arrogant demeanor replaced by a subservient one. Roy was stunned. What was she doing? Changing her attitude so quickly? It turned out although Aurora hadn't emerged before, she was fully aware of Roy's overwhelming power. She had no intention of rebelling. Her actions were simply a declaration of dominance, a way of showing that she was the strongest among his servants. Essentially, it was a display of affection. Roy, understanding her intentions, chuckled. "All right, get up." "Yes, Master." Aurora obeyed instantly. "It's inconvenient for you and Aurora to share a body. I'll create a new one for you later. Discuss it with Aurora," Roy said with a smile. Aurora's eyes lit up, then she nodded. "Yes, Master. If she could get rid of Aurora and have this powerful body all to herself, she would be overjoyed. The Feast of Flames is concluded. You're all dismissed. Roy, not bothering with the demonkind any further, left the hall with the girls. The demonkind breathed a collective sigh of relief once they were gone. They hadn't dared to speak or even breathe too loudly in his presence, afraid of angering the demon lord. He's terrifying. He truly is a demon lord. I almost suffocated. I couldn't even breathe. He casually summoned all the other fourth primogenitor candidates. That's insane. We came here to see a joke, but it seems the joke's on us. I wonder how the other factions will react, especially the three primogenitors' empires. The demonkind murmured amongst themselves. Then, a piece of news shocked them into silence. The first primogenitor of the warlord's domain, Kijaran Brada, was dead, annihilated, leaving no trace behind. The demonkind were stunned. They had initially dismissed Roy's earlier warning about the consequences of not handing over the primogenitor candidates. Now, they understood. The factions that hadn't complied had been destroyed. The demon lord had casually annihilated the first primogenitor and his forces from across a vast distance. Such power was terrifying. A new title for Roy emerged among the demonkind, the demon god, a demon lord with godlike power. Meanwhile, back in the upper levels of the castle, AI approached Roy. Roy, now that the Feast of Flames is over, it's time to fulfill our dream, right? Seeing her eagerness, Roy chuckled. You promised to help me achieve my dream. AI insisted. Roy, no longer teasing her, nodded. Yes, I did. But we need to wait a little longer. Wait for what? AI asked, confused. For the other two primogenitors' reactions, of course. Two primogenitors? AI glanced at the fourth primogenitor. Weren't there four? Just then, Natsuki and Yukari also received the news. What? The first primogenitor is dead? Natsuki exclaimed. The girls' attention immediately shifted to her. They were puzzled. True ancestors, especially primogenitors, were practically immortal. How could one die? After hanging up, Natsuki turned to Roy. You did this, didn't you? Her tone was accusatory, yet also laced with a hint of awe. Only Roy possessed the power to casually kill a true ancestor. The other girls looked at him with a mixture of shock and admiration. When did this happen? Roy had killed the primogenitor? That's right. Roy confirmed with a shrug. Now, you all don't have much time left in this world. I'll be taking you with me soon. So, if there's anything you haven't done yet, go do it. Hearing that they were leaving, the girls' attention shifted. Leaving? Are we going to Unyai-chan's world? I feel a bit sad. This world has finally become peaceful. Nagisa, Asagi, and the others didn't want to leave. They had friends and family in this world. Nagisa had her parents and grandmother, while Asagi had her older sister. Don't worry, I'll create a portal between the two worlds. You can visit anytime. Roy reassured them. The portal solved their concerns. Meanwhile, the second primogenitor, Falgazer Aswadga al-Aziz, the ruler of Dynasty of Destruction in the North American Empire, a female vampire with purple hair and red eyes. And the third primogenitor, Chaos Bride Gyatakua Kulkan, ruler of Chaos Zone. Upon learning of Kijaran Brada's death, they were terrified. The more immortal a being, the more they feared death. Knowing that the first primogenitor had been effortlessly annihilated, they were filled with dread. Learning that the demon lord of Itagami Island was responsible, they both set off for the island, intending to apologize and offer their submission. Roy kept the remaining two of the Lion King organization's three saints, Kami and Shire Ona, with him. But when they learned of Roy's plan to transform all demonkind into humans, they were shocked. What? You're going to turn all demonkind into ordinary people? Kami and Shire Ona couldn't believe it. Was such a thing even possible? But remembering how Roy had casually annihilated the first primogenitor from across a vast distance, they were inclined to believe him. That's right. I'm keeping you two here to ask, will you follow me, or return to the Lion King organization as three saints? Roy asked with a smile. Kami and Shire Ona exchanged glances. They understood the gravity of the situation. If all demonkind became human, the power structure of the world would be completely overturned. The Lion King organization might not even survive. And if they returned, they would likely become ordinary humans as well. They fell into deep thought. Yukari, nestled in Roy's arms, felt a pang of relief. She didn't have to make such a difficult choice. She had once hated men, but now she understood the benefits of having a powerful man to rely on. Even Roy hadn't expected Yukari to become so clingy after he conquered her. She was always looking for an opportunity to be intimate. After a long moment, Kami and Shire Ona finally made their decision. We will follow you, Demon Lord Sama. But we have one condition. They said in unison. Oh? What is it? Roy sipped his tea, ready to agree unless their request was unreasonable. We want the Lion King organization to follow you as well, Camille said, adjusting her glasses. All right, but no men. Only girls. Understand? Roy readily agreed. He wouldn't refuse an entire organization of girls, but he had to set some ground rules. Don't worry, most members of the Lion King organization are female, Camille assured him. His condition was expected. Good. Go make the arrangements, Roy said, waving his hand dismissively. Camille and Shireona left to prepare. They didn't have much time. That afternoon, Nagiza asked Roy to accompany her to visit her mother, Memori Akatsuki. Since they were leaving this world soon, she wanted to say goodbye. Roy agreed. They set off for Nagiza's home. Roy had some vague memories of Nagiza's mother. Memori Akatsuki was the head researcher of the Magna Ataraxia Research, Medical Department. She was a licensed clinical magic physician, using medical-related genetic abilities for diagnosis and treatment. She had also taken over a guest room at the research facility, turning it into her personal space, which was always messy. She had no qualms about harassing other women and was known for her eccentric personality and lack of domestic skills. And if he remembered correctly, she had been divorced for 4 years. A bold idea suddenly formed in Roy's mind. Ding dong. Nagiza rang the doorbell. The door opened. Nagiza, you're home, Memori exclaimed, hugging her daughter. Then, she noticed Roy and paused. While the Demon Lord's name had spread, Memori, as a human and a mere doctor, was unaware of the supernatural world. She didn't recognize Roy. And since she rarely came home, she didn't know that Nagiza had moved out. And who is this? She asked, looking at Roy curiously. Nagiza blushed. Mom, this is my master. What? Memori's cheerful demeanor vanished, replaced by anger. It was because of Nagiza's father Geju, taking Nagiza and Koju to that dangerous place 4 years ago that she had divorced him. Nagiza had told her about the servant contract. But she hadn't expected the person who had formed the contract with Nagiza to actually appear. Chapter 279, 2 Primogenitors arrive. Gyataka. Hello there. Roy greeted Memori Akatsuki with a smile. Memori was a woman with a youthful face and a voluptuous figure. Despite being 30, she still looked like a teenager, incredibly attractive. And she sometimes acted like one, too. She possessed both the allure of a mature woman and the innocence of a young girl. Hello. Memori stammered, flustered by his presence. Although she was annoyed that her daughter had formed a servant contract, there was nothing she could do now. She invited them inside. Kojo Akatsuki was watching TV in the living room. Yo, Kojo. Roy greeted him casually. Although they were classmates, they rarely interacted. Your classmates? Memori asked, looking at them with surprise. That's right. Nagiza confirmed. Kojo gave a noncommittal greeting, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. He had heard rumors of Roy's Demon Lord identity from his friend, Motaki Yaes. They chatted for a while. Roy, who are you? Memori finally asked the question that had been on her mind. Roy chuckled. The Demon Lord. You can also think of me as a god. Demon Lord? God? Memori was stunned. She couldn't comprehend what he meant. She made a mental note to investigate his identity later. She didn't press the matter further. After dinner, Nagiza stayed with her family, and Roy returned home alone. Later that evening, after asking her friends about Roy, Memori was shocked to learn that he was indeed a Demon Lord, a being even more powerful than a true ancestor. The next day, early in the morning, Roy received a call from Liana. Liana, is something the matter? Roy asked, stifling a yawn, one hand holding the phone while the other was busy with Yukari Indu, who was lying in his arms, pretending to be asleep. Master, the second primogenitor, Aswad Al-Aziz, and the third primogenitor, Gyataka, have arrived on Itagami Island. They request an audience with you. Liana reported respectfully. Oh? They came so quickly? Arrange for them to come to the castle. Yes, Master. After hanging up, Roy looked at Yukari, who was squirming in his arms, and decided to punish her. By the time he emerged from his room, it was almost noon. The 2 primogenitors had been waiting in the castle's main hall. Roy's entrance drew everyone's attention. The second primogenitor, Aswad Al-Aziz, was a female vampire with purple hair and red eyes. She had a cold and aloof demeanor. The third primogenitor, Gyataka, had a green hair and deep green eyes. It was said that she could change her appearance at will. She possessed both vampire and beastman abilities. The lineage of the Chaos Bride was known as the T-type, a matriarchal bloodline of female vampires capable of transforming their familiars into living weapons. Roy was more interested in the third primogenitor. While he observed them, they were also observing him. They couldn't sense any magic power from him. He seemed like an average human, albeit an incredibly handsome one. This was precisely what made them apprehensive. With their power, no one could hide their strength from them. Yet, they couldn't detect a single trace of magic from Roy. This meant that he was far more powerful than they were. They had suspected it before, but now they were certain. This demon lord was the one who had killed the first primogenitor. Demon Lord Sama, we've come to apologize. We failed to bring the fourth primogenitor candidate bodies to the Feast of Flames. Aswad Al-Aziz spoke first. Indeed, Demon Lord Sama. We've come to offer our sincerest apologies. Gayataka Kulkin added, batting her eyelashes at Roy. Behind her stood 10 beautiful young girls. It seemed Gayata had done her research. Knowing his fondness for beautiful girls, she had brought them as gifts. Unlike the second primogenitor, who had many descendants, the third primogenitor, being a T-type vampire, had no male vampires in her lineage. She had a large collection of beautiful girls, and she had brought some of them as a peace offering. Roy looked at the girls behind Gayata and sighed inwardly. Had his true nature been exposed? They were using a honey trap on him. While their intentions were good, their plan was likely to fail. Since you've come to apologize, I'll forgive you, Roy said with a dismissive wave of his hand. The 2 primogenitors were overjoyed. It seemed they had made the right choice. But Roy's next words made their faces fall. But I should warn you, in a few days, I'm going to transform all demonkind in this world into humans. Go back and prepare yourselves. The 2 primogenitors were stunned. Turn all demonkind into humans? Was such a thing even possible? If he could do that, it would change the world forever. They exchanged terrified glances. As immortal vampires, they had lived for centuries, but the longer they lived, the more they feared death. If they became human, they would be vulnerable to aging, disease, and even betrayal from their subordinates. After centuries of oppression, some of their subordinates undoubtedly harbored ambitions of their own. The 2 primogenitors' faces paled. Demon Lord Sama, please spare us. They both knelt, their heads bowed. To them, transforming all demonkind into humans was a death sentence. Without their primogenitor powers, they would be lambs to the slaughter. Seeing their primogenitors kneel, their servants and relatives also knelt themselves. Behind Aswad, a boy with black hair, brown skin, and golden eyes around 12 or 13 years old watched with a calculating glint in his eyes. He was Aswad's 9th son, Iblis Veil Aziz. He was known for his ruthlessness and arrogance, having once devoured his own sister for the sake of a familiar. It was unclear what schemes he was plotting now. Roy smirked, looking at the 2 kneeling primogenitors. If you don't want to become human, you can become my servants. 2 evil pieces materialized before them. Aswad and Gayata looked at the pieces, then understood. He was offering them a chance to become his servants. Aswad's face was a mask of conflict. As a primogenitor who had ruled for centuries, how could she become someone else's subordinate? It was unacceptable to her pride. But refusing meant becoming human, facing an unknown and likely unpleasant death. Gayataka Kulkin, however, didn't hesitate. Becoming a servant was better than dying. She wasn't ready to give up her immortality. I accept. She took the evil piece without a second thought. The devil transformation ritual began. Aswad's internal struggle intensified. Roy shrugged. He didn't care whether she accepted or not. Just as he was about to retract the evil piece, Aswad grabbed it. Demon Lord Sama, I accept, she said, finally making her decision. Roy smirked. Soon, both transformations were complete. While now devils, they retained their vampire powers. And they were even stronger than before, having reached the transcendent level. Roy waved his hand, dismissing them. He instructed them to gather their belongings and prepare to leave this world with him. The 2 primogenitors returned to their respective territories to make arrangements. With everyone gone, Roy, feeling bored, decided to go back to bed. But he encountered Kanan. Kanan, where are you going so early? He asked, curious. Aniai-chan, I'm going to see the cats. Would you like to come? Kanan smiled sweetly. Roy, having nothing else to do, readily agreed. Of course. He took the bag of cat food from her and led her away, his hand clasped around hers. A flash of light from the teleportation circle, and they vanished from the castle. They reappeared at the abandoned church, which Roy had transformed into a cat paradise with his magic. Protected by a barrier, no one had discovered this hidden sanctuary. Meow, meow, meow. The cats, sensing a familiar presence, rushed out to greet them. Don't worry, everyone. I brought food, Kanan said, crouching down and opening the bag of cat food. The cats eagerly gathered around her. Chapter 280, Return to DxD World. A New World, World's End. Harem. Roy watched as Kanan gently fed the cats, crouching beside her to help. Thanks to Roy, the kitties have a home. Kanan said, turning to him with a sweet smile. Kanan, you really love these cats, don't you? Roy asked. Yes. Then let's take them with us. Really? Kanan's eyes widened in surprise. Of course. Roy patted her head. Remember, I said you can come back anytime. That's wonderful. Kanan beamed. She had been worried about the cats starving if she didn't return. Now, she didn't have to worry anymore. Thank you, Roy. If you really want to thank me, that's not enough. Roy said with a mischievous grin. Then what should I do? Innocent Kanan didn't understand the meaning behind his smile. Come to my room tonight, and I'll tell you. Roy chuckled. Okay. It's a promise. Kanan readily agreed. Roy was amused and excited. It seemed the little lamb was delivering herself to the slaughter. That night, as promised, a clueless Kanan came to Roy's room. Roy, of course, educated her on what it meant to play adult games. Several days passed. Kami and Shire Ona brought the remaining promising girls from the Lion King organization to Itagami Island. There weren't many, just a few female students. The second and third primogenitors also quickly settled their affairs and arrived on the island with their entourages. Their simultaneous arrival caused widespread panic among the demon kind. Countless demon kind speculated about their intentions. That day Roy used his magic to reshape the world. All demon kind were transformed into ordinary humans, and all supernatural powers vanished. The world became normal. However, this transformation didn't bring peace. Instead, it sparked countless wars. Having been oppressed by demonkind for so long, humans now saw their chance to rise up. Those who possessed advanced technology led the rebellion. Within 6 months, the 3 empires were overthrown. But that was a story for another time. Having reshaped the world, Roy returned to the world of high school DxD with the girls. Sona-chan, I'm back. He went to Dreamland first. Welcome back. Sona greeted him with a smile, adjusting her glasses. It's been a while, Sona-chan. Give me a hug. Roy picked Sona up and placed her on his lap. Sona blushed. Tsubaki, standing beside them, smiled. How many did you bring back this time? Sona asked after a moment of playful banter. Not many. There should be plenty of room left in Dreamland. Arrange accommodations for them. Roy said, his hands wandering. All right, Tsubaki, handle it. Sona said, handing off the task to Tsubaki. Yes. Tsubaki nodded and left the office. With Tsubaki gone, Roy became even more bold. After satisfying Sona, he left the office. He went to the portal leading to the Konosuba world and stepped through. He wanted to check on the cursed children. Royani-chan, you're here. The cursed children swarmed him as he appeared in the Konosuba mansion. A small figure rushed towards him from the backyard and leaped into his arms. Daddy, you're finally here. It was Kohina. Kohina, have you been behaving? Roy asked, hugging her. Yes. I've been listening to Mama Ryaz. Kohina nodded eagerly. Good girl. Roy kissed her cheek. Soon, Ryaz and the others arrived. From Ryaz, Roy learned about the current situation. The cursed children had become adventurers, and Ryaz had expanded the mansion to accommodate their growing numbers. However, there was a problem. There weren't enough monsters for them to hunt. Unlike in games, monsters didn't respawn instantly. It took time for them to reappear. This limited the cursed children's growth. Roy didn't have a good solution. He could only have them spread out across the country. That way, they would have more opportunities to level up. But there was one place with an endless supply of monsters. The place Roy was referring to was the dungeon in Orario, from the Danmaki world. The dungeon had countless monsters that respawned regularly, an endless supply. It was the perfect training ground for the cursed children. And if they could receive a god's blessing, their growth would be even faster. After spending 6 months with the girls, Roy decided to embark on another journey. The system had refreshed several new worlds during his absence. He had initially planned to visit the Danmaki world. But a newly added world caught his attention. World's End Harem. It was a man's paradise. In the year 2040, a deadly virus known as the MK, male killer, virus swept across the world, infecting and killing every male. The world, now with 5 billion people, was predominantly female. Only 5 men, suffering from a rare disease called cell hardening syndrome, were immune to the virus. And so, the story began. Did the remaining 5 men live a harem life? Some did. However, the MK virus outbreak wasn't an accident. It was a deliberate act. After the world descended into chaos due to the loss of men, a group of women formed the United Women, International Alliance. The used military force to suppress the rioting women and establish control over the world. And it was the high-ranking officials who had orchestrated the MK virus outbreak, aiming to create a world ruled by women. The remaining 5 men weren't safe. But this didn't concern Roy. He had simply watched the anime and found the heroines quite appealing. Since it wouldn't take long, he chose this world for his next adventure. He activated the system's teleportation function and vanished. Roy reappeared on a dilapidated street. The street was crowded with women, their faces etched with despair. The loss of men had robbed them of hope. Without men, humanity was doomed. Roy's sudden appearance drew their attention. Like wolves spotting a lamb, their eyes lit up, and they rushed towards him. A man. Someone shouted, and dozens of women surged forward. It's a man. I want him. He's mine. Don't touch him. Get out of my way. I deserve him. I haven't seen a man in so long. I need him. Roy was startled by their frenzy. Just how desperate were they? It was terrifying. Sensing danger, he activated a teleportation circle and vanished. The women, their desires unfulfilled, were left empty-handed. Roy reappeared on a rooftop, looking down at the chaotic scene below with relief. This world was truly twisted. If he had been caught, he might have been torn apart. He used his psychic abilities to determine the current timeline. It was 4 years after the virus outbreak. Almost all men in the world were dead. Only 5 men, cryogenically frozen in Japan, remained. The first of these men, Rito Mizuhara, was about to be awakened. Roy smirked. Since he was here, he would delay the awakening of the other 4. He used his magic to put Rito into a deep sleep, preventing him from waking up until Roy left this world. Having made these arrangements, Roy waited on the rooftop. He was sure the authorities would have detected his presence, especially with satellites monitoring the area. As expected. Within half an hour, a large group of soldiers gathered below. And all of them were women. They soon reached the rooftop. Sir, we mean you no harm. We just want to confirm your identity. Could you please cooperate with our investigation? A female captain stepped forward. They weren't holding any weapons, a sign of their peaceful intentions. Roy turned to face them. The soldiers, seeing Roy's face, couldn't help but gulp. He was incredibly handsome, almost angelic. Even the captain was momentarily stunned. Of course, I'll cooperate with your investigation, Roy said with a charming smile. His smile had a devastating effect. Several soldiers started bleeding from their noses. Chapter 281, Imperial Treatment. Beauty. Physically subdued, Roy was escorted to a secret base by the female soldiers. Sir, please wait here. Someone will be with you shortly to gather some information. Rest assured, you're safe here, the captain said, leading him to a luxuriously furnished living room before leaving. Roy was left to wait, idly passing the time. Meanwhile, in a conference room, high-ranking officials were discussing the newly discovered man. He seems cooperative. We should include him in the Human Salvation Project. No, we need to confirm his identity first. Where did this man come from? You know how much information we've lost. It won't be easy to find his records. As long as he's a man, that's all that matters. Rito Mizuhara's awakening has encountered some complications. We need to secure this man for now. Then let's initiate the Human Salvation Project. After some discussion, they decided to include Roy in the project. The project was originally intended for Rito Mizuhara. In simple terms, it involved having the men procreate. To repopulate the world. They could choose any woman they wanted and were only required to impregnate them. A man's dream come true. A red-haired girl named Neneko Ishirugi was assigned to be Roy's personal assistant. Roy, stifling a yawn, considered just kidnapping someone and leaving. But he decided to stay and play along. Click. The door opened. A tall, red-haired girl entered with a smile. Hello, my name is Neneko Ishirugi. I'm your personal assistant. If you need anything, just let me know, she said, winking playfully. And what exactly does a personal assistant do? Roy asked with a smile. Neneko blushed. Oh my god, he's so handsome. She felt captivated in an instant. Well, before I explain, could you tell me your name? She asked. Just call me Roy. Roy-sama. Neneko said sweetly. Now, you're probably not familiar with the current situation in the world. Let me explain. Neneko assumed Roy had been cryogenically frozen and recently awakened, like the other surviving men. After a lengthy explanation. So, Roy-sama, do you understand? The fate of the world rests on your shoulders. Roy chuckled. I agree to the project. But I have high standards. Average women won't do. And I might have some unconventional requests. As long as you agree, we'll fulfill any request. Neneko said, overjoyed by his easy acceptance. Then, Roy-sama, please follow me. I'll show you to your room. Lead the way. Neneko escorted him to a luxurious bedroom. Roy-sama, you can choose any woman you like from here. She handed him a tablet. Roy took the tablet and saw profiles of various women, including nude holographic images. It was like an emperor choosing his concubines. But even more extravagant. He could choose from 500 million women. It was absurd. But Roy wasn't just any man. He had high standards. Average women didn't interest him. If it weren't for the heroines from this world, he wouldn't even be here. After browsing the profiles, he lost interest. "What's wrong, Roy-sama?" Nanako asked, seeing him put down the tablet. "I told you, I have high standards. Are there none here that you like?" "They're just average girls. Nothing special." Roy shrugged. Nanako frowned. This was a problem. "Please wait, Roy-sama. I'll request a new batch of girls." She hurried out of the room. After reporting back to the higher-ups, they were in a predicament. He's not interested in average girls? The officials were troubled. "Should we send Myra Suo?" someone suggested. "But she's supposed to be the personal assistant for the second awakened male." "It doesn't matter. We need to keep this man happy. And the second awakening might not even be successful." "That's true. The first one had complications. Then let's send Myra Suo. And include the personal nurse, Akonra Zoji, and the bodyguard, Sui." Nanako received the news. Learning that Myra Suo was being sent as a potential mate for Roy, she smirked. She and Myra had always been rivals. Now, she had one-upped her. Myra Suo was quickly dispatched, along with Akon and Sui. "Humphrey, Myra Suo, you're just a mating partner now, while I'm the personal assistant." Nanako sneered, seeing Myra's arrival. "Don't think this means you're superior." Myra, with her long purple hair, said impassively. "If you can't satisfy Roy-sama, you'll be demoted." Nanako retorted, then turned and led them to Roy's room. They soon arrived at the door. "Knock, knock. Come in." Roy, lounging on the sofa and watching TV, turned towards the door, his eyes widening. A beautiful woman with long purple hair, an ample bosom, a revealing uniform, black stockings, and a tear-shaped mole under her left eye entered the room, her expression cold and aloof. It was Myra Suo, the protagonist's personal assistant from the original story. She was followed by a woman with fiery red hair, wearing a yellow tank top and short shorts, her figure curvaceous and alluring. It was Akonra Zoji, the protagonist's personal nurse. And lastly, a petite girl with green braids, Sui Yamada, the bodyguard. Once they were inside, Nanako began the introductions. "Roy-sama, this is Myra Suo, a woman carefully selected by the higher-ups. And this is..." "Are you satisfied, Roy-sama?" Roy nodded with a smile. "Very satisfied." "Wonderful." Nanako beamed. "Then I'll leave you to it, Roy-sama." She turned to leave. "But... wait. Yes, Roy-sama? Is there anything else?" Nanako stopped and turned back. "I want you as well," Roy said with a smirk. "What?" Nanako was stunned. He had chosen her too? After a moment of hesitation, she smiled. "It's my honor to be chosen by you, Roy-sama." Meanwhile, in the conference room, the officials were discussing the situation. "How are things progressing?" "Smoothly. They've begun. But there seems to be a problem with the surveillance cameras in the room." "A problem with the cameras?" "It doesn't matter. As long as the project is proceeding as planned." "Are you sure this is alright?" "It should be." The next morning, Roy woke up, looking at the women beside him with a smile. "Nanako, wake up." "MMM." Nanako slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of fear in her gaze as she looked at Roy. She got out of bed and approached him. "Roy-sama, do you need anything?" she asked, forcing a smile. Chapter 282, easily subdued the pink-haired idol, Rina Kitayama. "Come here." Roy beckoned Nanako Ajirugi. Nanako understood and crawled towards him. Roy lay back and enjoyed her services. After their morning exercise in the lounge, "Roy-sama, the higher-ups have sent more women. Would you like to see them?" Nanako asked, offering him another tablet. Roy, feeling bored, took the tablet and browsed the profiles. The women were indeed quite attractive. Clearly, they had been carefully selected. If they were on Earth, they would be considered campus beauties. But Roy wasn't interested in average girls. He returned the tablet to Nanako. "Roy-sama, are none of these to your liking?" Nanako asked cautiously. "Not really. You're enough for now," Roy said with a smile and a wave of his hand. "But with Roy-sama's abilities you could easily handle twice as many," Nanako said, blushing as she remembered the previous night. She had almost died from pleasure. It was an unforgettable experience. "Humphrey, a real man never says no. I could handle 10 times as many without breaking a sweat." Roy chuckled. He had once spent an entire month with Lukoa the lustful dragon. These few women were nothing. "Roy-sama is so amazing." Nanako, while flustered, was also troubled. While she knew Roy was incredibly capable, she couldn't find any women who met his standards. It was a headache. "How about I take you out, Roy-sama, and you can choose for yourself. She suggested. That's an idea. I'm getting bored staying here. By the way, who's that magical girl on TV? Roy asked, noticing a magical girl anime playing on the lounge's TV. He vaguely remembered that the girl was one of the main heroines. Oh, that's Rina Kitayama. She's a popular idol. Nanako explained, seeing his interest. Has she ever had a boyfriend? Is she a virgin? Roy asked bluntly. Yes, she's only 16. Nanako confirmed. All the men had died 4 years ago, so Rina Kitayama, who was only 12 at the time, couldn't have had a boyfriend. Good. Bring her here. No problem, Roy-sama. Nanako smiled. The request was quickly processed. With the higher-ups' resources, Rina Kitayama would be brought here soon. Nanako took Roy on a tour of the base. But they didn't find any women who met his standards. As noon approached, Myra, Akane, and Suai woke up. Roy-sama is very remarkable. I'm still sore all over. Akane, the mature woman, purred, leaning against Roy. She had been completely conquered, her eyes filled with adoration. Call me darling, from now on. Roy chuckled, putting his arm around her. Darling. Akane said sweetly. Good girl. Roy smiled and gave her an evil piece. Darling, what's this? Akane asked, curious. It's called an evil piece. It grants you the power of a devil, making you immortal and eternally youthful. Roy explained briefly. What? Akane, Myra, Nanako, and Suai were stunned. What did it mean to receive the power of a devil? They didn't understand. A devil is a devil. Roy said, not bothering to explain further. He pressed the evil piece into Akane's body. Akane floated into the air. Nanako, Myra, and Suai's eyes widened. Roy, knowing they had questions, waved his hand, transferring the necessary information directly into their minds. The room fell silent as they processed the information. Darling, you're a demon lord? That's amazing. Nanako exclaimed, stunned. Myra, Suai, and even Akane, who had just become a devil, were equally shocked. They hadn't known that devils existed, let alone that they had become the demon lord's women. Now, I'll give you a choice. Roy placed 3 evil pieces before them. They now understood what accepting the pieces meant. I'll always be yours, darling. Myra, surprisingly, was the first to take an evil piece. The next moment, she floated into the air, the devil transformation ritual beginning. Nanako, not wanting to be outdone, also took a piece without a word. Suai, the little Lulai, followed suit. All 4 women began their transformations. Within moments, the transformations were complete. Master. The 4 women knelt before Roy. Having become devils, they now understood the true extent of his power, and their hearts were filled with awe and submission. Rise. Call me Roy. Roy said with a smile, waving his hand. Yes, Roy-sama. They said respectfully. Roy-sama, do you require our services? Akane and Myra purred, pressing themselves against him. Not now. I'll take care of you later tonight. Roy chuckled, then turned to Nanako. Prepare lunch. We'll continue our tour this afternoon. Yes, sir. Nanako nodded and left to make the arrangements. That afternoon, Roy continued exploring the base with Nanako. This was likely where the 5 surviving men were cryogenically frozen. If he remembered correctly, the protagonist's younger sister should also be here. Nanako, take me to the cryogenic chamber. I want to see the men who haven't awakened yet. Yes, Roy-sama. Nanako led him to the chamber. A girl with twin tails was lying down beside a cryogenic pod. Inside the pod lay Rito Mizuhara, one of the 5 surviving men, and the twin-tailed girl's older brother. The girl turned to look at them and froze. A man? Miharu was stunned. She couldn't believe there was another man alive. Hello, I'm Roy. Roy greeted her, extending his hand. Oh, hello. I'm Miharu. She replied, momentarily dazed, then shook his hand. Roy held her soft hand, and Miharu blushed. Miharu-san, is this your family? Roy asked with a smile, gesturing towards the pod. Yes, he's my brother. Miharu said sadly. I see. He's still alive. He'll wake up soon. I hope so. Thank you. Miharu said, a flicker of hope in her eyes. She looked at the handsome man before her with newfound admiration. Would you like to go for a walk? Roy asked. Miharu glanced at her brother, then nodded. Sure. Roy smirked. That was easy. They went to a garden and chatted, with Nanako following at a distance. Roy, can I ask you something? Miharu finally asked, unable to contain her curiosity. What is it? How did you wake up? She assumed he had been cryogenically frozen like her brother. Miharu had access to the research facility because of her brother, but she didn't know all its secrets. I wasn't frozen. Roy chuckled. What? Then how? Maharu was surprised and excited. Was he immune to the MK virus? I'm a god. That's why I'm not affected by the virus, Roy said with a grin. Maharu's jaw dropped. What a ridiculous explanation. Just kidding. I'm from another world. That's why I'm immune, Roy said, his expression serious. Maharu almost believed him. She sighed. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. It's not that I don't want to tell you. You just don't believe me. Roy shrugged. I have a way to wake your brother up. What? Really? Maharu interrupted, her eyes wide with hope. Of course. I wouldn't lie to you. Roy nodded. Maharu was excited, but also skeptical. This mysterious man seemed to be hiding something. Could he really wake her brother? Well, if you don't believe me, that's fine. Roy shrugged and turned to leave. Wait. Maharu wouldn't let him go, even if he was lying. But Roy was playing hard to get. He vanished in an instant. Maharu chased after him, but he was gone. The next day Roy was playing cards with Sui in the lounge. Neneko received a message and approached Roy. Roy-sama, Rina Kitayama has arrived. Who? The idol you saw yesterday, Roy-sama. Oh, bring her in. Yes, sir. Neneko returned with a girl. Roy-sama, I've brought her. Roy turned to see a slightly awkward, pink-haired girl standing beside Neneko. Chapter 283, The Little Devil, Karen Kamiya Maharu Mizuhara Decision. So, you've arrived. Do you know how to give a blowjob? Roy asked the blushing girl, Rina Kitayama. Rina was momentarily confused, then blushed even deeper and nodded. Then come here. Roy beckoned her over. Rina obediently approached and began. Myra, it's your turn to draw a card. Don't just stand there. Roy said, looking at Myra Suo. Ah, yes, Roy-sama. Myra blushed, then drew a card from Roy's hand. It was the old maid. Oh. Myra's surprised expression made Akane and Sui giggle. Time passed quickly as Roy played with the girls. Several days went by. The higher-ups, however, were growing increasingly concerned. While Roy was cooperative, he hadn't shown any interest in other women. And they considered him to be humanity's savior. They intensified their search for suitable girls, but Roy rejected them all. Average girls didn't interest him. They weren't even as appealing as the girls at Kwa Academy. Meanwhile Maharu, ever since Roy had piqued her interest, had been searching for him, but she couldn't freely roam the research facility. Today, however, Roy appeared before her. Roy. Maharu called out excitedly, running towards him. It really is you. What's the rush? Is something the matter? Roy asked with a smile. I wanted to. Maharu hesitated, unsure how to phrase her request. Take your time. Roy said gently, patting her head. Maharu blushed. You said you could wake my brother. I believe you. After thinking about it for days, she had decided to trust Roy. It was a glimmer of hope, however small. Oh? You believe me? That's good. Roy smiled. But Maharu was confused by his reaction. If he believed her, shouldn't he be helping her wake her brother? Roy, can you please wake my brother? She asked shyly. Of course. But what? I'll agree to anything. Maharu exclaimed, overjoyed that he had agreed. Really? Roy smirked. She had taken the bait. He felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving her. But it didn't matter. He was a devil. Corrupting innocent girls was in his nature. He whispered something in Maharu's ear. Maharu blushed, her expression conflicted. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. All right, I agree. Good. I'll see you tonight. Roy said, waving his hand and turning to leave. Roy-sama, there's no need to go through all this trouble. I can just. Neneko, thinking that there was no need for such elaborate schemes, wanted to suggest a more direct approach. She could simply coerce Maharu. After all, Maharu was living alone, only allowed to stay at the facility because her brother was one of the few surviving men. Otherwise, she would be unable to support herself. With a bit of coercion and persuasion, Maharu would likely agree. No, that's too boring. Roy said dismissively. Easy things weren't worth cherishing. There was no challenge in simply having someone delivered to him. Yes, Roy-sama. Neneko nodded. By the way, Roy-sama, the higher-ups are planning to remove me from my position. Oh? Why? Because I haven't completed my mission. Neneko's mission was to have Roy produce as many offspring as possible. So far, he had only taken 5 women. The higher-ups considered her incompetent and wanted to replace her. And who is my new assistant? Roy asked, curious. Karen Kamiya. Neneko replied, her expression serious. Karen was the only woman she couldn't understand and even feared. She was ambitious and ruthless, a smiling tiger who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Roy remembered Karen. She was the blonde girl from the original story who had created the school paradise for the third awakened male. She was also quite cute. As for her ambition, that wasn't a problem for Roy. Then hand over your duties to her. Let's see what surprises she brings. Roy smirked. Yes, sir. Neneko nodded. The position of personal assistant no longer mattered to her. Karen Kamiya was quickly informed. Roy-sama, I'm your new personal assistant, Karen Kamiya. I look forward to working with you, Karen said with a smile. She had long blonde hair with red tips, large, expressive eyes, cherry lips, and a small fang, an adorable little devil. Call me Roy. And I look forward to experiencing what you have to offer. Roy chuckled, intrigued by the girl before him. Karen had done her research. She knew that Roy possessed an indomitable will, not easily swayed. Gaining his trust wouldn't be easy. It was a challenge she relished. Roy-sama, before you were put into cryogenic sleep, you were still in school, weren't you? She asked. Roy smirked and nodded. Then would you like to return to school? It's an all-girls school, Roy-sama. And you can do whatever you want there. Karen said, leaning closer, her voice seductive. Roy's eye twitched. She was even more devilish than him. No, she was a natural-born little devil. He was growing increasingly fond of her. And returning to school wasn't a bad idea. He could play some interesting games there. Time stop, hypnosis. The possibilities were endless. All right. He agreed. Wonderful. You've agreed, Roy-sama. Karen exclaimed, overjoyed. She believed that once her plan succeeded, she would gain his trust, and then she could proceed with her next step. Please wait, Roy-sama. I'll make the arrangements. She hurried out of the room. Creating a school paradise wasn't easy. The girls had to be willing participants. Of course, in this world, there were plenty of girls eager to attend such a school. That evening, goaded by Neneko, Akane, and Rina, Roy satisfied them before they could put their plans into action. Exhausted, they fell asleep. It wasn't until 10 p.m. that a knock echoed at the door. Roy, too lazy to get up, waved his hand, and the door opened. As expected, it was Miharu. She looked into the empty room, confused. Who had opened the door? She cautiously entered. Roy? The room was dark. Snap. Roy snapped his fingers, and the lights came on. Ah! Miharu yelped, startled. Don't scream. Come here. Roy said, rubbing his ears. Miharu hesitated, then approached him. The next morning. Roy smirked, looking at Miharu sleeping in his arms. She was so innocent. But she had finally grown up. Miharu stirred and slowly opened her eyes, then quickly closed them again, blushing as she saw Roy. She looked adorable. After breakfast. Although still shy, Miharu asked, Roy, can you please wake my brother now? Of course. I promised you, didn't I? I've already started the process, but it'll take a few days for him to wake up. Roy said reassuringly. Of course, he was lying. Really? That's wonderful. Miharu beamed, her earlier shyness forgotten. Seeing her joy, Roy felt a twinge of guilt. In the afternoon, Karen returned. Roy-sama, I've made all the arrangements. Please follow me. After a day of preparation, with the full cooperation of the higher-ups, Karen's school paradise was complete. Alright, let's go. Roy was curious to see what she had prepared. Should I come too? Miharu asked hesitantly. She had only given Roy her virginity last night. Of course. You're my woman now. Roy said, taking her hand. Oh, okay. Seeing his assertive demeanor, Miharu didn't refuse. She still remembered Roy's vigorous training from the previous night. She had thought she was going to die. But she had woken up feeling perfectly fine. Chapter 284, an all-girls school. Karen Kamiya's predicament. Under Karen's arrangements, Roy and the girls boarded a plane, escorted by several other aircraft. While the higher-ups had approved Karen's plan, they didn't want her to be too reckless. If the OL discovered Roy, it would be a problem. Secrecy was paramount. Once they arrived at the school, they weren't allowed to leave. And the school was under constant surveillance. So, Karen, this is the school you prepared? Roy asked, looking around the bustling campus. It seemed like a normal school. But upon closer inspection, he noticed it was an all-girls school. And many of the girls here were the ones he had seen on the tablet earlier. While their ages varied, they were all quite attractive. That's right. Roy-sama, please enjoy yourself. You can do anything you want here. Karen said with a seductive smile. Anything, huh? Does that include you? Roy asked, pulling her close, his arm around her waist. He knew that despite her seemingly devilish personality and willingness to use any means to achieve her goals, Karen was actually quite protective of her own purity. In the original story, Shotodoy had tried to be with her, but while she seemingly agreed, she never actually let him. This was one of the reasons Roy was so interested in her. If that's what Roy-sama desires, of course, Karen said with a blush and a smile. Then come to my room tonight. Roy chuckled. Certainly, Roy-sama. Karen agreed without hesitation. Of course, whether she actually showed up was another matter. But if she didn't, Roy had ways of dealing with her. Now, Roy-sama, please follow me to your classroom. Oh, you've arranged student IDs for us? Of course. You'll love it, Roy-sama. Karen said, leading the way. They soon reached the classroom. Class was in session. Karen didn't bother knocking and simply opened the door. Yuzuki-sensei, sorry to interrupt. Karen said to the teacher, Yuzuki Haniu, then took her place at the podium. Yuzuki, knowing Karen's position, stepped aside. Yuzuki Haniu was imagine Shizuka Marikawa, but with black hair. Both were voluptuous, mature, and somewhat ditzy, with a certain allure. And both wore glasses. The only difference was Yuzuki's black hair, compared to Shizuka's blonde hair. Of course, being a teacher added to her charm. Perhaps sensing Roy's gaze, Yuzuki looked at him and blushed. Everyone, we have some new students. Karen announced. All eyes turned to Roy. His handsome features, mysterious aura, and noble demeanor instantly captivated the girls. Please introduce yourself. Karen stepped aside, offering Roy the podium. Roy shrugged and stepped forward, looking at the girls with a smile. Just call me Roy. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I hope we can make some beautiful memories together. He's so handsome. Roy-sama is so dreamy. Roy-sama, please have my babies. Me too. I want Roy-sama's babies. The girls erupted in cheers and squeals. They hadn't seen a man in years, and even when men were still around, they had never encountered anyone as captivating as Roy. Within moments, he had conquered their hearts. Roy noticed that the girls in this class were even more attractive than the ones he had seen earlier. They were all campus beauty level. Roy-sama is quite popular. Karen commented with a smile. Myra, Akane, Nanako, Rina, Miharu, and Sui also introduced themselves. While some were a bit too old for school, they had come at Roy's request. And so, a class with a single male student and a room full of girls was formed. The class itself was rather boring. But the girls kept glancing at Roy, some even trying to flirt with him. Roy, of course, flirted back, making them blush and giggle. It was quite entertaining. While they had been told that their purpose at this school was to please Roy and bear his children, they were still just innocent girls. That evening, after dinner, Karen showed Roy to his room. Roy-sama, did you see any girls in class you liked? Should I call them over? She asked with a smile. You're here tonight. There's no need for anyone else. Roy said with a wave of his hand. Karen's heart sank. She had hoped to use the other girls as a distraction, but it seemed Roy had other plans. Roy-sama, wouldn't you consider the other girls? With your abilities, a few more shouldn't be a problem. She said awkwardly, trying to divert his attention. Roy chuckled. He wasn't letting her escape tonight. I suppose a few more wouldn't hurt. Karen's eyes lit up. Who do you like, Roy-sama? I'll make the arrangements right away. Roy smirked. Let me see. How about all of them? And don't forget Yuzuki-sensei. What? Karen's jaw dropped. Did he mean all of them? There were over 20 girls in the class. She was stunned. Roy-sama, maybe we should start with fewer? Karen, you still don't believe in my abilities, do you? Don't worry, I'll satisfy all of you tonight. Especially you, Karen. You're first. Roy interrupted, his voice laced with playful menace. Karen's face fell. She couldn't escape. And she had to be first, in front of everyone? This was a nightmare. Roy-sama, how about just me tonight? I promise I perform well. She pleaded, hoping to avoid the embarrassment. No. Karen, you clearly don't trust me. Seeing her troubled expression, Roy was overjoyed. Teasing Karen was too much fun. Akane and Neneko, standing nearby, couldn't help but giggle. They knew what Roy was capable of. Karen was in for an unforgettable night. Alright, Karen, go get ready. Roy said, dismissing her. He had to prepare as well. There were quite a few girls tonight, and they couldn't all be in the same room. And he couldn't neglect Myra, Akane, and the others just because there were new arrivals. After Karen left, Roy gathered the girls and prepared for battle. Within 2 hours, Roy had conquered 6 girls, including Miharu. He then left the room and went to another. Trying to hide in the last room? Not so fast. Roy smirked. Karen, knowing she couldn't escape, had hidden in the last room down the hall, the furthest one to the left from Roy's room. Each room had 3 girls, and Karen was hiding in the last one. Roy, of course, went there first. He opened the door. Karen, startled, yelped. "Who's there?" The room was dark. "It's me, of course." Roy chuckled, walking towards her. "Roy-sama." Karen was stunned. She had hidden in the last room. How had he found her so quickly? "That's right. You're quite the hider, Karen. But you can't fool me." Roy reached her and was surprised to see Yuzuki-sensei there as well. Only the 2 of them were in the room. Roy smiled. He had to admit, Yuzuki-sensei was his favorite among the girls in the class. What happened next was inevitable. After thoroughly punishing Karen, he then gently trained Yuzuki-sensei. Having satisfied both of them, Roy moved on to the next room. Throughout the night, Roy conquered over 20 girls, a truly remarkable feat. Of course, this meant that his class was cancelled the next day. Even the teacher was injured. How could they possibly have class? Chapter 285, Whose cloning tech is better? The main heroine, Elisa Takabana. There was one exception, however. That afternoon, Karen revealed that one girl from their class hadn't come. It was a girl with short white hair who had said she was on her period. So, Karen hadn't included her. Roy remembered the girl. She was opposed to the United Women's Organization. She was also Elisa Takabana's, the main heroine's contact at the school. This organization knew about the Owl's conspiracy and was working on a cure for the MK virus, while also plotting to overthrow the Owl's rule. The Owl, by eliminating all men with the MK virus, aimed to create a world ruled by women. This plan seemed absurd. Without men, humanity couldn't reproduce and would eventually become extinct. However, the Owl had a solution: artificial cloning technology. They already possessed a rudimentary form of this technology. Roy knew that Mirasawa was a clone of Elisa Takabana. The best evidence was their similar purple hair and appearance. But this imperfect cloning technology had a side effect: accelerated aging. While the clones grew rapidly, they also aged quickly. This was why Myra looked much older than Elisa. There was another suspected clone, Chloe Mansfield, the envoy from OW headquarters. This voluptuous blonde woman might also be a clone of a high-ranking OW official. Roy was quite interested in Chloe. In the original story, her figure was unrealistic, practically defying human anatomy. To put it simply, she was incredibly well endowed, rivaling even Elialu. While large breasts could be attractive, they could also be inconvenient. Especially if they sagged. Roy felt obligated to help her. But first, he had to deal with the white-haired girl. If he remembered correctly, her name was Lu Bingbing. "Karen, arrange it. I'm playing the long game this time," Roy said, turning to Karen. "Huh?" Karen was confused, but having become his woman, she trusted him implicitly and didn't question him further. Following Roy's instructions, Karen had Lu Bingbing captured and brought to Roy's room. "Roy-sama, what should we do with her?" Karen asked. "Untie her." Karen released Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing's expression was a mix of confusion and fear. She didn't know if her identity had been exposed or if Roy was simply displeased that she hadn't come to his room last night. "So, you're Lu Bingbing, right?" Roy asked the white-haired girl with a smile. "Yes, Roy-sama. I apologize for not coming last night. I was on my period. Serve you in a few days." Lu Bingbing quickly apologized. "Don't worry, I don't blame you." Roy chuckled. Lu Bingbing was stunned. What was going on? "I just need you to make a phone call." Hearing this, Lu Bingbing's body trembled. It seemed her cover was blown. Roy-sama, I don't understand what you mean," she stammered, trying to feign ignorance. Roy smirked and casually flicked his finger. Lu Bingbing's body moved involuntarily. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Lu Bingbing was terrified. While she couldn't control her body, she knew exactly what she was doing. No. Despite her internal screams, the call went through. Karen, watching this, was stunned. What kind of magic was this? He could control people? She was starting to question everything. She hadn't realized how little she knew about Roy. Roy, noticing her shocked expression, smiled. "Karen, I know you're ambitious. But your ambitions are small. Would you like to see a more interesting world?" Karen's eyes lit up. "Yes. Roy-sama, I would love to see a more interesting world." "Good. Then gather everyone in my room tonight." Roy nodded. Karen's face fell. She thought he meant a multiplayer game. Roy didn't bother explaining. Meanwhile, the call connected. "Hello, Bingbing?" A girl's voice answered. Lu Bingbing tried to keep her mouth shut, but it moved on its own. "Elisa, help me." As soon as she finished speaking, Roy hung up. That was enough. He knew that Elisa Cabana and Lu Bingbing were close friends. Elisa had asked Lu Bingbing to infiltrate the school. If something happened to Lu Bingbing, Elisa would definitely come. She would walk right into his trap. Damn it. Let me go. Lu Bingbing regained control of her body and glared at Roy. He had forced her to call Elisa for help. Knowing Elisa, she would definitely come to rescue her. It was a trap. While she didn't know why Roy wanted to lure Elisa, she knew she was in trouble. Roy rubbed his ears. She's too noisy. Lock her up. Yes, Roy-sama. Karen nodded, and 2 guards entered, escorting Lu Bingbing away. Roy-sama, do you think that woman will really come? Karen asked, curious. Yes, she will. Roy nodded. Are you interested in her, Roy-sama? Karen was puzzled. He hadn't even met the girl on the phone. Why was he so interested in her? Of course. Roy smirked, thinking of Elisa Cabana's adorable appearance. The only problem was Elisa's childhood friend Rito Mizuhara, Mihiru's older brother. Elisa was deeply in love with Rito and had waited for him for 5 years. Their bond was strong. It would be difficult for Roy to sway her, especially since he had just taken Mihiru. Taking her brother's girlfriend? It was practically NTR. But the thought was exciting. Roy stroked his chin. It seemed he would have to play the villain this time. Meanwhile, Elisa tried calling Lu Bingbing back, but the call wouldn't connect. She realized this wasn't a prank. Her friend was in danger. She was worried, but if they had gone through all this trouble, Lu Bingbing was likely still safe for now. Although she knew it was a trap, Elisa decided to rescue Lu Bingbing. However, few within her organization supported her decision. In the end, she only brought 2 friends with her. They set off for the school. By the time they arrived, it was night. The school was dark, and there were no guards in sight. According to their intel, the school should have been heavily guarded. But Elisa didn't care. They stealthily infiltrated the school and reached the dormitory area. Lights were on in some of the rooms. They didn't know where Lu Bingbing was being held, so they began searching. They entered the dormitory building without encountering any resistance. Then, as if guided by fate, they found themselves in front of a familiar room. The room was brightly lit, filled with music and laughter. A party was in full swing. Elisa and her friends were stunned. But no one seemed to notice them. Seeing the crowd of girls, they decided to leave quietly. But 2 armed guards and Karen Kami appeared behind them. You finally arrived. Roy-sama has been waiting for you. Karen said with a smile, looking at Elisa, who was wearing a black hood. While she couldn't see Elisa's face clearly, the glimpse of her flawless neck told her that this girl was a beauty. As expected of Roy-sama. He had known all along. Elisa and her friends were shocked. How had they been discovered so easily? With guns pointed at them, they didn't dare to resist. Their weapons were confiscated, and they were escorted to another room by Karen. Roy was waiting for them. Roy-sama, I've brought them. Karen said, approaching Roy. Good work. Roy nodded and turned his attention to the 3 hooded figures. He waved his hand, and their hoods fell away, revealing their faces. Elisa Cabana, as expected, was beautiful. Her long purple hair shimmered in the light, her skin flawless, her face, though frowning, undeniably exquisite. She was truly captivating. Even Roy couldn't help but admire her beauty. The 2 girls behind Elisa, while not as striking as Elisa, were also quite attractive. Chapter 286, Elisa Cabana's decision. Chloe Mansfield, you kidnap Bingbing. What do you want? Elisa Cabana asked, frowning at Roy. Don't worry. Please, have a seat. Roy said, gesturing towards the sofa opposite him. Elisa and her 2 friends sat down. Karen served them tea. Elisa, her friends, and even Lu Bingbing were confused by this display of hospitality. He had kidnapped them, lured them into a trap, and now he was being polite? It didn't make sense. Relax. I invited you here to discuss a collaboration. Roy said with a smile. Collaboration? Elisa was skeptical. I have the cure for the MK virus. What? The 3 girls were stunned. Their organization had been working tirelessly on a cure, but progress was slow. They were years away from a breakthrough. Yet, this man claimed to already have a cure? It was unbelievable. Elisa frowned. If he had a cure, why not just release it? Why this collaboration? But she didn't ask. If he wasn't revealing his reasons, there must be a reason. What kind of collaboration? She asked calmly. Simple. I give you the cure and the formula, and in return I want you. Roy said, looking at Elisa with a smirk. What? Elisa was taken aback. He was willing to give them the cure and the formula. That was incredibly generous. But his final demand. He wanted her? My apologies. I haven't introduced myself. Call me Roy. Roy said with a smile. Roy, we've just met. Why do you want me? Elisa asked, flustered. We're willing to take Elisa's place. Her two friends offered. Well, it's true we've just met. But I like girls with your personality. So, consider it. Of course, if you refuse, I won't force you. You're free to leave. Roy shrugged. He wasn't one to force anyone, usually. Elisa thought for a moment, then said, I want to see Bing Bing. No problem. Karen, take them to see Lu Bing Bing. Yes, Roy-sama. Karen nodded and led the three girls out of the room. Roy waited patiently. He would let them think it over. In another room, Elisa and her friends finally saw Lu Bing Bing. Elisa, why did you come? Lu Bing Bing exclaimed. I had to. You're in danger. I asked you to take on this mission. It's my responsibility. Elisa said with a gentle smile. No, it's not like that. That man. He. Lu Bing Bing excitedly explained that the phone call hadn't been her intention. She had been prepared to be discovered. But if that happened, she wouldn't have called for help. Elisa and her friends exchanged surprised glances. Bing Bing, are you saying that he used magic to control you and force you to call for help? Elisa couldn't believe it. How was that possible? This was a world of science, not magic. If magic existed, they would have already cured the MK virus. It's true. Lu Bing Bing insisted. After a moment, Elisa and her friends reluctantly accepted her explanation, though it still felt surreal. How could magic exist in this world? Elisa, what should we do? You've been waiting for your childhood friend. You can't possibly agree to his demands. Let's just leave. He said he would let us go. Her two friends tried to persuade her. Lu Bing Bing also looked at Elisa, her expression conflicted. Developing a cure for the MK virus had always been Elisa's dream. And now, the cure was within reach. But on the other hand, there was Rito, her childhood friend, whom she had been waiting for. What should she choose? Pack your things. You're leaving. Elisa said. Lu Bing Bing and her friends were stunned. Elisa, you're not thinking of. Yes. Our organization is still years away from developing a cure. We might not even succeed. I can't miss this opportunity. Elisa said with determination. Elisa, you can't trust him so easily. We don't even know if he actually has the cure. Just go. Elisa wouldn't listen. She insisted they leave. Karen, listening outside the door, smirked. As expected, Roy-sama was right. She had agreed. She entered the room and gestured to the two armed guards beside her. The guards entered the room. You three, leave. Now. Lu Bing Bing and her friends had no choice but to comply. You've made the right decision. Roy-sama will become the new ruler of this world. Now, come with me. Karen said to Elisa with a smile, then turned and led her back to Roy's room. Elisa followed, her expression unreadable. Welcome back. Have you made your decision? Roy asked, stifling a yawn. I agree to your terms. But only after I see proof that the MK virus cure actually works. Elisa said calmly. Roy admired her composure. All right, I agree to your condition. Karen, take her and arrange a room. Roy instructed. Yes, Roy-sama. Karen smiled and led Elisa away. After settling Elisa, Karen gathered the other girls and brought them to Roy's room, as instructed. Karen had been expecting another orgy. But instead, he showed her a different kind of world. Devils. A word she was unfamiliar with. She hadn't known they actually existed. Karen, being ambitious, wouldn't miss the chance to become an immortal devil. And so, all the girls present were transformed into devil servants. The next morning, Roy woke up late, nestled in Akon's arms. After getting up and freshening up, Karen rushed in with some news. Roy-sama, it seems the O has learned about you. They've sent someone to investigate. Karen had received a message from the higher-ups that a woman named Chloe Mansfield was coming to investigate Roy, the only surviving man. The higher-ups were terrified of Roy being taken away, so they had instructed Karen to keep him at the school at all costs. Of course, if Roy didn't want to leave, there was nothing they could do. Roy, hearing this, was surprised. So, Chloe Mansfield, the voluptuous blonde, was coming after all. While she was incredibly attractive, being a clone of a high-ranking O official, she might be a lesbian. But that was just speculation. When is she arriving? Roy asked, stifling a yawn. Around noon. Karen replied. Let me know when she arrives. Roy got up and left the room. Yes, Roy-sama. Roy, when are you giving me the MK virus cure? Elisa asked, intercepting him in the hallway. Here. Using his prophecy authority, Roy instantly knew the formula and composition of the cure. He created a vial of the cure with his magic. Handing it to Elisa, he whispered in her ear, come to my room tonight. Elisa blushed, but the cure, along with the formula, made her happy. Being a researcher specializing in the MK virus, Elisa quickly analyzed the formula and confirmed its viability. She immediately transmitted the information back to her organization. Then, she had Lu Bingbing come to the school to retrieve the sample. The organization was overjoyed. Within half a day, they confirmed that the formula worked. They tested it on a cryogenically frozen man who hadn't been killed by the virus, and it was a success. There were still many men in cryogenic sleep, using that method to slow the progression of the MK virus. These men far outnumbered the 5 who were immune. That's why they were so eager to develop a cure. Knowing that the cure worked, Elisa was elated. She had made the right choice. Meanwhile, at noon, the envoy finally arrived at the school. Roy finally met the voluptuous blonde, Chloe Mansfield. Chapter 287, Preparing to Return to Danmuki, The Status of a God. Oh? So you were hiding a man. When Chloe Mansfield arrived at the school, she and Roy finally met. The voluptuous blonde immediately approached Roy, her eyes filled with curiosity as she examined him. Roy, in turn, observed Chloe, though his view was somewhat obstructed. Chloe, seeming to notice his gaze, smirked. I'm Chloe Mansfield. And you are? She asked, sitting back down and crossing her legs, her demeanor confident and imposing. But to Roy, she just looked amusing. Call me Roy. He replied with a smirk. Chloe didn't seem bothered by his casual tone. You know I'm from our headquarters, right? I'm here to formally invite you to come with me. You can have anything you want there. She said. Humphrey. Roy-sama won't go with you. Karen said with a devilish smile. Chloe glanced at her, then turned her attention back to Roy. Karen, annoyed at being ignored, frowned. Karen's right. I'm not going anywhere with you. Roy said, taking a sip of his tea. Is that so? Chloe didn't seem surprised. She had anticipated this response. Very well. You're the last man on Earth. I won't force you. But I will be staying here to observe you. Chloe declared. Suit yourself. Roy shrugged. He wouldn't mind her staying. It would give him an opportunity. As promised, Chloe and a small team moved into the school. But she didn't make any further moves, and Roy didn't press the matter. That night, Elisa finally came to his room. Despite her initial reluctance, she became his. Roy spent the next few days doting on Elisa, but he didn't take any other women, aside from the girls in his class from the first night. Meanwhile, Elisa's organization successfully developed the MK virus cure using Roy's formula. They began broadcasting the information, hacking into radio stations to spread the news. While few people believed it at first, it was enough to spark a wave of unrest. More and more people joined the resistance against the O. And when they used the cure to revive a cryogenically frozen man, the world erupted in celebration. Rito Mizuhara, Mahiru's brother, also awoke. Brother! Mahiru cried, tears of joy streaming down her face. After years of waiting, her brother had finally returned. Rito, still disoriented, looked at Elisa as if they had just seen each other yesterday. Seeing him awake, Elisa's heart felt lighter. She had finally let go of her past. She was Roy's woman now. Elisa! Rito exclaimed. Mahiru's face fell. If her brother learned the truth, would he break down? But Rito, I'm sorry. I couldn't keep my promise. I'm Roy's wife now. Elisa said, clinging to Roy's arm, a blissful smile on her face. Rito's heart sank. His worst fears had been realized. But he had been prepared for this, hadn't he? Roy, seeing this, felt a strange mix of emotions. Entering someone felt odd. Rito was truly pitiful. Not only had the woman he loved become someone else's wife, but so had his sister. After visiting Rito, Roy and the girls returned to the school. The higher-ups would take care of Rito. It wasn't their concern. While the cure existed, men were still incredibly rare. Only those who had been cryogenically frozen in time had survived. But this didn't concern Roy. Back at the school, he prepared to leave this world. He had achieved his goals. Of course, before leaving, there was still Chloe Mansfield, the voluptuous blonde, to deal with. Roy, no longer bothering with subtle tactics, went directly to her room. After taking care of Chloe, Roy left the world of worlds and Heron with the girls. Back in the DxD world, Roy sent Myra, Akon, and the others to Dreamland in the underworld. Dreamland had become a small self-sufficient society. It had everything they needed. But most of its residents were cursed children, little lawless. Myra and the others brought much-needed expertise. After all, there were too many little girls and not enough teachers. Myra, Nanako, and Yuzuki could all become teachers for the lawless. This would not only keep the girls occupied but also help them integrate into their new environment. Roy decided to stay with the girls for a while instead of immediately going to another world. While he might experience time differently, for the girls in the DxD world, only a few seconds would have passed. And as devils, they had incredibly long lifespans. There was no need for them to be together constantly. But Roy still stayed with them for 2 months. He spent time with each of them: Ryaz, Sona, Sako, Shizuka, Shinobu, Kanao, and the others, ensuring that none felt neglected. His attentiveness earned him their praise. After all, powerful men who weren't constantly seeking new conquests were rare. Of course, during these 2 months, Roy also enjoyed the dud perks of having a harem. Okaheim, Great Red, returned briefly but left after a few days. The Eviatolda evil gods still hadn't appeared and Roy didn't bother looking for them. 2 months later a new world was ready. This time, Roy was going to, is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? A world he had been looking forward to visiting. After saying goodbye to the girls he vanished from the DxD world. He reappeared on the bustling street. The streets were crowded and lively. But Roy's arrival caused divine ripples. All the gods in Orario instantly sensed the presence of a new god. Gods were transcendent beings who had descended from heaven 1,000 years ago. They granted their blessings to their followers, the familia bored with their heavenly lives. They had come to the lower world, treating it like a game. Gods were forbidden from using their divine powers in the lower world and had to live like ordinary humans. They were also forbidden from entering the dungeon, lest they face punishment. Their primary goal was entertainment, experiencing the lower world, its food, hobbies, friendships, art, and even illnesses. They enjoyed every moment, treating it like a game. Gods weren't allowed to use their divine powers except in special circumstances. If they did, they would be sent back to heaven. The only exception was the annual Gainshaw Familia Festival, where they could use a special mirror, the God's Mirror, which functioned like clairvoyance. The adventurers on the street, sensing Roy's divine aura, bowed respectfully but didn't approach. Gods were common in Orario. And many gods disliked being disturbed, so the adventurers simply observed Roy from a distance. Roy, however, was amused. He hadn't expected to be granted the status of a god upon arriving in this world. While he possessed godlike power, he wasn't a god in the same way as these beings. But it didn't matter. This status came with certain advantages. He could create his own familia and recruit members, including the cursed children from the Black Bullet world, to train in the dungeon. He could also recruit girls from this world. It was a win-win situation. But he needed money. The currency in this world was called Valis. The fastest way to acquire Valis was to exchange magic stones obtained from monsters in the dungeon. But Roy didn't have a familia yet, and gods weren't allowed to enter the dungeon. He was now considered a god by this world. He couldn't enter the dungeon either. It seems I need to recruit some members for my familia. Roy mused, stroking his chin. He returned to the DxD world. Ryaz and the others were still there. Seeing him back so soon, they assumed his adventure was over. But after Roy explained the situation, they understood. Chapter 288, Adventure in Orario begins. Roy Familia meeting Hestia. As soon as Roy mentioned meeting familia members, the girls eagerly volunteered. Roy-sama, let me go. I'll do my best. Royani-chan, I want to go too. Me too. Me too. Daddy, take me. I'll be good. Amidst their clamoring, Roy considered his options. He couldn't take too many this time. He had to add members gradually. Bringing a large group would attract unwanted attention. So, he decided to take only 5, and their power couldn't exceed Tier 5, planetary, the level at which this world recognized the descent of a god. Ideally, they should be below Mao class level. After explaining his criteria, the number of volunteers dwindled significantly. Many of the girls had reached Tier 5 in the Campione world. And most had become campionas. Since his primary goal was to establish a connection between the worlds and create a training ground for the cursed children, Roy chose Kisa Uratendo, Inju Ehara, Kohina, Megaman, and Yuka Uriandu. He hadn't intended to bring Megaman and Yuka Uri, but he couldn't resist Megaman's Chunabu antics, so he relented. Having chosen his team, Roy didn't waste any time. He returned to Orario with the 5 girls. So this is Orario? It's different. Inju commented, looking at the crowds of people. Humphrey. It's time for these people to witness the might of explosion magic. Megaman declared, striking a Chunabu pose. Roy sighed and flicked their foreheads playfully. Let's find a place to bestow my blessing first. Then you can go adventuring in the dungeon. Remember, collect as many magic stones as you can. Understood, Roy. With me Megaman around, we'll be swimming in magic stones. Megaman said, still in character. Despite having become a woman, Megaman's Chunabu personality hadn't changed, much to Roy's amusement. After all, Megaman wouldn't be Megaman without her Chunabu antics. Remember, we're going into a dungeon. You can't use explosion magic there. Roy reminded her. Megaman froze. She hadn't thought of that. Was she useless now? Don't worry, Megaman. You can still use explosion in open areas. Or you could just reduce its power. Yukari suggested. That's right. Then I can cast it multiple times. Megaman's eyes lit up. Roy was surprised. Megaman, known for her obsession with maximizing the power of explosion, even at the cost of collapsing afterward, was willing to reduce its power just to be useful? That was unexpected. He didn't comment and simply offered a silent prayer for the other adventurers. Encountering Megaman and her explosion magic would be a disaster for them. After acquiring some valise from a few passing adventurers, Roy took the girls to an inn. Take off your clothes, he instructed. Kisara, Inju, Megaman, and Yukari blushed. Kohina, however, was already naked. Roy's eye twitched. He had simply meant for them to expose their backs so he could bestow his blessing. After being recognized as a god by this world, the method for bestowing blessings had appeared in his mind. He had Kohina lie down and began the ritual. A drop of blood from his index finger, and the blessing was complete. Kisara and Yukari, seeing this, finally understood and blushed at their earlier misunderstanding. The blessing is complete, Kohina. Get dressed, Roy said, helping her up. Since the blessing had just been bestowed, her stats were all 0. He didn't bother checking them. But with Kohina's ultimate class power, he wondered what level adventurer she would be considered in this world. She was likely invincible among adventurers. Even level 7 or 8 adventurers were nothing compared to Kohina. Alright, who's next? Roy looked at the other girls. Megaman, feeling shy, didn't speak up. Yukari, however, raised her hand. I'll go next. She turned around and removed her top. The view from behind was quite nice. Roy bestowed his blessing on each of the girls. Then, they went to the Adventurers Guild to register their familia. Hello, is there anything I can help you with? Inatula, half-elf receptionist, greeted Roy with a polite smile. We're here to register. Roy replied. Are you a new god? Do you have a familia? Ina asked, surprised. It was rare for a new god to arrive in Orario. These are my familia members, Roy said, gesturing to the girls behind him. Certainly, God. I'll process your registration right away, Ina said, bowing respectfully. There's no need to call me God. Just Roy is fine. Roy chuckled. Ah, yes, Roy-sama. Ina was surprised by his casual demeanor. Gods were usually only kind to their own familia, treating other humans with a sense of superiority. As Ina processed their registration, the other adventurers in the hall began whispering. Hey, it's a new god. And he already has 5 familia members. He's lucky. I wonder what kind of god he is. Orario is already crowded with familias. It won't be easy for him to establish himself. I heard Hestia is working part-time now. That's right. But this god is lucky. At least he has a familia. Roy overheard their conversation but didn't pay much attention. Orario was dominated by a few powerful familias, but he was confident he could establish himself. The registration was quickly completed. Roy used the Lucifuge family crest as his familia's emblem. The Roy familia was officially established. Alright, my familia, go forth and conquer the dungeon, Roy said, pointing towards the dungeon's entrance. Kisara and Yukari sighed. Had Roy been infected by Megaman's Chunabiu? Ho! It's time for these people to witness the true power of explosion magic, Megaman declared, raising her staff and striking a dramatic pose. The other adventurers stared at them. Roy coughed. Alright, go now. Try to reach the 30th floor today. And I suggest you hire a supporter. That way, you don't have to collect the magic stones yourselves. Understood. Let's go. Yukari, being the oldest, naturally became the leader. Good luck. Roy waved. The 5 girls headed towards the dungeon. He was looking forward to the surprises they would bring him. Now, where should he go? Roy looked around, then his eyes lit up. Wasn't that girl selling fried potatoes? Hestia? He still didn't know the current timeline. He approached her. 1 fried potato, please. Coming right up. My fried potatoes are the best in Orario, Hestia said cheerfully, handing him a potato. Roy paid and took a bite. It's delicious. Hey. Wait a minute, are you a god? Hestia finally realized. That's right. I just arrived in Orario. Call me Roy. Roy chuckled. I'm Hestia. She introduced herself. It's tough surviving in Orario. Most adventurers have already joined familias. No one wants to join a familia with nothing to offer. I suggest you leave, Hestia said sadly. She had been in Orario for a while, initially staying with her friend, Hephaestus. But she had been kicked out and was now selling fried potatoes to survive. She had tried recruiting familia members, but no one was interested in joining a familia with no resources. That's true. But I'm lucky. I've already found my familia. Roy said with a shrug and a smile. Really? You're so lucky. Hestia said enviously. Chapter 289, Sir Fluva, the bountiful hostess finding Hestia a familia luck is a part of it. By the way, Hestia, you don't have a familia yet, do you? Roy asked with a smile. No, no one wants to join the familia of a penniless god. Hestia sighed. These humans are so short-sighted. How about I introduce you to a potential familia member? Roy offered. Huh? Hestia was stunned. Did she hear correctly? This god was offering to find her a familia member? You heard me. I'll find someone willing to join your familia. Wait here. Roy turned and left. Hestia, puzzled but hopeful, waited. If she could actually get a familia member, that would be wonderful. She continued selling her fried potatoes. Roy returned to the DxD world. The girls were still there. After all, only a few seconds had passed for them. Seeing their puzzled looks, Roy explained, I need someone to come with me, but not for my familia. It's for another god. Any volunteers? Another god's familia. No thanks. If it were for Royani-I-chan's familia, I would definitely go. Me too. The girls weren't interested in joining someone else's familia. Roy sighed. Roy, you could choose from among the cursed children. Sona suggested. Oh, right. Roy slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about them. This whole trip was for their benefit. And the little girls were obedient. They would definitely agree. As expected, after a quick announcement at the cursed children's school, every little Lili volunteered. Roy randomly chose an adorable girl with short white hair. Her name was Kurami. She had rabbit jeans, complete with bunny ears. She was incredibly cute. Kurami, we're leaving. Roy picked her up and waved goodbye to the others. He returned to Orario. Kurami, I'm going to have you join another god's familia. You have to agree, okay? Roy said as they walked towards Hestia's stall. Okay. Is it someone Royani-I-chan likes? Kurami asked, blinking her large, ruby red eyes. Despite her young age she was quite perceptive. Yes. Roy coughed, a bit embarrassed that a child had seen through him. Don't worry, Royani-I-chan, I'll do my best. Kurami declared, pumping her small fist. She was determined to make this god like Roy. They soon reached Hestia's stall. Hestia seemed to be daydreaming. Hestia. Roy called out, waving his hand. Huh? Hestia blinked, snapping out of her daze. Oh, it's you, Roy. I'm back. Remember I said I would find you a familia member? Look. Roy pulled Kurami forward. Kurami was about the same height as Hestia, with a delicate face, ruby eyes, and adorable bunny ears. Hestia was instantly smitten. You really want to join my familia? She asked cautiously, as if afraid to scare Kurami away. Roy chuckled, amused. Yes, Hestia-sama. Kurami said, nodding seriously. Wonderful. Hestia hugged Kurami excitedly. What's your name? What do you like? Are you sure you want to join my familia? We should go register at the guild right away. Hestia, now a chatterbox, bombarded Kurami with questions. Kurami didn't know how to respond. Maybe we should register first. Roy suggested. Oh, right. Hestia finally calmed down. The three of them went to the Adventurers Guild. Ina Tool was still at the reception desk. Roy-sama, you're back? Is there anything I can help you with? Ina asked, bowing respectfully. Yes, but not for me. Roy gestured towards Hestia. I'd like you to register their familia. Hestia-sama? Ina was surprised. She knew Hestia. Humphrey. Hurry up and register us. I've finally found an excellent child. Hestia declared proudly, holding Kurami's hand. This adventurer? Ina looked at Kurami's small stature and was speechless. Had Hestia, unable to find a proper familia member, resorted to kidnapping? That's right. This is Kurami. Isn't it a cute name? Hestia said, beaming. It seemed she had already accepted Kurami as family. Very well. Ina sighed, no longer questioning Hestia, and began processing the registration. It was quickly completed. Now that we're done, let's celebrate. Roy suggested as they left the guild. Celebrate? Hestia hesitated. She was a penniless god. She hadn't even had a familia until now. How could she afford to treat a fellow god to a meal? She couldn't bring herself to say it. Roy, seeing her hesitation, chuckled. I'll treat. Don't be shy, Hestia. But Hestia was embarrassed. They had just met. And Roy had not only found her a familia member but was also treating her to a meal. She was incredibly grateful. Don't worry about it. You can treat me next time. Roy said with a wave of his hand. Hestia-sama, I'll work hard. I'll collect lots of magic stones tomorrow, Kurumi declared, pumping her small fist. If she had already received her blessing, she would have gone to the dungeon today. No. You're not going. Hestia hugged Kurumi protectively. To Hestia, Kurumi was just a child. How could she let her go into the dungeon? It was too dangerous. She wouldn't allow it. Roy's eye twitched. While Kurumi looked like a child, she was a high-class devil. And with her rabbit genes, she possessed incredible leg strength and speed. While not as physically strong as Inju Ehara, who also had enhanced physical abilities, she wasn't far behind. A high-class devil was equivalent to a level 7 or even level 8 adventurer in this world. Don't worry, Hestia-sama. I'm very strong, Kurumi said confidently. The heroic spirits at the school in the underworld had taught them combat skills. She only lacked experience. As long as she didn't venture too deep into the dungeon, she would be fine. No, Kurumi is too young. She can't go adventuring in the dungeon. Hestia insisted. Roy sighed. Hestia, how about letting her go with my familia? They can protect her. All right. Hestia agreed after a moment of consideration. Yay. Thank you, Hestia-sama. I'll bring back lots of magic stones for you. Kurumi cheered, excited to finally explore the dungeon with the other girls. Just come back safely, Hestia said, still worried. I will, Hestia-sama. Kurumi nodded. They went to the Hostess of Fertility, a tavern near the Adventurers Guild. Welcome. A girl with silver hair, gray eyes, and a delicate face greeted them with a smile. She was wearing a maid outfit. But when she saw Roy, she froze, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Roy frowned. He felt exposed. Was it because of this girl? He remembered her name, Seerflova. She was supposedly Freya's alter ego. What had she seen? Roy, curious, used his magic to shield his soul. He had simply been unguarded earlier. Seer wouldn't be able to see anything now. Seer, sensing the shift, realized that the man before her was likely a high-ranking god. Only high-ranking gods could block her ability. Please come in. What would you like to order? Seer led them to a table. Just bring us your specialties, Roy said casually. Certainly. Please wait a moment. Seer smiled and left to prepare their order. Roy, the food here is so expensive, Hestia exclaimed, looking at the menu. Don't worry, I might be new to our area, but I'm not broke. Roy chuckled. Oh, okay. Hestia nodded, relieved. Chapter 290, teasing Hestia. Lilaruka joins the familia. Seer quickly brought their food. Please enjoy your meal, honored gods. She bowed and left. Hestia, dig in. Don't be shy. Roy chuckled, seeing Hestia eyeing the food hungrily. Then itadakimasu. Hestia said, a bit embarrassed, but her hunger won out. Roy enjoyed the meal. The food here was quite good. By the way, Hestia, we're new to our area and don't have a place to stay. Do you have any recommendations? Hestia almost choked. She was currently living in the basement of the abandoned church. If they found out, she would be mortified. What's wrong? Roy asked, amused by her reaction. Nothing. I'm staying at a friend's place. I can ask around if you're looking for a place, Hestia said with an awkward laugh. I see. I was thinking that abandoned church would make a good base. With a bit of renovation, it would be perfect? Roy mused, stroking his chin. Hestia's heart sank. Why that place? It was the only place she could barely call home, and she hadn't even moved her belongings out yet. If they found out, she would die of embarrassment. I think there are other good locations. How about I introduce you to some? She suggested hopefully. Other locations are fine, but I'm quite fond of that church. But it's so inconvenient. Rebuilding it would take days. Hestia insisted, still trying to dissuade him. It's fine. We can hire adventurers. It'll be done quickly. Besides, it'll be our base. What do you say, Hestia? Want to join us? Roy smiled, extending an invitation. Hestia was stunned. He was inviting her to live with them. She hadn't even stayed long at Hephaestus's place before being kicked out. She was overjoyed. Finally, someone had accepted her. Yes, she exclaimed, then immediately regretted it. Her belongings were still at the church. She would have to find a way to retrieve them discreetly. That afternoon, Roy, having nothing else to do, helped Hestia sell fried potatoes. His cooking skills were surprisingly good. His fried potatoes were incredibly popular. But this also led to people assuming he was a penniless god, just like Hestia, reduced to selling street food. Roy ignored the rumors. As evening approached, Roy sensed Kisara and the others returning from the dungeon. Hestia, let's pack up. We're done for the day. Huh? Hestia was confused. My familia is back. We're going to meet them, then head to the tavern for a feast. Roy explained. They're back from the dungeon already? I'm so jealous. Hestia-sama, I'll bring back lots of magic stones for you tomorrow. Kurumi declared, puffing out her chest. Yes, but be careful, Kurumi. Don't worry, Hestia-sama. I'm very strong. Kurumi smiled. They packed up their stall and went to the Adventurers Guild. Kisaura, Inju, Kohina, Megaman, and Yukari soon appeared. The surrounding adventurers were slightly intimidated by the 5 girls' bloodlust, a result of their enthusiastic monster slaying in the dungeon. And behind them was a small girl carrying a massive backpack, several times larger than herself. Roy was surprised. He had told them to hire a supporter to collect the magic stones. But he hadn't expected them to find Lilaruka Ard. What a coincidence. Kisaura and the others, seeing Roy at the guild entrance, smiled, their usual serious expression softening. Roy, we're back. Kisaura said. Welcome back. You've worked hard. Roy smiled, walking towards them. Hestia, seeing the girls, was stunned. They were all Roy's familia? They're terrifying. They're just level 1 adventurers, but they went all the way to the lower floors. They're nothing like level 1 adventurers. I saw them one-shotting level 2 monsters. They're incredibly strong. Me too. I saw it as well. I doubt even Eyes Wallenstein was that powerful at level 1. As Roy greeted the girls, the surrounding adventurers murmured amongst themselves, a mixture of awe and fear in their voices. The girls' ruthless efficiency in the dungeon was unbelievable. They were just level 1 adventurers, yet they were cutting down monsters like they were nothing. It seems you did well in the dungeon. Roy chuckled, overhearing their comments. Cutting down monsters like grass? That's exaggerated, isn't it? Hestia, also overhearing the conversations, was surprised. Don't mind them. Let's go inside. Roy said, leading the way into the guild. Lilaruka opened her backpack. Clatter. A mountain of magic stones tumbled out, stunning everyone in the hall. While most were small, level 1 monster stones, the sheer quantity was astounding. Ina and Misha Flott were speechless. Roy-sama, they just registered today, right? Ina asked, her voice filled with disbelief. That's right. Roy smiled. Ina was even more shocked. They had just registered, and in a single day, they had acquired so many magic stones? That was incredible. Such a haul was usually only possible on large-scale familia expeditions. Alright, let's exchange these for Velis. Roy said, tapping the counter. Yes, Roy-sama. Right away. Ina quickly began counting the stones. Roy glanced at Hestia, who was staring at the mountain of magic stones with a dazed expression. He chuckled, amused. By the way, who's this little one? He asked, gesturing towards Lilaruka. You told us to hire a supporter to collect the magic stones. We happened to run into Lilaruka being bullied, so we hired her. Kisaura explained. That's right. She's such a pitiful child. Let's take her in. Yukari said, hugging Lilaruka tightly, almost suffocating her. Yeah. Let's steal her from the Soma Familia. Megaman and Inju agreed enthusiastically. Kohina didn't say anything, simply clinging to Roy's clothes. Lilaruka, hearing this, looked at Roy timidly. She knew he was a high-ranking god. But after her experience with the Soma Familia, she was wary of gods. Lilaruka, would you like to join my familia? No one will bully you here. Roy said gently, approaching her. Lilaruka looked up at him, tears welling up in her eyes. No god had ever been so kind to her. I thought I would like to. She said, wiping her tears. Welcome to the familia, Lilaruka. Roy patted her head. Now Lily won't be bullied anymore. Megaman, Yukari, and Inju cheered. They were clearly fond of Lilaruka. And Lilaruka had been a great help in the dungeon. Without her massive backpack, they wouldn't have been able to carry all those magic stones. After we exchange the magic stones, we'll go see Soma and have him release Lilaruka from her contract. Wow, Roy. You're amazing. You found another excellent familia member so quickly. Hestia exclaimed enviously. Why couldn't she be so lucky? You'll find someone too, Hestia. Roy said with a smile and a wave of his hand. Roy-sama, we're done. Ina announced, having finished counting the magic stones. How much? Roy asked. 1,320,000 Valis. What? Hestia's jaw dropped. Over 1 million Valis? That was an insane amount. Even large-scale familia expeditions rarely earn that much. Chapter 291, Conflict with Loki Familia. War game against Loki Familia. Of course, major familias wouldn't limit themselves to the upper floors of the dungeon. They would venture deep into the 40th floor and beyond. Kisaura and the others, being unfamiliar with the dungeon, had done well to reach the lower floors. Lilaruka, seeing them venture beyond the 9th floor despite being level 1, had tried to dissuade them multiple times. But in the end, she had yielded to their overwhelming strength. These girls were nothing like level 1 adventurers. In Lilaruka's eyes, they were even stronger than some level 5 adventurers. So much money. So much money. Hestia's eyes were practically sparkling with valist signs. Alright, let's go. First, a feast, then we'll go find Soma. Roy said, leading them to the hostess of fertility. Welcome, Roy-sama. Seer, still in her maid outfit, greeted them with a smile. Seer, prepare a feast. We're celebrating. Certainly, Roy-sama. Seer led them to a table and left to make the arrangements. Well. If it isn't the pint-sized goddess. What are you doing here? A teasing voice called out. It's you insufferable loaf. Hestia didn't need to turn around to know who it was. It was Loki, the goddess of the Loki familia, and Hestia's rival. She was a woman with red hair and an unremarkable figure, known for her flirtatious behavior with the female members of her familia. Roy glanced at Loki's companions. Fintiamni, the captain of the Loki familia Palam. Despite his youthful appearance, he was over 40 years old and quite powerful. Riveriel Ozalf, a green-haired elf, the vice-captain of the Loki familia, and known as the strongest mage. Lefia Viridis, Shenherut, Betlaga, and other core members were also present. And lastly, Eyes Wallenstein, a human with spirit blood, and one of Aurario's strongest adventurers. While Roy observed them, they were also observing him and his familia. Look at you, pint-sized goddess, hanging out with a bunch of level 1 adventurers. Are these your familia? Loki taunted, her laughter echoing through the tavern. Hestia bristled. Loki, even you can't insult my friends. Roy is a newly descended god. She retorted, hands on her hips. A new god? Loki tilted her head, her gaze fixed on Roy. Is that him? Greetings, goddess Loki, I am Roy. Roy said, raising his hand in greeting. Loki's eyes narrowed. She didn't recognize him. She didn't remember a god named Roy. But there were countless gods in heaven. She didn't bother dwelling on it. Whatever. I won't argue with you, pint-sized goddess. Loki said, seemingly losing interest, and returned to her table. Hestia fumed but couldn't do anything about it. Don't worry, Hestia. Once our familia becomes stronger, we'll give her a taste of her own medicine. Roy said, comforting her. Hestia's eyes lit up. That's right. We'll show her. Seer brought their food and drinks. Just then level 1 adventurers? They're not that impressive, eyes. Betlaga, a werewolf with white hair and lightning-shaped markings on his face, scoffed. Eyes, having sensed Kisaura's strength earlier, had commented on it. But Bet had ridiculed her observation. Bet, sit down. You've had too much to drink. Finn said, frowning. Don't worry, Captain. They're just level 1 adventurers. And that new god. He's just. Before Bet could finish, swish. A small figure appeared before him. Insult Daddy, and you die. Kohina's red eyes glowed with murderous intent. She had heard Bet's dismissive comment about Roy. Her knives were pressed against Bet's throat. A slight movement, and his head would be separated from his body. The cold steel against his skin made Bet tremble. He sobered up instantly. The Loki familia stared at Kohina in shock. They hadn't even seen her move. She was too fast. Kohina. Roy called out. Kohina, about to kill Bet, paused. But in that instant, her knives had already pierced his skin, drawing blood. Bet froze, his heart pounding with fear. Since Daddy said to spare you, I won't kill you. Kohina said, retracting her knives, her bloodlust receding. Just as Bet thought he was safe, swish. 2 intersecting cuts appeared on his chest, forming an X. Ah! Bet screamed and collapsed to the floor. It had happened too fast. Before the Loki familia could react, Bet had been injured. That's what you get for insulting Daddy. Kohina said with a sweet smile, then returned to Roy's table. The Loki familia watched her leave, stunned. They didn't dare to stop her. She was too fast. Bet, are you alright? If we don't treat him soon, he'll die. Riveria sighed and began healing Bet. Bang. Loki slammed her hand on the table and stood up, marching towards Roy's table. What do you mean by attacking my familia? She demanded, pointing at Roy. Roy, calmly feeding Kohina, said, your familia member insulted me. I was being merciful by not killing him. Anyone who insults Daddy dies. Kohina added cheerfully. Loki was speechless. It was true that a god had the right to punish mortals who insulted them. But that was her familia. She couldn't just let this go. You're just a newly descended god. A nobody. You have no right to act so arrogantly before me. Loki was a powerful goddess, her familia one of the strongest in Aurario. She had never been challenged like this before. Loki, your familia member disrespected Roy. He should be grateful he's still alive. Why are you being unreasonable? Hestia interjected, defending Roy. Humphrey pint-sized goddess, this doesn't concern you. Loki sneered, then turned back to Roy, her expression cold. She wasn't going to let this slide. Her familiar member had almost been killed. You owe me an explanation. The surrounding adventurers watched with interest, eager to see how the new god would respond. An explanation? Roy was also getting annoyed. Loki was being unreasonable. Did she think he was a pushover? He stood up and faced Loki. Then let's have a war game. Silence. Everyone in the tavern, including the Loki familia, was stunned. Had they heard correctly? This newly descended god wanted to challenge the Loki familia, one of Arario's strongest, to a war game? It was a joke. Roy, don't be impulsive. Hestia exclaimed, shocked. She hadn't expected him to be so reckless. Loki was also surprised. Did this newcomer not know who she was? How could he possibly challenge her to a war game? But despite her confusion, she wouldn't back down from a challenge. Fine, I accept. You set the rules, she said. Roy smirked. A siege battle. The loser forfeits everything to the winner. Loki's eyes narrowed. He only had 5 familia members, yet he was challenging her to a siege battle, the most disadvantageous type of war game for him. It was practically suicide. She, of course, wouldn't refuse. Very well. 1 month from today. Consider it your last month in Orario. Loki returned to her table and left with her familia. Chapter 292, the Soma familia successfully obtaining Lilaruka after Loki left. Whispers filled the tavern. The newly descended god was challenging the Loki familia, one of Arario's strongest, to a war game? And a siege battle, no less. It was the most advantageous scenario for Loki. The news spread like wildfire. Adventurers and even gods discussed the upcoming event with amusement. Everyone was eager to see the spectacle. No one believed the new god could win. The odds were stacked against him. Roy, you're too impulsive. Hestia said, her voice filled with worry. Relax. We have a month. And I'm confident I can defeat the Loki familia. Roy said with a smile and a wave of his hand. That's right. With my explosion magic, a siege battle is nothing. Megaman declared, striking a Chunabiu pose. Humphrey. None of them are a match for me. I'll send them all flying. Inju added, clenching her fists. The girls weren't afraid. With Roy backing them, they weren't intimidated by the Loki familia. Hestia, seeing their eagerness for battle, was stunned. Where did their confidence come from? The only one who seemed to understand was Lilaruka. She hadn't forgotten how Kisara and the others had cut through monsters like grass in the dungeon. All right, everyone eat up. We're going to the Soma familia next. Roy announced. Hestia, seeing that he wasn't changing his mind, decided to drop the subject for now. After a hearty dinner, Lilaruka led them to the Soma familia's base. Lily, you're back. How was your haul today? Huh? Why did you bring these people? As soon as they arrived, several men surrounded them. These were the men who usually bullied Lilaruka, demanding money and valuables whenever she returned from the dungeon. Lilaruka, seeing them, hid behind Roy. What's going on, Lily? Brought some friends for backup? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Who are you? What do you want? The Soma familia members, used to acting with impunity, didn't recognize Roy and Hestia as gods. We're here to see Soma. Call him out. Roy said, not bothering with pleasantries. You think you can just see Soma-sama whenever you want? Get out of here. 2 of the men continued their taunts. But the third one seemed to have realized something. He tugged on their sleeves and whispered, that's a god. What? The other 2 men froze, cold sweat trickling down their backs. They had just disrespected a god. They were dead. Kohina. Roy wasn't going to tolerate their insolence. Yes, Daddy. Kohina instantly understood. She had been wanting to kill these people for insulting Roy. Kohina vanished in a flash. She reappeared beside Roy. The next moment the 3 Soma familia members' heads were separated from their bodies. Lilaruka gasped, her eyes wide with shock, but a sense of satisfaction filled her. These men, who had tormented her for so long, were dead. It was not good. But she was also afraid. They had just killed members of the Soma familia. Would Soma let this go? Let's go. Roy, not even glancing at the corpses, walked inside. Soma familia Captain Zani's Lustra saw what had happened but didn't stop Roy. Roy soon found Soma in a wine cellar. Soma, dressed in white robes, his long hair covering his eyes, looked disheveled. Who are you? He asked, annoyed by the interruption. He had been brewing wine. God Soma, I'm a newly descended god. Call me Roy. Roy said with a smile. And what do you want? Soma asked impassively. This child. Roy pulled Lilaruka forward. I want her. She's been bullied in your familia and doesn't want to stay here any longer. Can you release her? Soma, you're her god. You should be protecting her, not letting your familia members bully her. Hestia added. Hestia? Soma finally noticed Hestia. He of course, knew her. 2 gods had come to him for a single familia member? He couldn't refuse. Very well, I. Just as Soma was about to agree, the captain of the Soma familia, Xanes Lustra, approached and knelt. Soma-sama, Lily is a valuable member of our familia. We can't just give her away. Soma frowned. He had entrusted the management of the familia to Xanes, not expecting him to challenge his decision, especially when he was about to agree to the other god's request. It was a blatant display of disrespect. While Xanes outwardly showed respect to Soma, he secretly held him in contempt. Xanes, stand down. Soma said calmly. Soma-sama. A familia member disobeying their god? Are you tired of living? Roy sneered at Xanes. Xanes glanced at Roy, then at the uncollected corpses outside, and a shiver ran down his spine. He stood up and without even acknowledging Soma, ran out of the cellar. Soma watched him leave, his disappointment in his familia growing. Soma, you should manage your familia better. Leaving them to their own devices will only lead to more problems. Roy said with a smile. Soma nodded, though he wasn't good at managing people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Xanes act with such impunity. He wasn't blind to his actions, he simply didn't know how to deal with them. Lily, come here. Soma beckoned Lilyruka. Lilyruka hesitated, then, seeing Roy's encouraging smile, approached Soma. Soma released her from her blessing. Lilyruka was free. Then we won't disturb you any further. Goodbye. Roy said, and they left the Soma familia's base. No one dared to stop them. Roy, what now? Hestia asked. It was late. They needed to find a place to rest, especially since Kisara and the others were tired from their dungeon excursion. Let's go to that abandoned church you mentioned. I'll renovate it. Roy said with a grin. But it's so late. Don't worry. It won't take long. They soon arrived at the dilapidated church. Hestia, close your eyes. I have a surprise for you. Roy chuckled. Why? Hestia asked, confused. Just close your eyes. Fine. Hestia reluctantly complied. Roy waved his hand, and a magic barrier enveloped them. The church began to transform under his power. Within moments, a magnificent castle stood before them. He sensed the surroundings. There was no reaction. It seemed his power was different in this world. He could use his magic without being detected. This discovery pleased him. All right, Hestia, you can open your eyes now. Okay. Hestia slowly opened her eyes. A golden castle, like an imperial palace, stood before her. This. She was stunned. She had closed her eyes for just a moment, and the abandoned church had become a castle? It was unbelievable. Wait a minute. Her belongings were still in the basement. Hestia's face fell. Let's go inside. Roy said, leading the way. He was used to living in a castle. It felt right. While the exterior was that of a castle, the interior was modern and comfortable. Roy, you haven't explained how this castle appeared. Hestia called out, hurrying after him. Your room is on the 2nd floor, Hestia. And don't worry, your belongings are there as well. Roy said, pointing towards the 2nd floor. Hestia's cheeks puffed out. He had discovered her secret. She wanted to disappear. But when she reached the room Roy had indicated, she was stunned. Not only were her belongings there, but the closet was also filled with beautiful dresses, outfits, and even lingerie. Chapter 293, Updating Kisara's stats LSSS rank, to the dungeon Roy, the clothes in my room. Hestia said, rushing into the living room, out of breath. A penniless god like her had never seen so many beautiful clothes. Calm down. Take a deep breath. Roy said, sipping his tea. There are so many beautiful clothes in my room. Hestia said, flustered. They're for you, Hestia. Don't be shy. Go try them on. Roy said with a wave of his hand. He had prepared everything when he created the castle. Each girl had a complete set of daily necessities, including clothes. Thank you, Roy. Hestia beamed and hurried back to her room, eager to try on her new clothes. After a while Kisara, Yukari, come to my room. Lilyruka, you too. Roy called out. The girls exchanged glances, then followed him. Megaman, do you know what Roy-sama wants? Lilyruka asked Megaman nervously. Megaman covered one eye with her hand, the other glowing red. Roy is probably going to do something perverted. She said seriously. What? Lilyruka was terrified. You know adult things. Roy is a Lily-loving pervert. Megaman whispered in Lilyruka's ear. Megaman, what are you saying? Roy suddenly appeared behind Megaman, pulling on her ear. How dare she slander him? Ow, ow, ow. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Megaman yelped, struggling to break free. But Roy held her firmly. Don't spread rumors. I just want to update your blessings, he said, flicking her forehead, then turned to Lilaruka. Since you've decided to join my familia, I need to bestow my blessing upon you. You know that, right? Lilaruka realized her misunderstanding and blushed. Yes, Roy-sama. Alright, come in. Megaman and Lilaruka followed him into the room. Lilaruka, come here. I'll bestow my blessing upon you. You're officially a member of my familia now, Roy said, smiling at Lilaruka. Lilaruka approached him without hesitation and removed her top. Roy-sama, she said shyly, sitting down opposite him. Yes. Roy smiled and nodded, then began the ritual. Lilaruka's stats were quite good, especially her ability to use transformation magic. She could transform into anyone. Even Zani's Lustra, the captain of the Soma Familia, had coveted this ability, trying to prevent Soma from releasing Lilaruka. Soon, the blessing was complete. As the mark on her back glowed, Lilaruka officially became a member of Roy's Familia. Congratulations, Lilaruka. You're one of us now. We're best friends now. That's right. Megaman, Yukari, and Anju congratulated Lilaruka. Thank you. Lilaruka was touched. This was the first time she had felt so accepted. It felt like she finally had a home. Alright, who's next for a status update? Roy asked. I'll go. Kisara said, seeing that the other girls were too shy to volunteer. As the captain of Roy's Familia, she had to set an example. Kisara turned around, exposing her bare back, and sat down opposite Roy. Kisara-on-san is so beautiful. Lilaruka said enviously, admiring Kisara's flawless skin. She's alright. I'm just as good. Megaman said with a smug grin. Megaman, you're flat-chested. Yukari said bluntly. Megaman glared at Yukari and lunged at her, and the two girls began wrestling playfully. Roy sighed, then updated Kisara's stats. As expected, all her stats were maxed out at SSS rank. Strength, SSS 999, Agility, SSS 999, Endurance, SSS 999, Dexterity, SSS 999, Magic, SSS 999, even her magic stat was maxed out. Of course, as a devil it was only natural for her to have high magic power. But Kisara didn't know any magic spells. Her development ability was swordsman. Kisara, how do you feel? Roy asked, curious. Reaching max stats and leveling up to level 2 should have significantly increased her strength, but Kisara was already powerful. He wasn't sure how much of a boost she would receive. I feel much stronger, Kisara said, examining herself. She hadn't expected to gain so much from leveling up to level 2. She had already been at the peak of high class, but she felt even stronger now.